All he could think about was how beautiful she'd been when she was alive. "I got to ask you, can you identify the remains?" the coroner's man said. "It's her," Fortunato said. "Name? Erica Naylor, Erica with a K. Address? 16 Park Avenue." The man whistled. "High class. Next to kin?" "I don't know. She was from Minneapolis." "Right, that's where they all come from. You'd think they had a hooker academy there or something." Fortunato looked up from the long, horrible wound in the girl's throat and let the coroner's man see his eyes. "She wasn't a hooker," he said. "Sure," the man said, but he took a step backward and looked down at his clipboard. "I'll put down model." Geisha, Fortunato thought. She had been one of his geishas. Bright, funny, beautiful, a chef and a masseuse and an unlicensed psychologist, imaginative and sensual in bed. She was the third of his girls in the last year to be neatly sliced to pieces. He stepped out on the street knowing how bad he looked. He was 6'4" and methedron thin, and when he slumped, his chest seemed to disappear into his spine. Lenore had been waiting for him, huddled in her black fake fur jacket, even though the sun had finally come out. When she saw him, she put him straight into a cab and gave the driver her address on West 19th. Fortunato stared out the window at the long-haired girls in embroidered denim, at the black light posters in the store windows, at the bright chalk scrawled over all the sidewalks. It was nearly Easter, 2 winters past the summer of love, but the idea of spring left him as cold as the morgue's tile floor. Lenore took his hand and squeezed it. Fortunato leaned back in the seat and closed his eyes. She was new. One of his girls had rescued her from a Brooklyn pimp named Ballpeen Willie, and Fortunato had paid $5,000 for her contract. It was well known on the street that if Willie had objected, Fortunato would have spent $5,000 to have Willie hit, that being the current market value of a human life. Willie worked for the Gambioni family, and Fortunato had knocked heads with them more than once. Being black, half black anyway, and independent, gave Fortunato a feature part in Don Carlo's paranoid fantasies. The only thing Don Carlo hated worse were jokers. Fortunato wouldn't have put the killings past the old man except for one thing. He coveted Fortunato's operation too much to tamper with the women themselves. Lenore came from a hick town in the mountains of Virginia, where the old people still talked Elizabethan. Willie had been running her less than a month, not long enough to grind off the edges of her beauty. She had dark red hair to her waist, neon green eyes, and a small, almost dainty mouth. She never wore anything but black, and she believed she was a witch. When Fortunato had auditioned her, he'd been moved by her abandon, her complete absorption in carnality, so much at odds with her cool, sophisticated looks. He'd accepted her for training, and she'd been at it for 3 weeks, turning only an occasional trick, making the transition from gifted call girl to appropriate geisha that would take at least 2 years. She'd led him up to her apartment and stopped with the key in the lock. I hope it's not too weird for you." He stood in the doorway while she walked through the room, lighting candles. The windows were heavily draped and he didn't see any appliances except a telephone, no TV, no clocks, not even a toaster. In the barren center of the room, she'd painted a huge 5-pointed star surrounded by a circle right onto the hardwood floor. Behind the sensual smells of incense and musk was the faint sulfurous tang of a chemistry lab. He locked the front door and followed her into the bedroom. The apartment was thick with sexuality. He could barely move his feet through the heavy wine-colored carpet. The bed was canopied, with red velvet curtains, and so high off the floor it had stairs leading up to it. She found a joint in the nightstand, lit it, and handed it to Fortunato. "I'll be back in a second," she said. He took his clothes off and lay down with his hands behind his head, the joint hanging out of his mouth. He took a lungful of smoke and watched his toes uncurl. The ceiling overhead was deep blue, with constellations dabbed on in phosphorescent yellow-green. Signs of the zodiac as far as he could tell. Magic and astrology and gurus were very hip right now. People at trendy village parties were always asking each other what sign they were and talking about karma. For himself, he thought the Aquarian age was just so much wishful thinking. Nixon was in the White House. Kids were getting their asses shot off in Southeast Asia, and he still heard the word nigger every day. But he had clients who would love this place. If the psycho with the knife did not put him out of business. Lenore knelt beside him on the bed, naked. "You have such beautiful skin." She ran fingertips over his chest, raising goose flesh. "I've never seen a color like this before." When he didn't answer, she said, "Your mother is Japanese, they told me. And my father was a Harlem pimp. You're really fucked up about this, aren't you? I love those girls. I love all of you. You're more important to me than money or family or anything." And he didn't think he had anything else to say until the words started coming out. "I feel so goddamned helpless. Some twisted son of a bitch is killing my girls, and there's nothing I can do about it." "Maybe," she said. "Maybe not." Her fingers tangled in his pubic hair. "Sex is power, Fortunato. It's the most powerful thing in the universe. Don't ever forget that." She took his penis in her mouth, working it gently with her tongue like a piece of candy. It stiffened instantly, and Fortunato felt sweat break on his forehead. He put out the joint with a wet fingertip and dropped it over the edge of the bed. His heels skidded on the icy slickness of the sheets and his nose filled with Lenore's perfume. He thought of Erica, dead, and it made him want to fuck Lenore hard and long. "No," she said, taking his hand from her breast. "You brought me off the streets. You teaching me what you know. Now it's my turn." She pushed him down, flat on his back, his arms over his head, and ran her black polished fingernails down the tender skin over his ribs. Then she began to move over his body, touching him with her lips, her breasts, the ends of her hair, until his skin felt hot enough to glow in the dark. Then, finally, she straddled him and took him into her. Being inside her gave him a rush like a junkie's. He pumped his hips and leaned into it, taking her weight on her arms, her hair waterfalling around her head. Then, slowly, she lifted her eyes and stared at him. "I am Shakti," she said. "I am the goddess. I am the power." She smiled when she said it, and instead of sounding crazy, it just made him want her even more. Then her voice broke into short, rattling breaths as she came, shuddering, throwing her head back and rocking hard against him. Fortunato tried to turn her over and finish it, but she was stronger than he would have believed possible, digging her fingers into his shoulders until he relaxed, then caressing him again with aching slowness. She came twice more before everything turned red, and he knew he could not hold back any longer, but she sensed it too. And before he knew what was happening, she had pulled away and reached down between his legs, pushing one finger hard into the root of his penis. It was too late to stop, and the orgasm took him so hard that it lifted his buttocks completely off the bed. She pushed his chest down with her left hand and heeled on with the right, cutting off the sperm before it could shoot out, forcing it back inside him. "She's killing me," he thought as he felt liquid fire roar back into his groin, burning all the way through to his spinal cord and then lighting it like a fuse. "Kundalini," she whispered, her face sweating and intent. "Feel the power." The spark rocketed up his backbone and exploded in his brain. Eventually, he opened his eyes again. Time had come out of the sprockets of the projector, and he saw everything in single, unrelated frames. Lenore had both arms around him. Tears ran out of her eyes and down his chest. "I was floating," he said, when he finally thought to use his voice. "Up around the ceiling. I thought you were dead," Lenore said. "I could see the two of us. Everything looked like it was made out of light. The room was white, and it seemed like it went on forever. There were lines and ripples everywhere." He felt a little like he'd had too much cocaine, a little like he had his fingers in a socket. "What did you do to me?" "Tantric yoga. It's supposed to, I don't know, give you a charge. I never heard of it taking anybody so hard before." She turned her face up to him. "Did you really get out of your body?" I guess. He could smell the peppermint shampoo she used on her hair. He took her face in both hands and kissed her. Her mouth was soft and wet, and her tongue flickered against his teeth. He was still diamond hard, and he started to shake with wanting her. He rolled onto her, and she guided him inside where he could feel her burning for him. "Fortunato," she whispered, her lips still so close that they brushed his when they moved. "If you finish, you'll lose it. You'll be so weak you can barely move." "Baby, I don't give a shit. I never wanted anybody this much." He pushed himself up on his forearms so he could see her, his hips thrusting frantically. Every nerve in his body was alive, and he could feel the power surging through him, then slowly drawing back, massing somewhere at the center of his body, ready to roar out of him, to pump him dry, leave him weak, helpless, drained. He pulled away from her, rolled to the end of the bed, and bent double, clutching his knees. "Jesus!" he screamed. "What the fuck is happening to me?" She wanted to stay with him, but he sent her to geisha class anyway. He would be here, he promised, when she got home. The apartment seemed vast and empty without her, and he had a sudden chilling vision of Lenore alone on the street with Erica's killer still loose. No, he told himself. It wouldn't happen again, not this soon. He found a gaudy oriental robe in her closet and put it on, and then he walked back and forth through the apartment, pacing out the inaudible hum in his nervous system. Finally, he stopped in front of the bookcase in the living room. Kundalini, she'd said. He'd heard the name before, and when he saw a book called The Rising Serpent, he made the connection. He took it down and started to read. He read about the Great White Brotherhood of Ultima Thule, located somewhere in Tartary, the Lost Book of Design and the Vamachara, the Left-Hand Path, the Kali Yuga, the final, most corrupt of ages, now upon us. Do whatever you desire, for in this way you please the goddess. Shakti, semen as the rasa, the juice of power, the yod, sodomy that revived the dead, shapeshifters, astral bodies, implanted obsessions leading to suicide, Paracelsus, Aleister Crowley, Mehmet Karagars, L. Ron Hubbard. Fortunato's concentration was absolute. He absorbed every word, every diagram, flipped back and forth to make comparisons, to study the illustrations. When he finished, he saw that 23 minutes had passed since Lenore walked out the door. The trembling in his chest was fear. In the middle of the night, he reached out to touch Lenore's cheek, and his fingers came away wet. "Are you awake?" he said. She rolled over and huddled tight against him. The warmth of her naked skin electrified and soothed him at the same time, like the taste of expensive whiskey. He combed through her hair with his fingers and kissed her fragrant neck. "What are you crying for?" he said. "It's stupid," she said. "What?" "I really believe in that stuff. Magic. The great work, Crowley calls it." She pronounced magic with a long A and Crowley with a long O like bird. "I did the yoga and learned the Kabbalah and the Tarot and the Enochian system. I fasted and did the Bornless ritual and studied Abramelin, but nothing ever happened." "What were you trying for?" "I don't know. A vision? Samadhi. I wanted to see something besides a goddamn Greyhound stop in Virginia where they try to lynch kids for growing out their hair. I wanted out of myself. I wanted what happened to you this afternoon, and it happened to you and you don't even want it." "I read some of your books tonight," he said. In fact, he'd read 24 of them, nearly half of her collection. "I don't know what's going on, but I don't think it's magic. Not like that guy Crowley's magic. What you did to me set it off, but I think it was something already inside me." "You mean that spore thing, don't you? That wild card virus." She had tensed up involuntarily, just at the mention of it. "I can't think of anything else it could be. There's that Dr. What's-his-name. He could check you out. He could probably even fix you back if that was what you wanted." "No," he said. "You don't understand. When I read those books, I could feel all those powers they talked about. Like, if you were a high diver and you read about some complicated dive you've never done, but you knew you could do it, if you practiced on it. You said I didn't want this, and maybe I didn't, not right at first, but now I do. There was one picture among the giant sex organs and impossible contortions of a Japanese pillow book. The tantric magician, forehead swollen with the power of his retained sperm, fingers twisted in mudras of power. He had stared at it till his eyes burned. Now I want it, he said. You've definitely drawn a wild card, the little man said. An ace, I'd say. Fortunato had nothing in particular against white people, but he couldn't stand their slang. Could you put that in plain English? Your genetics have been rewritten by the Takesian virus. Apparently it was dormant in your central nervous system, probably in the spine. The intromission apparently gave you quite a jolt, enough to activate the virus. So now what happens? The way I see it, you've got two choices. The little man hopped up onto the examining table across from Fortunato and brushed long red hair back over his ears. He looked like he should be in a rock band or working in a record store. He didn't make a convincing doctor. I can try to reverse the effects of the virus. No guarantees there. I've got about 30% success rate. Every once in a while people end up worse than before. Or you can learn to live with your power. You wouldn't be alone. I can put you in touch with other people in your situation. Yeah, like the great and powerful turtle? So I can fly around and pull people out of wrecked cars? I don't think so. What you did with your abilities would be up to you. What kind of abilities are we talking about? I can't say for sure. It looks like they're still coming on. The EEG shows strong telekinesis. The Carillion chromatograph shows a very powerful astral body that I expect you can manipulate. Magic, is what you're saying. No, not really. But it's a funny thing about the wild card. Sometimes it requires a very specific mechanism to bring it under conscious control. I wouldn't be surprised if you need this tantric ritual to make it work for you. Fortunato stood up and peeled 100 from the roll in his pocket. For the clinic, he said. The little man looked at the money for a long time, and then he stuffed it in his Sgt. Pepper jacket. Thank you, he said, like it hurt him to get the words out. Remember what I said. You can call me anytime. Fortunato nodded and walked out to look at the freaks of Jokertown. He'd been 6 years old when Jet Boy exploded over Manhattan, had grown up with the fear of the virus, the memory of the 10,000 who died on the first day of the new world. His father had been one of them, lying in bed while his skin split open and healed itself over and over again, the whole cycle not taking more than a minute or two, until one of the cracks opened through his heart, spewing blood all over their Harlem apartment. And even while the old man lay in his coffin, waiting his turn for a 2-minute funeral in a mass grave, he kept splitting open and healing, splitting and healing. The memory never faded, but in time, it got pushed aside by newer ones. Gradually, Fortunato came to believe that nothing was going to happen to him. For those the virus didn't touch, life went on the way it always had. He realized early on that he was going to have to make his own way. From listening to his mother complain about American women, he came up with the idea of the prostitute as geisha. At age 14, he brought home a stunning Puerto Rican girl from his high school for his mother to train. That had been the beginning. He looked up and saw that night had fallen while he'd been walking aimlessly through Jokertown. The grays and pastels had turned to neon, street clothes to paisley and leopard prints. Just ahead of him, demonstrators had blocked off the street with a flatbed truck. There were drums and amps and guitars up there, and a couple of heavy-duty extension cords running through the open door of the Chaos Club. At the moment, the stage was empty, except for a woman with long red curly hair and an acoustic guitar. A banner behind her read SNCC. Fortunato had no idea what the letter stood for. She had the audience singing along with some folk song or other. They all went through the chorus a couple of times without the guitar, and then she took a bow and they clapped, and she got down off the back of the truck. She wasn't beautiful in the way that Lenore was. Her nose was a little large. Her skin was not that good. She was in the radical uniform of blue jeans and work shirt that didn't do anything for her. But she had an aura of energy he could see without even wanting to. Women were Fortunato's weakness. He was like a deer in their headlights. Even as low as he felt, he couldn't help but stop and look at her. And before he knew it, she was standing next to him, shaking a coffee can with a few coins in the bottom. "Hey man, how about a donation?" "Not today," Fortunato said. "I don't have a lot of politics." "You're black, Nixon's president, and you don't have any politics." "Brother, I have got news for you." "Is all this about being black?" Fortunato didn't see another black face in the crowd. "No, man, it's about jokers." "Whoa, did I strike a nerve or something?" When Fortunato didn't answer, she went on anyway. "You know how long the average life expectancy of a joker in Nam is? Less than 2 months. If you take the percentage of jokers in the US population and divide it by the percentage of jokers in Nam, you know what you get? You get about 100 times too many jokers over there. 100 times, man." "Yeah, okay. So what do you want me to do about it?" "Make a donation. We're going to get lawyers on this and stop it." "It's the FBI, man. The FBI and Scare. It's like McCarthy all over again. They've got lists of all the jokers and they're drafting them on purpose. If they can walk and hold a gun, they're not even getting a real physical. It's off to Saigon. It's genocide, pure and simple." "Yeah, okay." He dug out a 20 and dropped it in the can. "You know what I wish?" She hadn't even noticed the size of the bill. "I wish those fucking aces would do something about their own, you know? What would it take for Cyclone or one of those other assholes to wipe out those flies? Nothing, man, nothing at all. But they're too busy getting headlines." She started to walk away, and then she looked in the can. "Hey, thanks, man. You're okay. Listen, here's a flyer. If you want to do some more, call us." "Sure," Fortunato said. "What's your name?" "They call me CC, she said. "CC Ryder." "Is it the same CC as up there?" He pointed to the S in CC banner. CC shook her head. "You're funny, man," she said, and smiled once and faded into the crowd. He folded up the flyer and stuck it in his pocket and turned off the Bowery. All the talk of jokers had left him feeling disconnected. Just down the street was a mirror-walled club called the Fun House, owned by a guy named Desmond, who had a trunk instead of a nose. He was one of Fortunato's customers, always wanting a geisha with finer skin or darker hair or a sweeter face than Fortunato could find for him. Fortunato could not stand the thought of seeing him just then. On the side streets, hardly anyone wore masks anymore, and eyes stared back defiantly at him from upside-down faces or heads the size of cantaloupes. "Your new brothers and sisters," he told himself. For every ace there was 10 of these, lurking in alleys while the lucky ones put on capes and talked their lame jargon and jetted around fighting each other. The aces had the headlines and talk shows, and the freaks and cripples had Jokertown. Jokertown and the jungles of Vietnam, if CC's story was right. But the only place Fortunato wanted to be was back in Lenore's apartments, making love to her. And this time, he would let go. And if it made him weak, it wouldn't matter, and things would go back to the way they had always been. Except that sooner or later the killer was going to move again. Vietnam was halfway around the world, but the killer was right here, maybe in this very block. He stopped walking, looked up, and saw that his subconscious had brought him right to the alley where they'd told him they'd found Erica. He thought about what Cece had said, using power to take care of your own. When Lenore had jolted him out of his body, he'd seen things he'd never seen before, swirls and patterns of energy that he had no name for. If he could get out again, he might see something the cops had missed. A wino in a long, filthy overcoat stared at him. It took Fortunato a second to realize the man had long, floppy basset ears and a moist black nose. Fortunato ignored him, shutting his eyes and trying to remember the feeling. He might as well have been trying to think himself to the moon. He needed Lenore, but he was afraid to bring her here. Could he do it at her place, then fly back here? Would he be able to keep it going that long? What would happen to his physical body if he did? Too many questions. He called her from his payphone and told her where to meet him. "Do you have a gun?" he asked. "Yes, ever since, you know." "Bring it." "Fortunato, are you in trouble?" "Not yet," he said. By the time he got back to the alley with Lenore, he'd drawn a crowd. They all wore Salvation Army leftovers, baggy pants, ripped and stained flannel shirts, jackets the color of dried grease. One short old woman looked like a wax museum statue that had started to melt. Off to her right was a teenage boy, standing next to a rack of garbage cans, vibrating. When the vibrations got to a certain pitch, the cans would bang together like a spastic cymbal section, and the woman would turn on them in a fury and kick at them. The others were less obviously deformed, a man with suckers on the ends of his fingers, a girl whose features had been squared off with ridges of hardened skin. Lenore held onto Fortunato's arm. "What now?" she whispered. Fortunato kissed her. She tried to pull away when the audience of freaks started to snicker, but Fortunato was insistent, opening her lips with his tongue, moving his hands over the small of her back, and finally she began to breathe heavily, and he felt the power stirring at the base of his spine. He moved his lips down Lenore's shoulder, her long fingernails digging into his neck, and then he raised his eyes until he was looking at the dog man. He felt the power flow into his eyes and voice and said quietly, "Go away." The dog man turned and walked out of the alley. One at a time, he ordered the others away, and then he said, "Now," and guided her hands into his trousers. "Do it to me, what you did before." He slid his hands up under her sweater and moved them slowly over her breasts. Her right hand closed over him with the weight of her S&W 32. He closed his eyes as the heat began to build, letting the brick wall behind him take his weight. In seconds, he was ready to come, his astral body bobbling like a loosely held balloon. And then, like stepping sideways out of a moving car, he slipped free. Every brick and candy wrapper glistened with clarity. As he concentrated, the rumble of traffic slowed and deepened until it was barely audible. They found Erica in a doorway deep in the alley, severed arms and legs stacked like firewood in her lap, hid attached by less than half the thickness of her neck. Fortunato could see the stains of her blood deep within the molecules of the concrete, still glowing faintly with her life essence. The wood of the doorframe still held a trace of her perfume and a single thread of ash blonde hair. The baritone murmur of the street dropped to a vibration so low that Fortunato could feel the individual wave peaks pass through him. Now he could see the indentation Erica's body had made in the concrete stoop, the infinitesimal trace her shoes had pressed into the asphalt. And beside them, the footprints of her killer. They led from the street to Erica's body and back again, and at the curb they met the imprint of a car. He had no idea what kind of a car it had been, but he could see the tracks it had left, thick and black and fibrous, as if it had been burning rubber the entire way. He stopped for an instant and looked back at his material body frozen in Lenore's arms. Then he let the tracks of the car pull him out into the street, across to 2nd Avenue, then south to Delancey. He felt himself gradually weakening, his vision clouding up, and the background noises of the city starting to shake the edge of his hearing. He concentrated harder, pulling the last reserves of strength out of his physical body. The car turned north off the Bowery and paused in front of a shabby gray warehouse. Fortunato bore down on the sidewalk, saw the footprints as they crossed from the car to the building's front door. He followed them upstairs. He felt as if he'd been tied to a giant elastic band and run to its limit. Each stair took more out of him than the last. Finally, the footprints disappeared at the entrance to a loft, and he knew he was finished. The traffic noise spun up to speed around him, and he shot backward the way he'd come, drawn irresistibly home to his body. Blissful, exhausted, as if he'd drained himself in sex, he fell into it like a diver into a pool. Lenore staggered under his sudden dead weight, and then he slid down into unconsciousness. "No," she said, and rolled away from him. "I can't." She had purple circles under her eyes and her body was limp with exhaustion. Fortunato wondered how she'd been able to get him into a taxi and help him up the stairs to her apartment. "I don't understand," he said. "You build up a charge, and then sex burns it off. You see? The power, the Shakti. Except with tantric magic, you absorb the energy back into you. Not just yours, but whatever energy I give up to you. So when you come, you give up this Shakti. Right. And you give me all you have. That's right, big guy. I'm all fucked out." "I know where the killer is," he said, dialing. "If you can't give me the strength to take him, I'll have to get it somewhere else." He didn't like the way it came out, but he was too tired right then to care. Tired and something else. His brain hummed with the knowledge of his power, and he felt it changing him, taking control. The phone rang at the other end, and then he heard Miranda answer it. He covered the mouthpiece with his hands and turned back to Lenore. "Will you help?" She closed her eyes and did something with her mouth that was almost a smile. "I guess a hooker should know better than to be jealous." "Geisha?" Fortunato said. "All right," Lenore said. "I'll show her what to do." They had a line each of cocaine and some intense Vietnamese pot. Lenore swore it would only help tune them into each other. Miranda, tall, black-haired, lush, the most physically adept of his women, stripped slowly to garter belt, stockings, and black brassiere so thin he could see the dark ovals of her nipples. 40 minutes later, Lenore had passed out across the foot of the bed. Miranda, her head hanging down over the edge, arms spread in a mock crucifix, shut her eyes. "That's it," she whispered. "I can't come anymore. I may never come again." Fortunato pushed himself up onto his knees. He was covered with an even sheen of sweat, and he thought he could see a golden light radiating from underneath his skin. He saw himself in the mirror over Lenore's dresser and wasn't alarmed or even surprised when he saw that his forehead had begun to swell with power. He was ready. The cab led him off 2 blocks away from Delancey. He had Lenore's .32 shoved into the back of his pants for insurance, hidden by his black linen jacket. But if he could, he would do the job with his own hands. Either way, the cops were not going to get a chance to put the killer back on the streets. His eyes wouldn't quite focus, and he had to keep his hands in his pockets because he didn't trust them. For some reason, he was not afraid at all. He felt 15 again, like he felt when he started making it with the girls his mother trained. For months, he'd been afraid to try because of what his mother might say or do. Once he gave in, he no longer cared. It was the same now. He was reckless, charged with the dark scent and hot, moist pressure of sex, barely functioning in the real world at all. "I'm going to face a killer," he told himself, but they were only words. In his guts, he knew he was going to protect his women, and that was all that mattered. He climbed the stairs to the loft. It was after midnight, but he could hear the stereo blasting the Rolling Stones' Street Fighting Man through the steel door. He pounded on it with the bottoms of his fists. He swallowed hard, and his throat turned cold. The door opened. On the other side was a boy of 17 or 18, pale, thin, but well-muscled. He had long blonde hair and a face that might have been beautiful except for an eruption of pimples around the chin, clumsily hidden with makeup. He wore a yellow shirt with black polka dots and faded denim bell-bottoms. "You want something?" he finally asked. "To talk to you," Fortunato said. His mouth was dry and his eyes were still not focusing right. "What about Erica Naylor?" The boy had no reaction. "Never heard of her?" "I think you do." "You a cop?" Fortunato didn't answer. "Then fuck off." He started to close the door. Fortunato remembered the alley, ordering the jokers away. "No," he said, staring hard into the boy's colorless eyes. "Let me in." The boy hesitated, looking stunned, but not giving in. Fortunato hit the door with his shoulder, knocking the boy all the way back into the loft and onto the floor. The room was dark and the music deafening. Fortunato found an overhead light switch and flipped it on, then took an involuntary step back as his brain registered what he saw. It was Lenore's apartment twisted into perversion, The hip, sexy fashion of occultism taken all the way into torture and murder and rape. As in Lenore's apartment, there was a 5-pointed star on the floor, but this one was hasty, uneven, scratched into the boards with something sharp and then splattered with blood. Instead of velvet and candles and exotic wood, there was a gray striped mattress in one corner, a pile of dirty clothes, and a dozen or more Polaroid pictures tacked to the wall with a staple gun. He knew what he was going to find, but he walked over to the wall anyway. Of the 14 nude, dismembered women, he recognized 3. The latest, in the lower right-hand corner, was Erica. He couldn't think with the music blaring at him. He looked around for the record player and saw the blonde boy get up onto shaky legs and stumble toward the door. "Stop!" Fortunato shouted, but without eye contact it didn't mean anything. Enraged and panicking, Fortunato charged. He caught the boy around the waist and drove him into the bare plasterboard wall. And then, suddenly, he was trying to hold on to a raging animal, all knees and fingernails and teeth. Fortunato pulled away instinctively and watched the razor edge of an enormous switchblade flash between them, slicing through his jacket and his shirt and his skin, coming away outlined in red. "I'm going to die," Fortunato thought. The gun was stuck in the back of his pants, too far away to reach before the blade came around again, cutting deeper, sliding all the way in, killing him. He looked at the blade. Before he knew what he was doing, he was staring hard at it, concentrating, the way he had when he read the books in Lenore's apartment, the way he had in Jokertown Alley. And time slowed. He could see not only his own blood on the knife, but the blood of others, of Erica and all the other women in the photographs, washed away, but still held in the memory of the metal. He backed away from the insane blonde boy, moving with dream slowness through thickened air, but still moving faster than the boy or the knife. He reached behind him, felt the slick grips of the gun under his fingers. The rolling stones had slowed to a dirge as he brought the gun around, pointed it at the boy, saw the pale eyes go wide. "Don't kill him," he thought suddenly. "Not until you know why." He shifted the barrel until it pointed at the boy's right shoulder and pulled the trigger. The noise started as a vibration in Fortunato's hand, accelerated like a rocket, became a roar, a short bang of thunder, and then time was rolling again, the boy rocking back with the impact of the bullet, but his eyes not showing it, scooping the knife out of his useless right hand with his left and lurching forward again. Possessed, Fortunato thought with horror, and shot him through the heart. Staggering back, Fortunato pulled his shirt open and saw that the long, shallow cut across his chest had already stopped bleeding, would not even need stitches. He slammed the door to the hallway and walked across the room to kick out the plug to the phonograph. And then, in strangled silence, he turned to face the dead boy. The power rippled and surged inside him. He could see the blood of the women on the dead boy's hands, see the trail of blood that led from the crude pentagram on the floor, see the tracks where the boy had stood, the shadows where the women had died, and there, faintly, as if it had somehow been erased, the marks left by something else. Lines of power still lingered inside the pentagram, like heat waves shimmering off a highway in the desert. Fortunato ground his hands into fists, felt cool sweat trickle down his chest. What had really happened here? Had the boy somehow conjured a demon? Or had the boy's madness just been a tool for something vastly larger, something infinitely worse than a few random killings? The boy could have told him, but the boy was dead. Fortunato went to the door, put his hands on the knob. He closed his eyes and rested his forehead against the cold metal. "Think," he told himself. He wiped his fingerprints off the pistol and threw it next to the body. Let the cops draw their own conclusions. The Polaroid should give them plenty to think about. He turned to go again, and again couldn't leave the room. "You have the power," he told himself. "Can you walk away from here, knowing you have the power, refusing to use it?" Sweat ran down his face and arms. The power was in the yod, the rasa, the sperm. Incredible power, more than he knew how to control yet. enough to bring the dead back to life. No, he thought, I can't do it. Not just because the thought made him sick to his stomach, but because he knew it would change him. He had already seen things that those without it would never understand. Power corrupts, he'd been told, but now he saw how naive that was. Power enlightens. Power transforms. He unfastened the dead boy's belt, unzipped the bell-bottom jeans, and pulled them off. The boy had crapped and pissed in them when he died, and the smell made Fortunato wince. He threw the jeans in a corner and rolled the dead boy onto his stomach. I can't do this, Fortunato thought, but he was already hard, and the tears rolled down his face as he knelt between the dead boy's legs. He came almost immediately. It left him weak, weaker than he'd thought possible. He crawled away, pulling his pants back up, sick and disgusted and exhausted. The dead boy began to twitch. Fortunato got to the wall, pulled himself onto his feet. He was dizzy and his head throbbed with pain. He saw something on the floor, something that had fallen out of the dead boy's pants. It was a coin, an 18th century penny, so fresh that it looked reddish in the harsh light of the loft. He put the penny in his pocket in case it meant something later. Look at me, he said to the dead boy. The dead boy's hands clawed at the floor, gouging out bloody splinters. Slowly he pulled himself onto his hands and knees, and then lurched clumsily onto his feet. He turned and looked at Fortunato with empty eyes. The eyes were horrible. They said that death was nothingness, that even a few seconds of it had been too much. Talk to me, Fortunato said. Not anger anymore, but the memory of anger kept him going. God damn your white ass. Talk to me. Tell me what this means. Tell me why. The dead boy stared at Fortunato. For an instant something flickered there, and the dead boy said, Tiamat. The word was whispered, but perfectly clear. Then the dead boy smiled. With both hands he reached up to his own throat and ripped it bloodily out through the skin of his neck, and then, while Fortunato watched, tore it in half. Lenore was asleep. Fortunato threw his clothes into the garbage and stood in the shower for 30 minutes until the hot water ran out. Then he sat by candlelight in Lenore's living room and read. He found the name Tiamat in a text on the Sumerian elements of Crowley's magic. The serpent, Leviathan Kudaloo, monstrous, evil. He knew beyond question that he had found only a single tentacle of something that defied his comprehension. Eventually he slept. He woke up to the sound of Lenore closing the latches on her suitcase. Don't you see? She tried to explain. I'm just like a wall socket you come home to plug into to recharge. How can I live like that? You got what I always wanted, real power to do real magic, and you lucked into it, without even wanting it. And all the study and practice and work I did all my life doesn't mean shit because I didn't catch some alien virus. I love you, Fortunato said. Don't go. She told him to keep the books, to keep the apartment too if he wanted. She told him she would write, but he didn't need magic to know she was lying. And then she was gone. He slept for 2 days, and on the third, Miranda found him, and they made love until he was strong enough to tell her what happened. As long as he's dead, Miranda said, the rest I don't care about. When she left him that night for her client, he sat in the living room for over an hour, unable to move. Soon, he knew, he would have to start looking for the other being whose traces he'd seen in the dead boy's loft. Even the thought of it paralyzed him with loathing. Finally, he reached for Crowley's magic and opened it to chapter 5. Sooner or later, Crowley said, the gentle natural growth is succeeded by depression, the dark night of the soul, and infinite weariness and detestation of the work. But eventually would come a new and superior condition, a condition only rendered possible by the process of death. Fortunato closed the book. Crowley knew, but Crowley was dead. He felt like the last human on a barren rock planet, but he knew he wasn't the last human. He was one of the first of something new, something that had the potential to be better than human. That woman at the demonstration, CC, She'd said, "You should take care of your own." What would it cost him to save hundreds of jokers from dying in the heat and rotting dampness of Vietnam? Not very much. Not very much at all. He found the flyer in the pocket of his jacket. Slowly, with growing conviction, he dialed the numbers.
A November night wind whipped his trousers, stinging skinny legs like triffid tendrils as he shoehorned himself into a small club not far from campus. The murk throbbed like a wound, pulsing red and blue and noise. He stopped, hovering there in the door with the lumpy orange and green plaid coat in which his mother had packed him off to MIT 3 years before, hanging on his narrow shoulders like a dead dwarf. "Don't be such a coward, Mark," he told himself. "This is for science." The band lunged at Crown of Creation and wrestled it to the floor as he instinctively sought the darkest corner, teacup in hand. He'd learned how unhip it was to order Coke or coffee at least. Other than that, he'd learned none of the moves in weeks of research. The way he was dressed, in the high-water pants and pastel polyester shirt of the sort that always pooched out at the sides like a sail in the wind, he might have been in danger of being taken for a narc. This was the fall that followed Woodstock, the year Gordon Liddy invented the DEA to give Nixon an issue to distract attention from the war, but Berkeley and San Francisco were hip towns, university towns. They knew a science student when they saw one. The Glass Onion had no dance floor as such. Bodies swayed in crepuscular crimson and indigo glow between tables, or crowded into a clear space before the tiny stage, with a whisper of beads and buckskin fringe and the occasional dull glint of Indian jewelry. He kept as far from the action's center as he could, but being Mark, he inevitably bumped into everyone he passed, leaving a wake of glares and thin, embarrassed "excuse-me's" behind him, his prominent ears burning. He had almost reached his goal, the little rickety table made out of Ma Bell cable spool with a single dented green auditorium chair beside it, when he ran smack into somebody. The first thing that happened was that his massive horn-rimmed glasses slid down the ramp of his nose and disappeared in the dark. Next, he grabbed the person he'd bumped with both hands as his balance went. The teacup hit the floor with a crash and clatter. "Oh dear, oh please excuse me, I'm sorry," tumbled from his mouth like gumballs from a broken machine. He realized there was a certain softness of the person his skinny hands were clinging to so fervently, and the smell of musk and patchouli detached itself from the general miasma and drilled its way right up into his sensorium. He cursed himself. You had to go and run over a beautiful woman? At least she smelled beautiful. Then she was patting him on the arm, murmuring that she was sorry, and they both bent down to the floor together in search for the teacup and glasses while the bodies went round and around them. As they bumped heads and recoiled amid apologies, and Mark's fevered fingers found his glasses miraculously intact and fit them back in front of his eyes, and he blinked and found himself staring from a distance of 5 inches into the face of Kimberly Ann Cordain. Kimberly Ann Cordain, the girl, yes, of his dreams, childhood sweetheart unrequited from the moment he'd first beheld her, pinafored and 5, riding her trike down the modest suburban SoCal street where they both lived. He'd been so entranced by her Hallmark card perfection that the raspberry scoop fell off his ice cream cone to hot doom on the sidewalk and he never noticed. She pedaled over his bare toes and cruised on with her pert nose in the air, never acknowledging his existence. From that day, his heart had been lost. Hope and despair surged up like surf within him. He straightened, his tongue too tied to produce words, and she yelled, "Mark! Mark Meadows, fuck, but it's good to see you," and hugged him. He stood there blinking like an idiot. No female who wasn't a relative had ever hugged him before. He swallowed spastically. "What if I get an erection?" Belatedly, he made feeble patting gestures at the small of her back. She pushed away, held him at arm's length. "Let me look at you, brother." "Why, you haven't changed a bit." He winced. The taunting would begin now, for his skinniness, his clumsiness, his crew cut, the pimples still sprinkled across his scrawny, allegedly post-adolescent features, and his most recent, most aggravating deficit, his utter and complete inability to be anywhere near with it. In high school, Kimberly Ann had evolved from indifference into his foremost tormentor, or rather, a succession of jocks on whose over-elaborated biceps she hung, cooing encouragements, had assumed the role, but here she was tugging him towards the corner table. Come on, man. Let's talk about the bad old days. It was an opportunity for which he'd hopelessly hoped 3/4 of his life, face to face with his paragon of love and beauty, while the band on stage assaulted the Beatles' Blackbird and he couldn't think of one damn thing to say. But Kimberly Ann was more than happy to do the talking, about the changes she'd been through since good old Rexford Tugwell High, about the far-out people she'd met at Whittier College, how they turned her on and opened her eyes, how she'd dropped out midway through her senior year and come here, the Bay Area, the bright mecca of movement, how she'd been finding herself ever since. Perhaps he hadn't changed, but she most definitely had. Gone was the straight black ponytail, pleated skirts, pastel lipstick, and nail polish, the prim stewardess perfection of an up-and-coming Bank of America executive's one daughter. Kimberly's hair had grown long, hanging down well past her shoulders, in a great kinky, cloudy Yoko Ono mane. She wore a frilly peasant blouse embroidered with mushrooms and planets, a voluminous skirt tie-dyed into what reminded Mark of nothing so much as a fireworks displays in Disneyland. He knew her feet were bare from having stepped on one. She looked more beautiful than he ever could have imagined, and those pale eyes, winter sky eyes, that had so often frozen him in the past, were glowing at him with such warmth he couldn't barely stand to look at them. It was heaven, but somehow he couldn't buy it. Being Mark, he had to question. "Kimberly," he began. She held up 2 fingers. "Hold it right there, dude. I left that name behind me with my bourgeois ways. I'm Sunflower now." He bobbed his head and his Adam's apple. "Okay, Sunflower. So what brings you here, man?" "It's an experiment." She eyed him across the rim of her jelly jar wineglass, suddenly wary. "I just finished my undergraduate degree at MIT," he explained in a rush. "Now I'm here to get my doctorate in biochemistry from the University of California, Berkeley. So what's that got to do with this scene? Well, what I've been working on is figuring out just how DNA encodes genetic information. I published some papers, stuff like that. At MIT, they'd compared him to Einstein, as a matter of fact, but you'd never catch him saying that. But this summer, I found something that interests me a lot more. The chemistry of mind, blue blankness, her eyes. Psychedelics, psychoactive drugs. I read all the material. Leary, Alpert, the Solomon collection. It really, what's the expression? Really turned me on." He leaned forward, fingers plucking unconsciously at the felt-tip pens nestled in their plastic protector in his breast pocket. In his experiment, he sprinkled the spool tabletop with unconscious spittle. "It's a really vital area of research. I think it might lead to answering the really important questions, who we are and how and why." She looked at him with half a frown, half a smile. "I still don't get it." "I'm doing fieldwork to establish a context for my research. On the drug culture, the counterculture, trying to get an angle on how hallucinogen use affects people's outlook." He moistened his lips. "It's really exciting. There's a whole world I never knew existed here. A nervous tick encompassed the onion's smoky confines. But somehow I can't really, well, make contact. I've bought all the Grateful Dead records, but I still feel like an outsider. I almost feel I'd like to be part of this whole damn hippie thing." "Hippie?" she said with a patrician snort. "Mark, where have you been? It's 1969. The hippie movement's been dead for 2 years." She shook her head. "Have you actually done any of these drugs you're trying to study?" He flushed. "No, I'm not ready to get to that stage." "Poor Mark. You're so uptight. Looks as if I'm going to have my work cut out for me. Trying to show you what it is that's happening. Mr. Jones," the reference skimmed his flat top, but suddenly his face brightened and his nose and cheekbones and whatnot went in happy directions, and he showed his horsey teeth. "You mean you'll help me?" He grabbed her hand, snatched his fingers away as if afraid they'd leave marks. "You'll show me around?" She nodded. "Great." He picked up the teacup, clinked it against an upper tooth, realized it was empty, and clacked it down again. "I've been wondering why... That is, well, you've never, talked to me like this before." She took one of his hands in both of hers, and he thought his heart would stop. "Oh, Mark," she said tenderly, even. "Always the analytical one. It's just that since my eyes have been opened, I've realized that everyone's beautiful in his own way except the pigs who oppress the people, and I see you, still straight. But you haven't sold out, man, I can tell. I can read it in your aura. You're still the same old Mark." His head whirled like a carousel out of control. Cynical, his left brain tossed up the hypothesis that she was homesick, that he was part of a childhood and past she had cut herself off from, perhaps too completely. He brushed it aside. She was Kimberly Ann, invulnerable, unapproachable. Any minute now, she'd recognize him for the imposter he was. She didn't. They talked on into the night, or rather, she talked and he listened, wanting to believe but still unable to. When the band took a long overdue break, somebody queued up side one of Destiny's new album on the sound system. The gestalt burned off irrevocably in darkness and colored lights playing in the hair and face of the most beautiful woman in his world, and behind it the husky baritone of Tom Marion Douglas singing of love and death and dislocation, of elder gods and destinies best not hinted at. It changed him that night. But he didn't know yet. He was almost surfeited with wonder to be elated or even surprised when, halfway through the band's exiguous second set, Kimberly stood up suddenly, clutching his hand. "This is getting to be a drag. These guys don't know where it's at. Why don't you come over to my pad, drink a little wine, get a little high?" Her eyes challenged, and there was a bit of that old haughtiness, the old ice, as she pulled on waffle stomper boots with red laces. "Or are you too straight for that?" He felt as if he had a cotton ball sitting in the middle of his tongue. No, I'd be more than happy to. Far out, there's hope for you yet." In a daze, Mark followed her out of the club to a liquor store with a massive sliding San Quentin grating over the windows, where a balding, pasty-faced proprietor sold them a bottle of Ripple under a gaze of fish-eyed distaste. Mark was a virgin. He'd had his fantasies, the Playboy magazines with their pages stuck together stacked among the scientific papers under the tumble-down bed in his apartment on the fringes of Chinatown. But not even in fantasy did he ever dare to imagine himself coupled with the resplendent Kimberly Ann. And now he drifted the streets as if weightless, barely noticing the freaks and street people who exchanged greetings with Sunflower as they passed, and he barely noticed on the rickety backstairs when Sunflower said, "Meet my old man. You'll love him. He's a really heavy dude." Then the words crunched into his brain like a lead mallet. He stumbled. Kimberly caught him by the arm, laughing. Poor Mark. Always so uptight. "Come on, we're almost there." So he wound up in this little one-lung apartment with a hot plate and leaky faucet in the bathroom. By one wall, a salvaged mattress with a Madras print coverlet rested on a door propped on cinder blocks. Cross-legged on the spread, beneath a giant poster of the beautified Che, sat Philip, Sunflower's old man. He was dark-eyed and intense, a black t-shirt stretched over his brawny chest with a blood-red fist and the word Huelga lettered under it. He was watching clips of a demonstration on a little rump-sprung portable TV with coat hanger aerial. "Right on," he was saying as they came in. "The Lizard King has his head together. These clean for Gene work within the system aces like Turtle don't know what it's all about. Confrontation with the fascist America. Who the fuck are you?" After Sunflower took him off to one corner and explained to him in a fierce whisper that Mark was not a police spy, but an old friend, and "Don't embarrass me, asshole." He consented to shake Mark's hand. Mark craned past him at the TV. The bearded face of the man now being interviewed looked familiar somehow. "Who's that?" he asked. Philip lifted a lip corner. "Tom Douglas, of course, lead singer for Destiny, the Lizard King. He's scanned Mark from flat top to penny loafers. Or maybe you've never heard of him." Mark blinked, said nothing. He knew of Destiny and Douglas as research. He'd just bought their new album, Black Sunday, plain maroon cover dominated by a huge black sun. He was too embarrassed to say so. Sunflower's eyes went far away. "You should have seen him today at the demonstration." Facing down the pigs as the Lizard King, truly far out, amenities out of the way, the two of them broke out a contrivance of glass and rubber tubing, tamped its bowl full of dope, and lit up. Had Sunflower by herself offered Mark the grass, he would have accepted. But now he was feeling strange and alien again, as if his skin didn't fit him right, and he refused. He slouched in a corner next to a pile of daily workers while his host and hostess sat on the bed and smoked dope and stocky intense. Philip lectured him about the necessity for armed struggle until he thought his head was going to fall off, and he drank the whole bottle of sickly sweet wine by himself. He didn't drink either. And finally Kimberly began to snuggle up close to her old man and fondle him in a way that made Mark distinctly uneasy, and he mumbled excuses and stumbled out and somehow found his way home. As the first light of dawn drooled in the windows of his dingy flat, he regurgitated the contents of the Ripple bottle into his cracked porcelain toilet, and it took him 15 flushes to get it clear again. So began Mark's courtship of Sunflower, née Kimberly Ann Cordain.
"I want you." The words spilled across the wind, insolent, suggestive. The voice like molten amber with a whiskey edge for all the New Year's, noise measure quality of the little Jap transistor. Wojtek Grabowski pulled his windbreaker tighter over his wide chest and tried not to hear. The crane reared back like a zombie dinosaur, swayed a girder toward him. He gestured to the operator with exaggerated underwater moves. "I want you," the voice insisted. He felt a flash of irritation. A blast from the past, 1969, and Destiny's first hit song, the announcer had warbled in his professional adolescent voice. "These Americans," Wojtek thought. "They think 1966 is ancient history. Turn off that boogie-woogie shit," somebody growled. "Fuck you," the radio's owner said. He was 27 years old, 2 meters tall, and 6 months out of Nam, Marine, Ke San. The argument ended. Grabowski wished the boy would turn the radio off, but he didn't like to push himself forward. He was tolerated, a solid worker, who could drink the strongest man on site under the table on a Friday night. But he kept to himself. As the girder came down and the crew swarmed up to fix it in place and the cold wind off the bay drilled through thin nylon and aging skin, he thought how strange it was to find himself here. Him, the middle child of a prosperous Warsaw household, the small sickly one, the studious. He was going to be a doctor, a professor. His brother Clement, half envied, wholly admired, big, bold, dashing with a cavalryman's black mustache, was going into the officers' academy, was going to be a hero. Then the Germans came. Clement was shot in the back of the head by the Red Army in Katyn Wood. Sister Katya disappeared into the field brothels, while the Soviets squatted on the Vistula and let the Nazis do their dirty work for them. Father, a minor government functionary, outlived the war a few months before collecting his own bullet in the back of the neck, purged by the puppet Lublin regime. Young Wojtek, dreams of university forever shattered, spent 6.5 years as a partisan in the woods, ended them, a fugitive, exiled to a foreign land with only a single hope to keep his blood beating. "I want you." The repetition was beginning to grate on him. He'd grown up with Mozart and Mendelssohn. And the message. This was no love song, it was a lust song. An invitation to rot. Love meant more to him. A moment of cool moisture sluicing across his vision, wiped away by the wind's chill hand. He remembered marrying Anna, his partisan girl, in which the Stuttgars had left of a village church, and afterward the priest himself had hitched up his threadbare cassock and played Bach's toccata and fugue on the organ, miraculously intact, while a starving girl crouched to work the bellows. Next day, they'd lie in ambush for the fascists, but that night, another girder, Rose, Anna, had left before him, smuggled out by helpful British operatives, in June of 1945, bound for America with their child in her womb. He fought as long as he could, then followed. Now he dwelt in a land he loved almost as a lover. He had nothing else. In 23 years he had found no sign of the woman he loved, and the child she must have borne. Though, sweet Mary, how he'd searched. "I want you." He shut his eyes. "If I must endure that banal lyric one more time, to die with me." The music diminuendo in an eerie wail. For a moment he stood very still, as if the wind had turned the sweat to ice within his shirt. What had seemed a mere syrup confection was infinitely more evil. Here was a man, anointed spokesman of youth, for whom the blandishments of love, or even lust, were degraded into a totem dance, a ritual of death. The girder, clipped and upright, and rang like a cracked bell. Grabowski shook himself, gestured the crane man to stop. At the same time, he strained, heard the announcer say the name Tom Douglas. It was a name he would remember.
Mark hoped it was a courtship. 2 days later, Sunflower caught him coming out of a meeting with his sponsor and took him for a walk in the park. She let him tag along to the night spots and late-night rap sessions, to protect rallies in People's Park, to concerts. Always as her friend, her protege, the childhood friend, she had made it her personal crusade to redeem from straightness. But not, unfortunately, in the exalted role of her old man. He found reason to hope, however. He never saw the Studley Philip again. In fact, he never saw one of Sunflower's boyfriends more than once. They were all intense, passionate, brilliant, and at pains to tell you so, committed, and muscular. That much of Kimberly's taste had not changed. That gave Mark many choice moments of despair, but deep inside his skinny bosom he nursed the notion that someday she would feel the need of a rock of stability, and would come to him as a seabird to land. But still, he never made it across the gap that yawned between him and the world he yearned for, the world Sunflower inhabited and personified. He survived that winter on hope and the chocolate chip oatmeal cookies his mother had sent, and music. He came from a household where they sang along with Mitch, and Lawrence Welk occupied the same pinnacle as JFK. Rock and roll was never permitted to sully the air of his parents' house. He himself had been oblivious to it as everything outside of his lab and his private fantasies. He hadn't been aware of the Beatles' invasion, Mick Jagger's arrest for lycanthropy at the Isle of Wight concert, of the Summer of Love, and the acid rock explosion. Now it all came rushing in on him. The Stones, the Beatles, the Airplane, the Grateful Dead, Spirit and Cream and the Animals, and the Holy Trinity, Janis, Jimmy, and Thomas Marion Douglas. Tom Douglas most of all. His music brooded like an ancient ruin, dark, foreboding, hooded. Though his real affinity was to the gentler mamas and papas sound of an era already history, Mark was drawn to the Douglas touch, dark humor, darker twists, even as the Nietzschean fury implicit in the music repelled him. Perhaps it was that Douglas was everything Mark Meadows wasn't, famous and vibrant and courageous and with it and irresistible to women. And an ace. Aces, and the movement. In many ways, they blasted into the mainstream of public consciousness flying formation, like the heavy metal warbirds Mark's father had led into the battle over North Vietnam. There were more rock and roll aces than among any other segment of the population. Their powers tended not to be subtle. Some had the ability to project dazzling displays of lights, others made extravagant music without the need of instruments. Most, though, played mind games with the audience by means of illusion or straight emotional manipulation. Tom Douglas, the Lizard King, was the head trip master of them all. Spring arrived and Mark's faculty advisor pressured him for results. Mark began to despair, hating himself for his lack of resolution, or whatever defect of manhood kept him from precipitating himself into the drug scene. Unable to continue his research until he did, he felt like the fly preserved in a lucite ice cube his parents had inexplicably possessed when he was a child. April saw him withdraw from the world into microcosm to the paper reality inside his peeling walls. He had all Destiny's records, but he couldn't play them now, or the Dead, or the Stones, or martyred Jimmy. They were a taunt, a challenge he could not meet. He ate his chocolate cookies and drank his soda pop and emerged from his room, only to indulge a nostalgic childhood vice, love of comic books. Not only the old classics, fables of Superman and Batman from the days of innocence before humanity drew the wild card, but also their modern successors, which featured the fictionalized exploits of real aces like the Penny Dreadfuls of the Old West. He devoured them with addict's fervor. They fulfilled by proxy the longing that had begun to eat him up from the inside, not for metahuman powers, nothing so exotic, not his craving for acceptance into the mysterious world of counterculture, nor the desire for the lithe, brayless body of the former Kimberly Ann Cordain that kept him awake at night after sweaty night. What Mark Meadows desired more than anything in the world was effective personality, the ability to do so, to achieve, to make a mark, good or bad, it scarcely mattered. An evening before April's end, Mark's retreat was shattered by a knock on his apartment door. He just lay there on his thin mattress, on sheets unchanged in living memory, burying his long nose farther in the pages of Kosh Comics' Turtle number 92. His first reaction was fear, then anger at the intrusion. The world, he'd decided, was too much for him. He'd resolved to let it alone. Why couldn't it do as much for him? Again the knock, imperative, threatening the thin veneer of wood over emptiness. He sighed. "What do you want?" He edged the words with a whine. "Are you going to let me in, or am I going to have to smash through this papier-mâché thing your pig landlord calls a door?" For a moment Mark just lay there. Then he laid the comic on the mottled hardwood floor by the bed, and in his dingy, tired socks padded to the door. She stood there with hands on hips. She had on another 4th of July skirt and faded pink blouse, and against the spring bay chill, she'd pulled on a Levi's denim jacket with a black United Farm Workers eagle stenciled on the back and a peace symbol sewn on the left breast. She pushed into the room and slammed the door behind her. "Look at this shit," she said, with a gesture that bisected the walls at the breastbone level. "How can a human being live like this? Living on processed sugar, a nod at a plate of half-devoured cookies, and glass of brown soda that had been flat last week, and wadding your mind with that pig authoritarian bullshit." Another knife-edge gesture toward Turtle, lying in a crumpled heap on the floor. She shook her head. "You're eating yourself alive, Mark. You've cut yourself off from your friends, the people who love you. This has got to stop." Mark just stood there. He'd never seen her look so beautiful, though she was berating him, talking like his mother, or more correctly, his father. And then his skinny body began to vibrate like a tuning fork, because it struck him that she had said she loved him. It wasn't the sort of love he yearned and burned for from her, but emotionally couldn't be a chooser. "It's time you came out of your shell, Mark. Out of this womb room of yours, before you turn into something from Night of the Living Dead. I've got work to do." She cocked an eyebrow and nudged Turtle 92 with a booted toe. "You're coming with us." "Where?" He blinked. "Who?" "Haven't you heard?" A shake of the head. "Of course not. You've been locked here in your room like some kind of monk. The Destiny's back in town. They're playing a concert at the Fillmore tonight. My dad sent money. I have tickets for us, you, me, and Peter. So get your clothes on. We've got to leave now so we don't have to stand in line forever. And for God's sake, try not to dress like such a straight." Peter looked like a surfer and thought he was Karl Marx. His looks reminded Mark uncomfortably of an earlier boyfriend of Kimberly Ann's, the football team captain who'd busted his nose in high school for staring at her too avidly. Standing outside in a threadbare tweed jacket and his one pair of jeans, breathing humid air and used smoke, he listened while Peter delivered the same lecture on the historical process all Sunflower's boyfriends gave him. When Mark didn't agree avidly enough, he could never make enough sense out of all these manifestos to form much of an opinion. Peter fixed him with an ice-blue Nordic glare and growled, "I will destroy you." Later Mark found the line was a direct steal from the old man with the beard himself. Right now it made him want to melt through the tired pavement outside the auditorium. It didn't help that Sunflower was standing there beaming at the two of them as if they'd just won her a prize. Fortunately, Peter got into a screaming argument with the cops who frisked them for booze at the door, diverting his wrath from Mark. Guiltily, Mark hoped the cops would slam Peter over his blonde head with a nightstick and haul him off to the slammer. But Destiny was concluding its most tumultuous tour ever. Tom Douglas, whose consumption of booze and mind-altering chemicals was as legendary as his ace powers, had been getting mean drunk before every show. The Lizard King was on a rampage. Last week's New Haven concert had culminated in a riot that trashed Yale's old campus and half the town. In their own clumsy way, the cops were trying to avoid confrontation tonight. Frisking wasn't the shrewdest was to go about it, but the cops and the Fillmore management weren't eager to have the kids getting any wilder than Tom Douglas was going to make them anyway, so the audience got shaken down as them came in, but gingerly. Peter and his golden hair went unbusted. Mark's first Destiny concert was everything he might have imagined, raised to the 10th power. Douglas, characteristically, was 2 hours late on stage, equally characteristically, so fucked up he could barely stay standing, much less keep from pitching off into the mob of adoring fans. But the three musicians who made up the rest of Destiny were among the tightest performers of rock. Their expertise covered a multitude of sins, and gradually, around the solid skeleton of their playing, Douglas's ramblings and incoherent gestures resolved into something magical. The music was a blast of acid, dissolving Mark's lucite prison around him until it reached his skin and stung. At the end of the set, the lights went out like the shuttering of a great door. Somewhere a drum began a slow, thick beating. From darkness broke a tormented guitar wail. A single blue spot spiked down to illuminate Douglas, alone with the mic in the center of the stage, his leather pants glittering like snakeskin. He began to sing, a soft, low moan, increasing in urgency and volume, the intro to his masterpiece, Serpent Time. His voice soared in a sudden shriek, and the lights in the band boomed suddenly about him like storm surf breaking against rocks, and they were launched on an odyssey to the furthest reaches of the night. At last he took upon him the aspect of the Lizard King. A black aura beat from him like furnace heat and washed across the audience. Its effect was elusive, like some strange new drug. Some onlookers it lifted to pinnacles of ecstasy. Others it crammed down deep into hard-packed despair. Some saw what they most desired. Others stared straight down the gullet of hell. And in the center of that midnight radiance, Tom Douglas seemed to grow larger than life, and now and again there flickered in place of his broad, half-handsome features the head and flaring hood of a giant king cobra, black and menacing, darting left and right as he sang. As the song climaxed in a howl of voice and organ and guitar, Marx found himself standing with tears streaming unabashed down his thin cheeks, one hand holding sunflowers, the other a stranger's, and Peter sitting glumly on the floor with his face in his hands, mumbling about decadence. The next day was the last of April. Nixon invaded Cambodia. Reaction rolled across the nation's campuses like napalm. Mark found Sunflower across the bay, listening to speeches in the midst of an angry crowd in Golden Gate Park. "I can't do it," he shouted over the oratory din. "I can't cross over. Can't get outside myself." "Oh, Mark," Sunflower exclaimed with an angry, tearful shake of her head. "You're so selfish. So bourgeois." She whirled away and lost herself in the forest of chanting bodies. That was the last he saw of her for 3 days. He searched for her, wandering the angry crowds, the thickets of placards denouncing Nixon and the war, through marijuana smoke that hung like the scent around a honeysuckle hedge. His super-straight attire drew hostile looks. He shied away from a dozen potentially ugly encounters that first day alone, despairing ever more of his inability to become one with the pulsating mass of humanity around him. The air was charged with revolution. He could feel it building like a static charge, could almost smell the ozone. He wasn't the only one. He found her at an all-night vigil a few minutes before midnight of May 3rd. She was cross-legged on a small patch of etiolated grass that had survived the onslaught of thousands of protesting feet, idly strumming a guitar as she listened to speeches shouted through a bullhorn. "Where have you been?" Mark asked, sinking to the ankles in mud left by a passing shower. She just looked at him and shook her head. Frantic, he plopped himself down beside her with a small squelching splash. "Sunflower, where have you been?" "I've been looking all over for you." She looked at him at last, shook her head sadly. "I've been with the people, Mark," she said. "Where I belong." Suddenly she leaned forward, caught him by the forearm with surprising strength. "It's where you belong too, Mark. It's just that you're so selfish. It's as if you're armored in it. And you have so much to offer now, when we need all the help we can get to fight the oppressors before it's too late. Break out, Mark. Free yourself." Surprised, he saw a tear glimmering off in one corner of her eye. "I've been trying to," he said honestly. I just can't seem to do it." A breeze was blowing in off the sea, cool and slightly sticky, occasionally shouldering aside the words garbling out of the megaphone. Mark shivered. "Poor Mark, you're so uptight. Your parents, the schools, they've locked you into a straitjacket. You've got to break out." She moistened her lips. "I think I can help." Eagerly, he leaned forward. "How?" "You need to tear down the walls, just like the song says. You need to open up your mind." She fumbled for a moment in a pocket of her embroidered denim jacket, held out her closed hand, palm up. "Sunshine." She opened her hand. A nondescript white tablet rested on the palm. "Acid." He stared at it. Here it was, the object of his long, vicarious study, quest and quest's goal alike. The difficulty of obtaining LSD legally, and his deeply ingrained reluctance to attempt to attain it on the black market, along with his instinctive fear that his first attempt to purchase any would land him in San Quentin, had helped him put off the day of reckoning. Acid had been offered to him before in hip camaraderie. Always he refused it, telling himself it was because you never could be sure what was in a street drug, secretly because he'd always been afraid to step beyond the multiplex door it presented. But now the world he yearned to join was surging about him like the sea. The woman he loved was offering him both challenge and temptation, and there it sat slowly melting in the rain. He grabbed it from her, quickly and gingerly, as if suspecting it would burn his fingers. He poked it well down into a hip pocket of his black pipe-stem trousers, now so thoroughly imbued with mud they resembled an inept experiment in tie-dyeing. "I've got to think about it, Sunflower. I can't rush something like this." Not knowing what more to say or do, he started to untangle his lanky legs and stand. She caught him by the arm again. "No. Stay here with me. If you go home now, you'll flush it down the John." She drew him down beside her, closer than he'd ever actually been to her before, and he was suddenly acutely aware that her usual blonde vanguard fighter was nowhere in evidence. "Stay here among the people. Right beside me," she husked beside next to his ear. Her breath fluttered like an eyelash on his lobe. "See what you have to gain. You're special, Mark. You could do so much that really matters. Stay with me tonight." Although the invitation wasn't as comprehensive as he might have wished, he settled himself back into the mud, and so the night passed in cold communion, the two of them huddling inside the dubious shelter of her jacket, shoulder to shoulder, while orators thundered revolution, the final confrontation with America. By early morning gray, the demonstration began to autolize. They drifted together to an all-night coffee house near campus, ate an organic breakfast Mark couldn't taste, while Sunflower spoke urgently of the destiny lying in his reach. "If you could break out of yourself, Mark," she reached out and took one of his long, pale hands in a tan, compact one. "When I ran into you at that club last fall, I was glad to see you because I guess I was homesick for the old days, bad as they were. You were a friendly face." He dropped his eyes, blinking rapidly, startled by her open admission that she sought him out because of what he was rather than who he was. "That's changed, Mark." He looked up again, tentative as a deer surprised in an early morning garden, ready to flee at the slightest hint of danger. "I've come to appreciate you for what you are and what you could be. There's a real person hiding behind that crew cut and those horn-rimmed glasses and uptight establishment clothes you wear. A person crying to be let out." She put her other hand on top of his, stroked it lightly. I hope you let him out, Mark. I very much want to meet him. But the time's come for you to make a decision. I can't wait any longer. The time has come to choose, Mark. You mean... His tongue tripped. To his fatigue-fogged mind, she seemed to be promising much more than friendship, and at the same time to withdraw even that, if he could not bring himself to act. He walked her home to the backstairs apartment. On the landing outside, she grabbed him suddenly behind his neck, kissed him with surprising ferocity. Then she vanished inside, leaving him blinking.
They finally taught them little commie fuckers a lesson. Right on, I say. Right fucking on. Standing to one side of the base of the skyscraper in progress, sipping hot tea from a thermos, Wojtek Grabowski listened to his coworkers discussing the news they'd just heard on the omnipresent transistor. The National Guard had fired into a rally on Ohio's Kent State University campus. Several students known dead. They seemed to think it was high time. He did too, but the news filled him with sadness, not elation. Later, walking the beams above the world so high, he reflected on the tragedy of it all. American soldiers were fighting to protect American values and rescue a brother nation from communist aggression, and here were fellow Americans spitting on them, reviling them. Ho Chi Minh was portrayed as a hero, a would-be liberator. Grabowski knew that was a lie. He had bled to learn just what communists mean by liberation. When he heard them hailed as heroes, his murdered friends and family rose up in a chorus, at the back of his mind crying denunciations. It just wasn't what the protesters stood for. It was who they were. Children of privilege, overwhelmingly upper middle class, lashing out with the petulance of the spoiled against the very system that had given them comfort and security unparalleled in human history. America eats its young, they screamed. But he saw differently. America was in danger of being devoured by its young. They were led by false prophets, led horribly astray, by men like Tom Douglas. He'd read up on the singer since his song had so shocked him. Last November. He knew now that Douglas was one of the tainted, marked by the alien poison released that afternoon in September of 1946. A child of the evil new dawn, whose birth Grabowski had witnessed from the deck of a refugee ship moored off Governor's Island. No wonder the children rose like serpents to strike their elders, when they were counseled by men Satan had marked his own. Hey, shouted the huge ex-marine with the radio. Them hippie bastards are filling the streets down at City Hall, busting windows and burning American flags. The fuckers. We got to do something. It's revolution, right here and now. The young vet pulled on his Levi's jacket and settled his steel hat on his crew-cut head. It's only a few blocks from here. I don't know about you, but I am gonna do something about it. He led a rush towards the lift cage. Grabowski would have shouted, "No, wait, don't go. You must leave this to the authorities. If brother begins fighting brother, the forces of disorder will have won." But speech was denied him, because he was as furious as the rest and fearful, for he alone had seen the first-hand consequences of this revolution everyone talked about. And in his emotion, he had gripped a girder with all his might. His fingers had sunk into the steel as if it were the soft, sticky paste Americans called ice cream. He was himself marked with the mark of the beast.
For one brief shining moment, everyone, establishment and enemies alike, knew the time had come for fighting in the streets. If the revolution was coming, it was coming now in the first hot flush of fury following the Kent State massacre. Bay Area radical leaders had called a mammoth rally that morning in People's Park, and not just the police forces of the Bay Area, but Ronald Reagan's own contingent of National Guard had turned out to take them on. By 9:45, the police had withdrawn from the park, establishing a cordon sanitaire around the campus area to prevent conflagration from spreading. It was just the kids and several deuce-and-a-half trucks spilling National Guardsmen in battle dress and gas masks from under their canvas covers 40 meters away. With a loose clattering squeal and diesel chug, an M113 armored personnel carrier pulled to a halt behind the line of fixed bayonets, treads chewing at the sod like mouths. A man in captain's bars sat stiff and resolute in the cupola behind a .50 caliber machine gun, wearing what looked like a Newt Rockin' football helmet on his head. Students ebbed from the green line like mercury from a fingertip. They'd been shouting to bring the war home. Like their brothers in Ohio, it seemed they'd succeed in doing just that. The Guard was regularly called in to break up demonstrations, but the boxy, ugly shape of the APC represented something new, a note of menace even the most sheltered couldn't miss. The crowd faltered, buzzing alarm. Into the space between the lines, a single figure stepped, slim in black leather. "We came to be heard," said Thomas Marion Douglas, his voice pitched to carry, "and we're damned well going to be heard." Behind him, the crowd began to solidify. Here was a superstar, an ace, taking his stand with them. Across the bayonet hedge, the eyes of National Guard troopers flickered nervously behind the thick lenses of their masks. They were mostly young men who joined the Guard to avoid being drafted and sent to Nam. They knew who was facing them. Many owned Destiny records, had Douglas's haughty features staring down at them from posters on their bedroom walls. It was harder somehow to use bayonet or rifle butt against someone you knew, even if it was only as a face on a record jacket or in a photo spread in Life magazine. Their captain was of sterner stuff. He barked an order from the cupola, tear gas guns coughed, a half-dozen small comets arched down around Douglas and among the crowd surging up to join him. Billows of thick white smoke CS gas hid the singer from view. Taking a shortcut through an alley, Mark had managed to miss the police lines. At this moment, he emerged to a perfect sideline view of his very own idol standing with smoke swirling all around him like a medieval martyr at the stake. He stopped and stared open-mouthed at the confrontation shaping up before him. The acid kicked in. He felt reality's collagens dissolve, but the scene before him was too intense for hallucination. As the stiff morning breeze tattered the curtains of gas, a man standing with legs braced and fists raised appeared, auburn hair streaming back from a broad face that somehow flickered, interspersed with the head of a giant cobra, scales gleaming black, hood extended. The guardsman drew back. The Lizard King was in their midst. The king moved forward in a sinuous glide. Uniforms gave way. Someone jabbed at him with a bayonet, or maybe just didn't back off quickly enough. A flick of the wrist, seeming lazy and disdainful, but delivered with superhuman speed, and the rifle went spinning away as its owner stumbled backward to the grass with a yelp of terror. The captain in his iron box shouted hoarsely, trying to pull together the fraying strands of his men's determination. But as he assumed his Lizard King aspect, Douglas loosed his mind games upon them. Their eyes began to wander, seeking visions of desperate beauty or mind-numbing horror, each affected in his own way by the Lizard King's black aura. The crowd was advancing now, chanting, shouting, menacing. The guard captain did the only thing he could. His thumb pulsed once against the .50 caliber's butterfly trigger. The gun vomited noise to bust glass, and a Volkswagen flame streaming tracers over the protesters' heads. Triumphant and eye blink before the crowd came apart in screaming panic. The noise of the shots struck Mark like a giant pillow and spun him backward along endless twisting corridors. But the scene stayed before him, light at the end of a tunnel, terrible and insistent. No one had been hit by the burst, but the protesters, like Mark himself, had come up for the first time against the reality their prophet Mao had tried to impress on them, where power comes from. Tom Douglas was standing so close that muzzle flash singed his eyebrows. He didn't flinch, though the noise struck him with a force a truckload of speakers couldn't match. Instead, he met it with a roar of his own that sent guardsmen tumbling like frightened puppies. A prodigious leap, and he stood on the upper deck of the APC. He bent, grasped the gun's barrel, heaved. The heavy Browning came away from its mounting like a sapling torn up by the roots. He held the weapon above his head, both-handed, then with a single convulsion of shoulders and biceps bent the barrel almost double. Having displayed his contempt for the establishment and its war machines, he tossed the ruined machine gun after the troopers, now in full rout, and bent forward to pluck the now terror-stricken captain from the cupola by the front of his blouse. He held the man up before him, legs kicking feebly, and was struck down from behind by a blow driven with the full, awesome strength of an unknown ace. Mark snapped. With a shriek, his soul vanished into swirling dark. His body turned and blindly ran.
Wojtek Grabowski saw a sinister serpent figure in black leap onto the APC and tear the weapon from its mountings, and knew it had been the right choice to live. Only devout Catholicism had stopped him from throwing himself to his death. He'd hurried from the site, already deserted as the workers rushed to attack the demonstrators, and home to his cramped apartment to a night-long vigil of misery and silent prayer. With dawn had indeed come light, and he knew with a warm rush that his ace affliction was divinely sent, a blessing, not a curse. Revolution threatened his adopted home, led by those who'd sworn allegiance to the forces of darkness. He had washed, dressed, made his own way to the park with peace in his heart. Now he was confronted with the beast that seemed to have many heads, knew that he was face to face with the hated Tom Douglas himself. Fury blasted into him. The ace transformation overtook him, bulking his muscles hugely to fill his baggy clothes to the bursting point. The steel hat of his profession was on his head. a yard-long pipe-fitter's wrench in his hand. Lingering doubts about using his strength against normal humans vanished. Here was an enemy worthy of him, an ace, a traitor, a servitor of hell. He raced forward, vaulted onto the vehicle even as the snake-headed creature in black plucked its commander from the hatch. Students cried warnings Douglas didn't hear. Hardhat raised his wrench and struck at the back of a head now bushy-haired, now black and glabrous and obscene. The blow would have pulped the skull of a normal human or torn his head from his shoulders. But the constant shifting of Douglas's appearance confused Grabowski's aim. The blow glanced off. Douglas dropped the squirming officer and slumped bonelessly off the vehicle as momentum carried the wrench downward to buckle the aluminum top armor like tinfoil. Thinking he had killed him, Grabowski felt strength ebb. He needed rage to stay in the meta state, but all he felt was shame. Desperate, he turned to face the crowd. "Go home," he shouted in his hoarse, harsh English. "Go home now is over. You must not fight no more. Obey your leaders and live in peace." They stood and stared at him with sheep's faces. Morning dew had sucked the down into it and poisoned the grass. A few, with CS tendrils, writhed on the ground like dying snakes. Tears streamed down Grabowski's face. Wouldn't they listen? From the rear of the crowd, a young man shouted, "Fuck you! Fuck you, you motherfucking fascist!" To have that epithet thrown at him. A man who still carried fascist bullets in his flesh. But some spoiled, insolent, ignorant puppy. Anger filled him in abundance, and with it, the inhuman strength. Fortunately for him, because about then Tom Douglas got his wits back, jumped to his feet, grabbed the hardhead by the ankles, and yanked his boots out from under him. Grabowski's helmet struck the deck like a giant cymbal. Every bit as furious as the man who had taken him down, Douglas caught him as he fell, slammed him against the side of the vehicle, and began to pile-drive blows into him with his own ace strength. But Grabowski, too, had more than human durability. He dragged his wrench up between their bodies, thrust Douglas violently away. Douglas's feet slipped once on the wet grass. He caught himself with serpent agility and lunged forward to attack, only to check himself and go up on tiptoe like a ballet dancer, while a savage two-handed swipe of the wrench whined within an inch of his abdomen. Douglas dove inside the wrench's deadly arc. He grappled his opponent, slamming punches in under the short ribs. Grabowski took a quick step backward, put a hand on Douglas's sternum, and pushed. Douglas fell back a step. The wrench lashed out, and this time only Douglas's metahuman reflexes saved him from catching it square in the front of his skull. The tool steel raked his forehead. Blood cascaded. He backpedaled furiously, wiping his eyes with one hand while the other thrashed about in an attempt to ward the following blow. Hardhat swung his wrench like a baseball bat and took Douglas under the right arm with a sound that echoed through the park like a grenade explosion. Douglas went down. Hardhat stood over him with legs spread wide, raising the wrench slowly above his head like a headsman preparing to stroke. Blood drooled from the corner of his mouth. He was berserk, beyond compunction, beyond compassion, devoid of anything but the need to smash his opponent's skull like a snail on a rock. But even as the gleaming, blood-dripping wrench started down, a golden chain wrapped around it from behind and stopped the blow before it was launched. With a fighter's reflex, Hardhat instantly relaxed his arms, allowing his range to travel in the direction the sudden restraint pulled. Then he snapped the weapon forward and down, spinning as he did so to throw the entire augmented weight of his body against the slack. But as he moved, a hooligan rippled down the chain and it loosened so that the wrench slithered free with a musical sound. Motion unchecked by expected impact, Hardhat spun around completely, staggering forward, continued through another half-turn so that he faced his opponent across 5 meters of muddy, trampled earth. A youth stood there, slender and tall, golden hair falling to his shoulders, dangling a saucer-sized peace medallion of gold on a long chain. Despite bay morning chill, he wore only a pair of jeans. To the short, dark Grabowski, he looked like nothing so much as a figure stepped from a Nazi recruiting poster. "Who are you?" Hardhat snarled. Then, realizing he had spoken in his own tongue, repeated it in English. The youth frowned briefly as if perplexed. "Call me Radical," he said with a grin. "I'm here to protect the people." "Traitor!" Hardhat launched himself, swinging the wrench. Radical danced aside. No matter how savagely Hardhat attacked, no matter how he feinted, his opponent eluded him with apparent ease. Frustrated at his attempts to strike the golden youth, Hardhat turned once again to Douglas, still moaning on the ground. And Radical was there, peace symbol weaving a golden figure 8 in the air before him, warding Hardhat's most ferocious blows with sparks of chorus cans, while soldiers and students alike stood transfixed by the spectacle. But if Hardhat couldn't strike past the amulet, Radical seemed unwilling or unable to counterattack. Noting this, Hardhat backed away, waving his wrench menacingly. After a moment, Radical followed, flowing like mist. Hardhat circled Widershins. Radical kept pace. Slowly the pole drew his long-haired opponent away from the recumbent Douglas. Lightning fast, he wheeled left and hurled himself at the onlookers. Though his speed wasn't as great as Radical's, it was greater than the norms, and he was among the crowd of protesters before any could react. Wrench, upraised to smash. Caught by surprise, Radical was unable to react in time. The wrench stayed up, frozen like a fly in lucite. Radical sprang forward, driven to attack by desperation, swinging his peace medallion at the back of the tree trunk neck below the helmet's sweep. It connected with the chunk of an axe striking wood. Not as mighty a blow as the Lizard King could have delivered, not to be compared in the least with the terrible force of Grabowski's wrench, but sufficient to scramble Hardhat's senses, send him pitching face first into the grass and mud and crumpled signs.
Radical poised above him, swinging his medallion in a slow circle at his side. A moment later, Douglas joined him, rubbing his side and grimacing. "Think he cracked a few ribs there," he rasped in his familiar dirt road baritone. "What the hell?" Even as they watched, the inhumanly squat form of Hardhat dwindled into a stocky, balding man in baggy clothes, lying with his face in the mud, sobbing as if his heart were broken. Shaking his shaggy mane, Douglas turned on his benefactor. "I'm Tom Douglas." "Thanks for saving my ass." "The pleasure's mine, man." And then Douglas stepped forward and embraced the taller blond man, and a cheer went up from the crowd. The National Guard soldiers were already in retreat, leaving their APC behind. The revolution would not come today, or ever perhaps, but the kids had been saved. As the television cameras churned, Tom Douglas proclaimed Radical his comrade in arms and called into being a celebration as wild as any the Bay Area had known. While the police kept their uneasy perimeter and the National Guard licked its wounds, thousands of kids poured into the park to hail the conquering heroes. The abandoned M113 provided an impromptu stage. Tents dotted the park like colorful mushrooms. Music and drugs and booze flowed freely all that day and all that night. At the center of it all glowed Tom Douglas and his mysterious benefactor, surrounded by beautiful and compliant women, none more so than the willowy brunette with eyes like impacted ice everybody called Sunflower, who appeared to have sprouted from Radical's hip like a postnatal Siamese twin. The newcomer would give no other name than Radical, and he turned away all questions as to his origin and how he happened to be at that place at that time, with a grin and a shy, "I was here because I was needed here, man." At dawn the next day, he slipped quietly away from the dwindling festivities and vanished. He was never seen again.
In the spring of 1971, charges against Tom Douglas stemming from the People's Park confrontation were dropped, at the recommendation of Dr. Tachyon, who'd been called in by Scare to help investigate the incident, just as Destiny's album City of Night hit the stands. Shortly thereafter, Douglas electrified the rock world by announcing he was retiring, not just as a musician, but as an ace. So he took Dr. Tachyon's experimental trump cure and was one of the fortunate 30% on whom it worked. The Lizard King disappeared forever, leaving behind Thomas Marion Douglas, Norm, who was dead in 6 months. His overuse of drugs and alcohol had achieved such heroic proportions that only ace endurance kept him alive. Once that was gone, his health deteriorated rapidly. He died of pneumonia in a seedy hotel in Paris in the fall of 1971. As for Hardhat, interviewed by Dr. Tachyon the day after the confrontation, hospitalized for observation with a mild concussion, Wojtek Grabowski insisted his foes had not defeated him. "All you need is love," ran the received wisdom of the day, and love had brought him down. Or so he claimed, because when he hurled himself against the crowd, he found himself staring into the face of Anna, his wife, lost to him for 2 decades and a half. "Not quite Anna," he said tearfully. There were differences in the color of hair, the shape of nose. And of course Anna would not be a woman in her early 20s, but their daughter would be. Grabowski was convinced he had seen, at last, the child he had never known. The horrible knowledge that his anger had almost led him to destroy that which he cherished most in all the world bled the strength from him in an instant, so that what Radical's medallion struck was a being in transition from full ace strength to normal human state. Touched, Dr. Tachyon helped Grabowski search the Bay Area for his daughter. Privately, he never expected to find her. At the moment, Grabowski believed he saw her. Tom Douglas had been recovering. His Lizard King aspect was still active. And that black aura could make you see what you most wished to see. As far as Tachyon was concerned, it had. To none of his surprise, the search turned up nothing. In any event, he was able to devote little time to Grabowski, no matter how much the man's plight affected him. He returned east after 3 weeks of assisting Grabowski and Scare investigators. A couple of months later, he learned Grabowski had vanished, no doubt to pursue the search for his family. Since then, no more had been heard of Wojtek Grabowski or Hardhat, As for radical,
In the early morning hours of May 6, 1970, Mark Meadows staggered out of an alley opening onto People's Park with his head full of white noise, clad only in his one pair of jeans. He had no memory of what had happened to him, scarcely realized where he was. He found himself amongst the remnants of last night's celebrants, heavy-eyed with fatigue, but still chattering like speed freaks about the fantastic events of the last 24 hours. "You should have been there, man," they told him. And as they described the events of yesterday morning, strange fragments of memory, surreal and disjointed, began to bubble to the surface of Mark's mind. Perhaps he had. Was he remembering his own experiences, or was the last of the acid casting up images to match the breathless, vivid descriptions a dozen eyewitnesses pressed on him at once? He didn't know. All that he knew was that the radical represented the realization of his wildest dream. Mark Meadows was a hero, and when he saw Sunflower standing nearby, hair disarrayed, eyes dreamy, and she said to him, "Oh, Mark, I just met the most fantastic dude," he knew that whatever hopes he'd had of being more than Sunflower's friend had just gone poof, unless he were, in fact, the radical. He knew what to do, of course. He'd learned more than he consciously realized during his street apprenticeship with Sunflower. By nightfall, he was cross-legged on his own mattress among his cookies and comic books, clutching 2 weeks' living expenses worth of LSD. He was so exalted when he popped the first tab that he barely needed the drug to get off. Which was all he did. No radical transformation. Nothing. He just tripped out. For a week, he didn't leave the apartment, living on moldy crumbs, slamming down increasing doses of acid as fast as the effects of the last charge faded. Nothing. When at last he staggered forth for more drugs, he'd already taken on a blur around the edges. So began the quest.
Interlude 3. From Wild Card Chic by Tom Wolfe, New York, June, 1971. These are nice. Little egg rolls filled with crab meat and shrimp. Very tasty. A bit greasy, though. Wonder what the aces do to get the grease spots off the fingers of their gloves? Maybe they prefer the stuffed mushrooms to the little Roquefort cheese morsels rolled in crushed nuts, all of which are at this very moment being offered them on silver platters by tall, smiling waiters in Aces High livery. These are the questions to ponder on these wild card chic evenings. For example, that black man there by the window, the one shaking hands with Hiram Worcester himself, the one with the black silk shirt and the black leather coat, and that absolutely unbelievable swollen forehead, that dangerous-looking black man with the cocoa-colored skin and almond-shaped eyes, who came off the elevator with 3 of the most ravishing-looking women any of them have ever seen, even here in this room full of beautiful people. Is he, an ace, a palpable ace, going to pick up a little egg roll stuffed with shrimp and crab meat when the waiter drifts by and just pop it down the gullet without so much as missing a syllable of Hiram's cultured geniality? Or is he more of a stuffed mushroom man at that? Hiram is splendid. A large man, formidable man, 6'2" and broad all over. In a bad light, he might pass for Orson Welles. His black spade-shaped beard is immaculately groomed, and when he smiles, his teeth are very white. He smiles often. He is a warm man, a gracious man, and he greets the aces with the same quick, firm handshake, the same pat on the shoulder, the same familiar exhortation with which he greets Lillian, and Felicia and Lenny, and Mayor Hartman, and Jason, John, and Dee Dee. "How much do you think I weigh?" he asks them jovially and presses them for a guess. 300 pounds, 350, 400. He chuckles at their guesses, a deep chuckle, a resonant chuckle, because this huge man only weighs 30 pounds and he's set up a scale right here in the middle of Aces High, his lavish new restaurant high atop the Empire State Building, amid the crystal and silver and crisp white tablecloths, a scale like you might find in a gym, just so he can prove his point. He hopes on and off nimbly whenever he's challenged. 30 pounds, and Hiram does enjoy his little joke. But don't call him Fat Man anymore. This ace has come out of the deck now. He's a new kind of ace, who knows all the right people and all the right wines, who looks absolutely correct in his tuxedo and owns the highest, chicest restaurant in town. What an evening! The tables are set all around, the silver gleaming, the tremulous little flames of the candles reflected in the encircling windows, a bottomless blackness with 1,000 stars inside and 1,000 stars outside, a Manhattan tower full of stars, the highest, grandest tower of all, with marvelous people drifting through the heavens. Jason Robards, John and Dee Dee Ryan, Mike Nichols, Willie Joe Namath, John Lindsay, Richard Avedon, Woody Allen, Aaron Copland, Lillian Hellman, Steve Sondheim, Josh Davidson, Leonard Bernstein, Otto Preminger, Julie Belafonte, Barbara Walters, the Penns, the Greens, the O'Neills. And now, in this season of Wildcard Chic, the Aces. That knot of people there, that cluster of enthralled, adoring, excited people with the tall, thin champagne glasses in their hands and the rapt expressions on their faces. In their midst, the object of all their attention is a little man in crushed velvet tuxedo, an orange crushed velvet tuxedo, with tails and a ruffled lemon-yellow shirt and long, shiny red hair. Tisian Bront Tsara, Sek Halima Sek Ragnar Sek. Omian is holding court again, the way he must have done once on Takis, and some of the marvelous people about him are even calling him Prince and Prince Tizan, though they don't often pronounce it right, and to most of them, now and forever, he will remain Dr. Tachyon. He's real, this prince from another planet, and the very idea of him, an exile, a hero, imprisoned by the army and persecuted by Huac, a man who has lived 2 human lifetimes and seen things none of them can imagine, who labors selflessly among the wretched of Jokertown. Well, the excitement runs through Aces High like a rogue hormone. And Tachyon seems excited too. You can tell by the way his lilac-colored eyes keep slipping over to linger on the slender Oriental woman who arrived with the other ace, that dangerous-looking Fortunato fellow. I've never met an ace before, the refrain goes. This is a first for me. The thrill vibrates through the air of Aces High until the whole 86th floor is thrumming to it. A first for me, never known anyone like you. A first for me, always wanted to meet you. A first for me, and somewhere in the damp soil of Wisconsin, Joseph McCarthy spins in his coffin with a high, thin whirring sound, and all his worms have come home to roost now. These are no Hollywood posers, no dreary politicians, no faded literary flowers, no pathetic jokers begging for help. These are real nobility, these aces, these enchanting electric aces, so beautiful. Aurora sitting on Hiram's bar, showing the long, long legs that have made her the toast of Broadway. The men clustered around her, laughing at her every joke. Remarkable, that red gold hair of hers, curled and perfumed, tumbling down across her bare shoulders, and those bruised, pouting lips. And when she laughs, the northern lights flicker around her and the men burst into applause. She's signed to make her first film next year, playing opposite Redford, and Mike Nichols will direct. The first ace to star in a major motion picture since... No, we wouldn't want to mention him, would we? Not when we're having so much fun. So astonishing. The things they can do. These aces. A dapper little man dressed all in green produces an acorn and a pocketful of potting soil, borrows a brandy snifter from the bartender, and grows a small oak tree right there in the center of Aces High. A dark woman with sharply sculpted features arrives in jeans and a denim shirt. But when Hiram threatens to turn her away, she clasps her hands together, and suddenly she is armored head to toe in black metal that gleams like ebony. Another clap, and she's wearing an evening gown, green velvet, off the shoulder, perfect for her, and even Fortunato looks twice. When the ice for the champagne buckets runs low, a burly, rock-hard black man steps forward, takes the Dom Perignon in hand, and grins boyishly as frost rims outside of the bottle. "Just right," he says when he gives the bottle to Hiram. "Any longer and I'd freeze it solid." Hiram laughs and congratulates him, though he doesn't believe he has the honor. The black man smiles enigmatically. "Croyd," is all he says. So romantic, so tragic. Down there by the end of the bar, in gray leather, that's Tom Douglas, isn't it? It is, the Lizard King himself. I hear they just dropped the charges, but what courage that took, what commitment, and say, whatever happened to that radical fellow who helped him out? Douglas looks terrible, though, wasted, haunted. They crowd close around him, and his eyes snap up, and briefly the specter of a great black cobra looms above him, dark counterpoint to Aurora's shimmering colors, and silence ripples across Aces High until they leave the Lizard King alone again. So dashing, so flamboyant. Cyclone knows how to make an entrance, doesn't he? But that's why Hiram insisted on the sunset balcony after all, not just for drinks out under the summer stars and the glorious view of the sun going down across the Hudson, but to give his aces a place to land, and it's only natural that Cyclone would be the first. Why ride the elevators when you could ride the winds? And the way he dresses, all in blue and white, The jumpsuit makes him look so lithe and rakish, and that cape, the way it hangs from his wrists and ankles, and then balloons out in flight when he whips up his wings. Once he's inside, shaking Hiram's hand, he takes off his aviator's helmet. He's a fashion leader, Cyclone, the first ace to wear a honest-to-God costume, and he started back in '65, long before these other aces come lately, wore his colors even through those 2 dreary years in Nam. But just because a man wears a mask doesn't mean he has to make a fetish of hiding his identity, does it? Those days are past. Cyclone is Vernon Henry Carlyle. Of San Francisco, the whole world knows. The fear is dead. This is the age of wildcard chic when everyone wants to be an ace. Cyclone came a long way for this party, but the gathering wouldn't be complete without the West Coast's premier ace, would it? Although Taboo thought that it is, with stars and aces glittering all around on a night when you can see 50 miles in every direction. Really, the gathering isn't quite complete, is it? Earl Sanderson is still in France, though he did send a brief but sincere note of apology in reply to Hiram's invitation. A great man, that one. A great man, greatly wronged. And David Harstein, the lost envoy, Hiram even ran an ad in the Times. David, won't you please come home? But he's not here either. And the turtle? Where is the great and powerful turtle? There were rumors that on a special magical night, this halcyon time for wildcard chic, the turtle would come out of his shell and shake Hiram's hand and announce his name to the world. But no, he doesn't seem to be here. You don't think, God, no. You don't think those old stories are true and the turtle is a joker, after all? Cyclone is telling Hiram that he thinks his 3-year-old daughter has inherited his wind powers, and Hiram beams and shakes his hand and congratulates the doting daddy and proposes a toast. Even his powerful, cultivated voice cannot cut through the din of the moment, so Hiram makes a small fist and does that thing he does to gravity waves and makes himself even lighter than 30 pounds until he drifts up toward the ceiling. Ace's high goes silent as Hiram floats beside his huge Art Deco chandelier, raises his Pim's cup, and proposes his toast. Lenny Bernstein and John Lindsay drink to little Mistral Helen Carlyle, second-generation ace-to-be. The O'Neills and the Ryans lift their glasses to Black Eagle, the envoy, and the memory of Blythe Stanhope Van Rensselaer. Lillian Hellman, Jason Robards, and Broadway Joe toast the turtle and tachyon, and everyone drinks to Jet Boy, father of us all. And after the toasting comes the causes. The wild card acts are still on the books, and in this day and age, that's a disgrace. Something must be done. Dr. Tachyon needs help. Help for his Jokertown clinic. Help with his lawsuit. How long has that been dragging on now? His suit to win custody of his spaceship back from the government that wrongly impounded it in 1946. The shame of it, to take his ship after he came all the way to help, it makes them angry, all of them. And of course they pledge their help, their money, their lawyers, their influence. A beautiful woman on either side of him, Tachyon speaks of his ship. It's alive, he tells them, and by now it's certainly lonely. And as he talks, he begins to weep, and when he tells them that the ship's name is Baby, there's a tear behind many a contact lens, threatening the artfully applied mascara below. And of course, something must be done about the Joker Brigade. That's little better than genocide, but that's when dinner is served. The guests drift to their assigned seats. Hiram's seating chart is a masterpiece, measured and spiced as precisely as his gourmet food. Everywhere just the right balance of wealth and wisdom and wit and beauty and bravura and celebrity, with an ace at every table, of course. Otherwise, someone might go away feeling cheated in this year and month and hour of wildcard chic.
As she dodged cabs, crossing Central Park West and entering the park, Rosemary Muldoon knew she was in for a difficult afternoon. She distractedly maneuvered through a late-afternoon mob of dog walkers gathered on the sidewalk and looked for Vagabond. As an intern with the New York's Social Services Department, Rosemary got all the interesting cases, the ones no one else would handle. Vagabond, the enigmatic transient she had drawn this afternoon, was about the worst. Vagabond had to be at least 60, and smelled as if she hadn't bathed in half that time. That was something Rosemary had never gotten used to. Her family was not what one could call nice, but each person bathed daily. Her father insisted on it, and nobody refused her father. She had been drawn to the detritus of society precisely because of their alienation. Few had any connection with their past or their families. Rosemary recognized this, but told herself that it did not matter what the reason was. The result was the important thing. She could help them. Vagabond was standing beneath a grove of oaks. As Rosemary approached her, she thought she saw Vagabond gesturing and talking to a tree. Shaking her head, Rosemary pulled out Vagabond's file. It was slim. Real name unknown, age unknown, place of origin unknown, history unknown. According to the sparse information, the woman lived on the streets. The best guess of the previous social worker was that Vagabond had been released from a state institution to provide space. The bag lady was paranoid, but probably not dangerous. Because Vagabond had refused to give any information, there had been no way to help her. Rosemary put away the paperwork and marched toward the old woman dressed in layers of ragged clothing. "Hello, Vagabond. My name is Rosemary, and I'm here to help you." Her gambit failed. Vagabond turned her head and stared at two kids throwing a frisbee. "Don't you want a nice, safe, warm place to sleep? With hot meals and people to talk to?" The only response she received was from the biggest cat she had ever seen outside the zoo. It had walked over to Vagabond and then glared at Rosemary. "You could take a bath." The bag lady's hair was filthy. "But I need to know your name." The huge black cat looked at Vagabond and then glared at Rosemary. "Why don't you come with me and we can talk?" The cat began to growl. "Come on!" As Rosemary reached toward Vagabond, the cat sprang. Rosemary jumped back, tripping over the handbag she'd set on the ground. Lying on her back, she could see eye to eye with the very angry feline. "Nice, kitty. Stay right there." As she started to get up, the black cat was joined by a slightly smaller calico cat. "Okay, I'll see you another time." Rosemary grabbed her bag and file and retreated. Her father never understood why she wanted to deal with the poor of the city, the filth, as he called them. Tonight, she was going to have to suffer through another chaperoned evening with her parents and her fiancé. An arranged marriage in this day and age. She wished it was easier to stand up to her father and say no. Her family was a creature of tradition. She just did not fit in. Rosemary had her own apartment, which, until recently, she had shared with Cece Ryder. Cece was a vocal hippie. Rosemary had made sure that her father and Cece never met. The consequences were too horrible to consider. Keeping her two lives separate was essential. It was a line of thought that took her too close to the pain. Cece was gone. She had disappeared into the city. Rosemary was frightened for Cece and for herself, for what it meant about the city. Rosemary looked up from the park bench where she had collapsed. It was time to get the file back to the office and head for Columbia and class.
What a terrific night. Lombardo, lucky Lummy. Lucchese was feeling great, just great. After 2 whole years of working numbers and small-time protection, he had at last made it into the foremost of the 5 families. They knew talent and he had plenty. Walking down 81st, toward the park with his 3 friends, he was on top of the world. He had to go pay his respects to his fiancée, Maria. What a mouse, but a mouse who was the only child of Don Carlo Gambione could be very valuable in the years to come. Later, he would celebrate with his buddies. Now he had to get some cash so he could buy Mousy Maria some nice flowers to show his devotion, maybe carnations. "I'm gonna go downstairs, pick up some money," Lummy said. "Want some company?" Joey, no-nose manzone, asked. "Nah, you kidding? After next week, I'll be in the big money. I just want to do one more job for old time's sake. See you later." Splashing through oil iridescent puddles, Lummy whistled as he swung along toward the illuminated globe marking the stairs to the 81st Street subway station. Nothing could bring him down tonight.
What a perfectly dreadful evening, Sarah Jarvis thought. The 68-year-old woman had never in her life expected to be invited to an Amway party. The very thought. It had taken hours for her friend and her to leave. Of course, it was raining by that time, and, of course, there was not an on-duty cab to be found. Her friend lived in the next building. Sarah had to go all the way uptown to Washington Heights. Sarah hated the subway. The stale smell always nauseated her. She disliked the noisy parts of the city anyway, and the subway was among the loudest. Tonight, though, everything was quiet. Alone on the platform, Sarah shivered under her tweed jacket. Peering over the edge of the platform and along the tunnel, she thought she saw the light of the uptown AA local. Something was there, but it seemed to move slowly. Sarah turned away and looked at the advertising placards. She examined the poster, calling for the re-election of that nice Mr. Nixon. In the adjacent newspaper machines, the headlines told of burglars breaking into a Washington hotel and apartment house. Watergate? What a funny name for a building, she thought. The Daily News led with a story about the so-called subway vigilante. The police were attributing 5 slayings over the past week to the mysterious killer. The victims had all been drug dealers and other criminals. The murders had all taken place in the subways. Sarah shuddered. The city was quite different than it had been in her childhood. First she heard the steps clattering down the stairs and past the deserted token booth, then whistling, a peculiar tuneless drone, as the person entered the station. Despite herself, she was caught between apprehension and relief. Somewhat ashamed of her reaction, she decided she wouldn't mind a little human company. As soon as she saw him, she was not so sure. Sarah had never been all that fond of black leather jackets, particularly those worn by slightly greasy, smirking young men. She turned her back firmly and focused on the wall across the tracks.
As the old woman turned her back, Lucky Lummy grinned broadly and touched the tip of his tongue to his upper lip. "Hey lady, got a light?" "No." One corner of Lummy's mouth twitched as he moved toward her back. "Come on, lady. Be nice."
He missed the tension gathering in her shoulders as Sarah remembered that self-defense class she had attended last winter. "Just give me the purse, lady," he screamed, as Sarah turned and crushed his instep with her sensible but sophisticated beige pump.
Lummy jerked back and aimed a punch at her face. Sarah evaded him by stepping backward and slipping on something slimy. Lummy grinned and started toward her. Wind rushed past them from the tunnel as the AA train approached the station. Neither noticed that a dozen people had all managed to get to the subway entrance simultaneously. Most of the crowd had attended a late showing of The Godfather and were continuing an animated discussion of whether or not Coppola had exaggerated the mafia's role in modern crime.
Someone who hadn't been at the screening was a transit worker who had had a long and trying day. He just wanted to go home and get dinner, not necessarily in that order. The newspapers had been pushing again. Even that Joker Wright stuff couldn't keep them occupied all the time. The transit man had been pulled off his regular train checking duties to spend 18 hours searching vainly for alligators in sewers and subway tunnels, conduit shafts, and deep utility holes. He mentally cursed his employers for kowtowing to the sensationalist press, and especially cursed the bird-dogging reporters he'd finally ditched. The transit worker hung back a little, trying to stay out of the melee as the group fumbled for tokens and started through the gates. The moviegoers chattered as they went. With a roar and breaking screech of metal on metal, the AA local burst out of the tunnel. On the platform, all manner of people confronted each other.
Swearing in Italian, Lummy let go of his victim and looked around for a bolt hole. The first 2 couples had entered and were staring at the scene in front of them. One of the men moved toward Lucky Lummy as the other man grabbed his date and tried to retreat. The doors of the local hissed open. At this time of night, there were few passengers on the train and no one got off. "There's never a transit cop when you need one," said the would-be rescuer. Momentarily, Lummy considered leaping for the punk and punching out his lights. Instead, he feinted at the man, then half limped, half ran into the last car. The doors snapped closed and the train began to move. It might have been the light, but the bright graffiti on the sides seemed to change. From inside the car, Lucky Lummy laughed and gestured obscenely at Sarah, who was feeling for bruises and trying to rearrange her soiled clothing. Lummy aimed a second gesture at the woman's inadvertent rescuers as the entire group converged on Sarah. Abruptly, Lummy's face contorted with fear and then outright terror as he began beating on the doors. The man who had tried to stop Lummy caught one last glimpse of him clawing at the rear door of the car as the train sped into darkness.
"What a creep," said the date of the would-be rescuer. "Was he one of those jokers?" "Naw," said his friend. "Just a garden variety asshole." Everyone froze as they heard the screams from the uptown tunnel. Over the diminishing roar of the local, they could hear Lummy's hopeless, agonized cries. The train vanished, but the screams lasted until 83rd Street. The transit worker moved toward the downtown tunnel as the hero of the hour was congratulated by the mostly unharmed Sarah, as well as by the rest of the onlookers. Another transit employee came down the steps at the other end of the platform. "Hey," he yelled, "Sewer Jack, Jack Robichaux, don't you ever sleep?" The exhausted man ignored him and let himself through a metal access door. As he walked down the tunnel, he began shedding his clothes. A watcher might have thought she had seen a man squatting down and crawling along the damp floor of the tunnel. A man who had grown a long snout, filled with sharp, misshapen teeth, and a muscular tail capable of smashing the watcher into jam. But no one saw the flash of greenish-gray scales as the erstwhile transit worker joined the darkness and was gone. Back on the 81st Street platform, the spectators were still so transfixed by the echoes of Lummy's dying screams that few noted the rumbling bass roar from the other direction.
Her last class over, Rosemary walked wearily toward the 116th Street subway entrance. One more task completed for today. Now she was on her way to her father's apartment to see her fiancé. She had never had much enthusiasm for that, but these days, she had little enthusiasm for anything at all. Rosemary moved through the days, wishing that something in her life would be resolved. She shifted her armload of books to her right arm, as one-handed, she shifted through her purse for a token. Walking through the gate, she paused, standing to one side to stay out of the path of the other students. Judging from the placards carried by a number of the people, the latest anti-war rally must have just ended. Rosemary noted some apparently normal kids carrying signs lettered with the Joker Brigade's informal slogan, "Last to go, first to die." CC had always been into that. She had even sung her own songs at a few of the less rowdy gatherings. One day, she had even brought home a fellow activist, a guy named Fortunato. While it was nice that the man was involved with the Joker rights movement, Rosemary didn't like pimps, geishas, or no geishas, in her apartment. It had caused one of the few fights she had ever had with CC. In the end, CC had agreed to check with Rosemary more closely about the dinner guests. CC Ryder had tried and tried to convince Rosemary to become active, but Rosemary believed that helping a few people directly could do as much good as standing around shouting condemnations of the establishment. Probably a lot more good. Rosemary knew she came from a conservative family. Her roommate rarely let her forget it. Rosemary took a deep breath and launched herself into the flood of people. All the late classes had evidently gotten out at the same time. As Rosemary walked onto the platform, she moved around the rear of the crowd so she could end up at the far side of the waiting area. She didn't feel like being that close to people right now. Moments later, she felt the flood of dank tunnel air and shivered inside her damp sweater. Deafening, depressing, the locals swept by her. All the cars had been defaced, but the last car was even more peculiarly decorated. Rosemary was reminded of the tattooed woman in the Ringling Brothers show she had seen in the old garden. She had often wondered at the psychology of kids who rode on the sides of the trains. Sometimes she didn't like what their words revealed. New York was not always a nice place to live. I won't think about it. She thought about it. The image of CC lying comatose in the IC ward at St. Jude's glittered in her mind. She saw the shiny life support machines. Because CC had no relatives to notify, Rosemary had even been there when the nurses changed the dressings. She remembered the bruises, the black and poisonously blue patches that covered most of CC's body. The doctors were unsure exactly how many times the young woman had been raped. Rosemary had wanted to empathize. She couldn't. She wasn't even sure how to begin. All that she could do was wait and hope. And then CC had vanished from the hospital. The last car looked to be empty. As Rosemary started toward it, she glanced at the graffito. She stopped dead, her eyes tracking the words written on the dark side of the car. Parsley, sage, rosemary? Time. Time is for others, not for me.
CC, what?
Disregarding the other people who had spotted the unoccupied car, she pushed her way to the doors. They were closed. Rosemary dropped her books and tried to claw the doors open. She felt a nail break. Failing, she beat on the doors until the train began to pull slowly out of the station. Rosemary's eyes filled with tears at the final sight of her name and another of CC's lyrics. You can't fight the end, but you can take revenge. Rosemary said nothing else, only stared after the train. She looked down at her fists. The apparently steel door had been soft and yielding, warm. Had someone given her acid? Was it a coincidence? Was CC living underground? Was CC alive at all? It was a long time before the next train came.
He hunted in the near darkness. The hunger was upon him, the hunger that seemed never to be fully satisfied. And so he hunted. Dimly, ever so faintly, he recalled a time and a place when it had been different. He had been someone. What was that? Something else. He looked, but saw little. And this gloom, and especially in the foul water choked with debris, his eyes served little use. More important were the taste and smells, the tiny particles that told him both what lay in the distance, meals to seek patiently, and of the immediate satisfactions that hovered, unsuspecting, just beyond the length of his snout. He could hear the vibrations, the powerful, slow movements from side to side as his tail muscled through water, the crushing but distant waves beating down from the city above, the myriad tiny actions of food scurrying about in the darkness. The filthy water broke around his wide, flat snout, the current streaming to either side of the raised nostrils. Occasionally the transparent membranes would slide down across protruding eyes, then slip up again. As large as he was, barely able to fit through some of the tunnels he had traversed during this time of feeding, he made very little noise. Tonight, most of the sounds that accompanied him came from the prey, were cried out during the devouring. His nostrils gave him the first inkling of the feast to come, but was followed shortly by messages from his ears. Although he hated to leave this sanctuary that covered nearly all of his body, he knew he must go where the food was. The mouth of another tunnel loomed to one side. There was barely enough room in the passageway for even so flexible a body as his to turn and enter the new water course. The water became shallower and ended altogether within 2 body lengths of the entrance. It didn't matter. His legs worked well enough, and he could move almost silently as before. He could still smell the prey waiting for him somewhere ahead. Nearer, near, very close. He could hear sounds, squeaks, squeals, the scurrying of feet, the brush of furry bodies against stone. They wouldn't expect him. There were few predators in these tunnels deep down. He was upon them in an instant, the first one crushed between his jaws, its death cry warning the others. The prey scattered in panic. Except for those without escape routes, there was no attempt to fight back. They ran. Most who lived longest scurried away from the monster in their midst and encountered the bricked-up end of the tunnel. Others tried to sprint around him, one even daring to leap across his scaly back, but the lashing tail smashed them against the unyielding walls. Still others ran directly into his mouth, cowering only in the split second before the great teeth came together. The agonized squeals peaked and subsided. The blood flowed deliciously. The meat and hair and bones lay satisfyingly in his stomach. A few among the prey still lived. They crawled away from the slaughter as best they could. The hunter started to follow, but his meal sat heavily. For now he was too sated to follow or to care. He made it as far as the edge of the water and stopped. Now he wanted to sleep. First, he would break the silence. It was allowed. This was his territory. It was all his territory. The great jaws opened and he issued a penetrating, rumbling roar that echoed for many seconds through the seemingly endless labyrinth of tunnels and ducts, passageways, and stone corridors. When the echoes finally died, the predator slept. But he was the only one.
Rosemary said hello to Alfredo, who was on security duty tonight. He smiled at her as she signed in and shook his head when he saw the stack of books she carried. I can get you help with that, Miss Maria. No thanks, Alfredo. I can manage just fine. I remember carrying your books for you when you were just a bambina, Miss Maria. You used to say you wanted to marry me when you grew up. No more, eh? Sorry, Alfredo. I'm just fickle. Rosemary smiled and batted her eyes. It wasn't easy to joke, or even be pleasant. She wanted this evening, this day, to end. She was alone in the elevator and took the opportunity to rest her head against the side of the car for a moment. She indeed remembered Alfredo carrying her books to school. It had been during one of the wars in her childhood. What a family! When the elevator doors opened, the two men in front of the penthouse came to attention. They relaxed as she approached, but each looked unusually solemn.
Max, what's happened?
Rosemary looked questioningly at the taller of the two identically black-suited men. Max shook his head and opened the door for her. Rosemary walked between the oppressive dark oak-paneled walls toward the library. The ancient oil paintings did nothing to relieve the gloom. At the door of the library, she started to knock, but the heavy, carved doors swung inward before she struck them. Her father stood in the doorway, his silhouette illuminated by the lamp on his desk. He took both of her hands and held them tightly. Maria, it's Lombardo. He's no longer with us. What happened? She stared at her father's face. The area beneath his eyes were dark. His jowls sagged even more than she remembered. Her father gestured. These young men brought the news. Frankie, Joey, and little Ronaldo stood clumped together. Joey literally held his hat in his hands. We told Don Carlos, Maria. Lucky Lum? Lombardo was coming right over here but stopped for a minute in the subway. He wanted to get some gum, I think. Frankie volunteered the information as if it had some significance. Yeah, anyway, he didn't come out. We were just hanging around, said Joey. So we decided to find out what was going on when we heard a disturbance in the station. When we got there, we found out what happened. Yeah, they found him in about 24. Frankie? Yes, Don Carlo. That will be all for tonight, boys. I will see you in the morning. The three young men nodded and touched their foreheads in Rosemary's direction as they left. I'm sorry, Maria, said her father. I don't understand. Who would have done this? Maria, you know Lombardo worked with our family business. Others knew that, and they knew he was about to become my son. We think it may have been someone trying to hurt me. Don Carlo's voice sounded sad. There have been other incidents lately. There are those who want to take away what we have worked for a lifetime to achieve. His voice hardened again. We won't let them get away with this. I promise, Maria. Maria, I have some nice lasagna. Your favorite. Please try to eat. Rosemary's mother spoke from out of the shadows. She rose to take Rosemary to the kitchen, escorting her with an arm around her shoulders. Mama, you shouldn't have held supper for me. I didn't. I knew you would be late, and so I saved some for you. Rosemary said to her mother, Mama, I didn't love him. Shh, I know. She touched her daughter's lips. But you would have grown to care for him. I could see how well you got along. Mama, you don't. Rosemary was interrupted by her father's voice following them from the library. It has to be Melanzane's blacks. Who else would be attacking us now? They have to be coming down from Harlem through the tunnels. They wanted our territories for years. Especially they want a Susina like Jokertown. No, Jokers would never dare do this on their own, but the blacks could be using them as a distraction. Rosemary heard silence, followed by tiny squeaks from the telephone. Her mother tugged at her arm. Don Carlo said, They must be stopped now, or they will threaten all the families. They're savages. Another pause. I do not exaggerate. Maria, said her mother. Tomorrow morning, then, said Don Carlo. Early. Good. See, Maria, your father will take care of it. Her mother led Rosemary into the Harvest Gold kitchen with all its bright appliances, the walls lined with framed samplers of old country homeliness. She thought of telling her mother about CC and the subway, but it seemed impossible now. It had to have been her imagination. She just wanted to sleep. She didn't want to eat. She couldn't take anything else tonight.
The bag lady stirred in her sleep, and one of the pair of large cats beside her moved out of the way. He raised his head and sniffed at his companion. Leaving the woman with an opossum curled against her stomach, the two cats silently stalked out of the darkness of the abandoned subway tunnel. The neglected 86th Street cutoff took them toward food. Both cats were hungry themselves, but now they hunted for their woman's breakfast. Using a drainage tunnel, they exited into the park and out beneath the maples to the street. When a New York Times delivery truck paused at a light, the black cat looked at the calico and pointed his muzzle at the truck. As the truck pulled away, they leaped aboard. Settled on the back of the truck, the black created the image of mounds of fish and shared it with the calico. Watching the city blocks pass, they waited for the telltale scent of fish and impatiently jumped down from the vehicle. Yowling angrily, the black followed her down an alley. Both stopped when the scent of strange humans overwhelmed the food. Farther down the alley was a crowd of jokers, crude parodies of normal humans. Dressed in rags, they searched through the garbage for food. A wedge of light spilled into the alley as a door opened. The cat smelled fresh food as a well-dressed man, larger than any of the scavengers, carried boxes into the alley. Please. The fat man spoke to the paralyzed jokers in a soft voice filled with pain. I have food for you here. The frozen scene ended as the jokers rushed together toward the cartons and began ripping them open. They jostled each other and fought for position to get at the rich food. Stop! A tall joker cried out in the midst of the chaos. Are we not men? The jokers paused and withdrew from the boxes, allowing the fat man to dole out food to each of them. The tall joker was the last to be served. As the host handed him food, he spoke again. Sir, we thank Aces High. In the darkness of the alley, the cats observed the joker's meal. Turning to the calico, the black formed the image of a fish's skeleton and they moved back toward the street. On 6th Avenue, the black sent a picture of Vagabond to the calico. They loped uptown until a slow-moving produce truck provided a ride. Many blocks later, the truck neared a Chinese market and the black recognized the familiar scent. As the truck began to brake, both cats leaped out. They kept to the dark beyond the range of the streetlights until they reached the open-air grocery. It was still long before dawn, and the truckers were unloading the day's fresh produce. The black cat smelled freshly slaughtered chicken. His tongue extended to touch his upper lip. Then he uttered a short growl to his companion. The calico leapt onto a display of tomatoes and began to claw them to pieces. The proprietor yelled in Chinese and hurled his clipboard at the marauding cat. He missed. The men unloading the truck stopped and stared at the apparently insane feline. Worse in Jokertown, one muttered. That's one big sumbitchin' kitty, said the other. As soon as their attention was fixed on the calico cat destroying the tomatoes, the waiting black cat sprang to the back of the truck and seized a chicken in his mouth. The black was a very large cat, at least 40 pounds, and he lifted the chicken with ease. Leaping off the tailgate, he ran into the darkness of the alley. At the same time, the calico dodged a broom handle and bounded after. The black cat waited for the calico halfway down the next block. When the calico reached him, both cats howled in unison. It had been a good hunt, with the calico occasionally aiding the black in lifting the chicken onto curbs. They loped back to the park and the bag lady. A fellow street dweller had once called her Vagabond in one of his more sober moments, and the name had stuck. Her people, the wild creatures of the city, called her by no name, only by their images of her. Those were enough. And she only remembered her name once in a while. Vagabond pulled around herself the fine green coat that she had found in an apartment house dumpster. She sat up, careful not to displace the opossum. With the opossum settled into her lap and a squirrel on each shoulder, she greeted the proud black and calico cats with their prize. Moving with an ease that would have amazed the few street denizens who had anything to do with her, the woman reached out and patted the heads of the two feral cats. As she did, she formed an image in her mind of a particularly scrawny chicken, already half-eaten, being dragged out of a restaurant garbage can by the pair. The black stuck his nose into the air and snorted gently as he obliterated the image in both his head and Vagabond's. The calico merged a meow with a growl in mock anger and stretched her head towards the woman's. Catching Vagabond's eye, the calico replayed the hunt as she had perceived it. The calico at least the size of a lion, surrounded by human legs much like mobile tree trunks. Brave calico spotting the prey, a chicken the size of a house. Fierce calico leaping toward a human throat, fangs bared. The scene went blank, as Vagabond abruptly focused elsewhere. The calico began to protest until a heavy black paw rolled her over on her back and held her down. The calico stilled her protest, head twisted to the side to watch the woman's face. The black was stiff with anticipation. The picture formed in all three minds: dead rats. The image was obliterated by Vagabond's anger. She rose, shaking off the squirrels and setting the opossum to one side. Without hesitation, she turned and started into one of the tangential descending tunnels. The black cat bounded silently past and moved ahead to act as scout. The calico paced the woman. "Something's eating my rats." The tunnels were black. Sometimes a little bioluminescence shed the only light. Vagabond could not see as well as the cats, but she could use their eyes. The black picked up a strange scent when the three of them were deep beneath the park. The only connection he could make was with a shifting creature that was equal parts snake and lizard. 100 yards farther, they came upon a devastated rat's nest. None of the rats lived. Some were half-eaten. All the bodies had been mangled. Vagabond and her companions stumbled on in the wet tunnel. The woman slid off a ledge and found herself hip-deep in disgusting water. Unidentifiable chunks battered against her legs in the moderate current. Her temper was not improved. The black cat bristled and projected the same image as a few minutes before, but now the creature was even larger. The cat suggested they all three back out of the passageway now. Quickly. Quietly. Vagabond blocked out the suggestion as she sidled along a slimy wall to another ravaged nest. Some of these rats were still alive. Their simple picture of their destroyer was the shadowy image of an impossibly large and ugly snake. She shut off the brains of the mortally injured and moved on. 5 yards down the passage was an alcove that provided drainage for a section of the park above. The entrance was 3 feet above the floor of the tunnel. The black crouched there, muscles taut, ears laid back, yowling softly. He was scared. The calico disdainfully started for the opening, but the black knocked her aside. The larger cat looked back at Vagabond and sent every negative image he could. Carried by her anger, Vagabond indicated she would go in first. She took a breath, gasped, and crawled into the alcove. It was lit by a grating in the roof, some 20 feet above. The gray light fell on the naked body of a man. He looked to Vagabond to be in his 30s, muscled, but not overly so. No flab. Vagabond noted vaguely that he didn't look as wasted as most of the derelicts she had seen. For a moment she thought he was dead, yet another victim of the mysterious killer. But as her mind focused on the man, she realized he was just asleep. The cats had followed her into the chamber. The black growled in confusion. His senses told him the trail of the lizard-snake thing ended here. It ceased where the man lay. Vagabond felt something strange about the man. She didn't usually try to read humans. It was too difficult. Their minds were complex. They plotted, schemed. Slowly she knelt beside him and extended her hand. The man woke up, caught sight of the dirty street person about to touch him, and jerked away. "What you want?" She stared at him. He realized he was naked and hauled himself to the entry of the cave passage. He heard a deep growl, recoiled, barely evaded a swipe from the claws of the biggest cat he'd ever seen. For a moment, he felt himself sliding into darkness inside his mind. Then he went into the main tunnel and was gone. The cats were crying with questions, but Vagabond had no answers. Almost, she thought, inside his mind. I almost felt... what? Gone. Vagabond, the calico, and the black searched for another hour, but they found no more trace of the strange scent. There was no monster in the tunnel.
The transients, derelicts, bag ladies, and other street people began their day early, when the best cans and bottles were to be found. Rosemary had slipped out of the penthouse early as well. She had barely slept, and that morning, knowing what was almost certainly happening behind the closed doors of the library, she wanted to get out quickly. The Dons were declaring war. Central Park, with its trees, bushes, and benches, was heaven for a certain portion of the street people. This sunny morning, Rosemary was looking for a few she had undertaken to help. As she reached the second park bench beyond the stone bridge, a man in tattered clothing hid a bottle in a bush beside the bench and jumped to his feet. He wore an olive-drab fatigue jacket with a less faded place on one shoulder where the Joker Brigade cannon fodder patch had once been sewn. Rosemary had suggested it was not prudent to wear the patch this far from uptown. "Hello, Crawler," said the social worker. Somewhere in his late 20s, Rosemary couldn't tell from the vet's sunburnt face. He had taken his nickname from his army job in Vietnam, Tunnel Crawler. He'd re-upped twice. Then Crawler had seen enough. "Hey, Rosemary. You got my new goggles yet?" Crawler wore a makeshift pair, cheap 14th Street sunglasses, the eyepieces built up with dirty white adhesive tape. Underneath, Rosemary knew his eyes were dark and overlarge, extraordinarily sensitive. "I've requested the funding. It will be a while before we can get them. You know, red tape, just like in the service." "Shoot." But the derelict still smiled as he fell into step beside her. Rosemary hesitated, then said, "You can still check in with the VA, you know. They'll fix you up." "Fuck no," said Crawler, sounding alarmed. "Guys like me, they go in a VA and they never come back out." Rosemary started to say, "That's nonsense," but thought better of it. "Crawler, do you know anything about the underground? You know, the subway tunnels and all that?" "Some. I mean, I need the shelter. I just don't like being down there. Besides, there's creepy stuff going on down there. I hear things about alligators, stuff like that. Maybe it's all from winos with the DTs, but I don't want to find out." "I'm looking for someone," said Rosemary. Crawler wasn't listening. "Only the really weird people live down there." He mumbled something. Even stranger than down on the east side, you know, the town. She lives down deep." Crawler pointed at the crone sitting on the ground under a maple tree. She was 100 yards away, but Rosemary could have sworn there were pigeons sitting on the woman's head and a squirrel perched on her shoulder. Rosemary cocked her head and looked back at the little man. "That's just Vagabond," she said. "No need to worry about her." Rosemary realized Crawler was no longer with her. He was panhandling a well-dressed businessman getting exercise by walking to work. She shook her head in mixed disapproval and resignation. By the time Rosemary turned back towards Vagabond, the pigeons and squirrel were gone. Rosemary shook her head to clear it. My imagination is really working overtime, she thought, walking toward the bag lady. Just another lost soul. Hello, Vagabond. The old woman with stringy hair turned her head away and stared across the park. My name is Rosemary. I talked to you before. I tried to find you a nice place to live. Do you remember? Rosemary squatted down on the ground to speak at Vagabond's level. The black cat she had seen before came up to Vagabond and began rubbing against her. She stroked its head, and murmured incomprehensible sounds. Please talk to me. I want to get you food. I want to get you a good place to live. Rosemary held out her hand. The ring on her third finger glittered in the sun. The woman on the ground drew her legs up against herself and clutched the plastic trash bag filled with her treasures. She began rocking back and forth, crooning. The black cat turned to look at Rosemary, and she flinched against its glare. I'll talk to you later. I'll come back and see you. Rosemary rose stiffly, her face tightened, and for just a moment, she felt like crying to ease the frustration. She only wanted to help. Someone, anyone, to feel good about something. She walked away from Vagabond and back towards Central Park West and the subway entrance. Her father's war counsel had frightened her. She had never liked what he did, and her entire life seemed to be a search for escape and redemption, atonement, the sins of the fathers. Rosemary wanted peace, but whenever she thought she could get it, it retreated beyond her grasp. CC had been a last chance. So was each one of the derelicts she failed to help. There was a key to reaching Vagabond. There had to be. Rosemary descended the steps, waited, dropped in her token, walked down the second stairway onto the platform in a daze. The blast of cool air entered the station, followed by the AA train. Rosemary barely glanced up from the floor and moved stiffly toward the nearest car. As she was about to step onto the train, her eyes widened, and she stepped back into the crowd, drawing glares and a few curses for breaking the flow. That last car. It had more of CC's lyrics painted on the side in a shade of red that reminded her of blood. CC had always been something of a manic depressive, and Rosemary had always known her mood by what she wrote or sang. The CC who had written these words was depressed beyond even Rosemary's experience. Blood and bones. Take me home, people there I owe, people there gonna go. Down with me to hell, down with me to hell. Approaching the car, Rosemary saw words she knew had not been there seconds ago. Rosie, Rosie, pretty Rosie. Leave this place, forget my face, don't cry, Rosie. Rosie, pretty Rosie. I'm going to find you, CC. I'm going to save you. Rosemary again fought to get into the car she now realized was covered with fragments of CC's songs, some that she recognized, others that had to be new. Once more the car rejected her. Breathing hard, eyes wide, Rosemary watched the car move into the tunnel. She gasped as the side of the car was suddenly covered with tears of blood. Holy Mary, Mother of God! Rosemary absurdly remembered the stories of saints from her childhood. For just a moment, she wondered if the world was ending, if the wars and certain deaths, the jokers and the hate, truly prefigured the apocalypse.
It was noon. American B-52s were bombing Hanoi and Haiphong. Quang Tri was shaky as the North Vietnamese were on the march. In Washington, D.C., politicians exchanged increasingly frantic phone calls about a recent burglary. The question in some quarters was, is Donald Segretti an ace? The Midtown Manhattan rush was ferocious. At Grand Central Station, Rosemary Muldoon looked for raggedy shadows she could follow into the darkness of the underground. A dozen blocks north, Jack Robichaud plied his regular trade, clattering through the permanent darkness on his small electric cart, checking track integrity in tunnel after tunnel. And somewhere under the abandoned 86th Street cutoff, just beneath the floor of the south edge of Central Park Lake, Vagabond drifted on the edge of sleep, warmed by the cats and other beasts of her life. Noon. The war beneath Manhattan was starting.
Let me quote to you from a speech given once by Don Carlo Gambione himself, said Federico, the butcher, Mazzalaio. He grimly surveyed the groups of capos and their soldiers gathered around him in the chamber. In the 30s, the huge room had been an underground repair facility for Midtown Transit. Before the big war, it had been closed and sealed off when the TA decided to consolidate all maintenance yards across the river. The Gambioni family had soon taken the space over for storage of guns and other contraband, freight transfer, and occasional burials. The butcher raised his voice and the words echoed. What will make the difference for us in the battle will be two things: discipline and loyalty. Little Ronaldo was standing off to one side with Frankie and Joey. Not to mention automatic weapons and HE, he said, smirking. Joey and Frankie exchanged glances. Frankie shrugged. Joey said, God, guns and glory. Little Ronaldo commented, I'm bored. I want to go shoot something. Joey said a little louder so the butcher could hear, Hey, are we going to rouse some rummies or what? Who's fair game? Just the blacks? Jokers too? We don't know who the allies are, said the butcher. We know they wouldn't act alone. There are traitors from among our own race helping them for money. Little Ronaldo's manic grin widened. Free fire zone, he said. Hoo boy. He tugged his boonie cap down, snug. Shit, said Joey. You weren't even there. Little Ronaldo gave a thumbs up. I saw that John Wayne movie. That's the word from the man, huh? Joey said. The butcher's smile was thin and cold. Anybody gives you problems, just waste them. The groups began to move out, scouts, squads, and platoons. The men had their M16 pump scatterguns, a few M60 machine guns, grenades and launchers, rockets, riot gas, sidearms, knives, and enough blocks of C4 to handle any kind of heavy demolition. Hey, Joey, said little Ronaldo, what are you going to shoot? Joey slapped a magazine into the AK-47. This weapon wasn't from the Gambioni armory. It was his own souvenir. He touched the polished wooden stock. Maybe a gator. Huh? Don't you read any of them rags that's been talking about the giant alligators down here? Little Ronaldo looked at him doubtfully and shivered. The jungle jokers are one thing. I don't want to go up against no big lizards with teeth. It was Joey's turn to grin. No such things, right? Said little Ronaldo. You're just shitting me, right? Joey shot him a Johnny thumbs up.
Jack had lost all track of time. He knew it had been a long while since he'd shunted his track maintenance vehicle off the main line onto a spur. Something was wrong. He decided to check out some of the more obscure routes. It was as though a piece of ice pressed against a spot just north of his tailbone. He'd heard trains, but they had passed at a distance. The tunnels he now traveled were seldom used except for diverted routes during high congestion, track fires, or other problems on the main line. He also heard far-off reports that sounded like gunfire. Jack sang. He filled the darkness with Zydeco, the bluesy Cajun black mixture he remembered from his childhood. He started with the Big Boppers' Chantilly Lace and Clifton Chenier's I Tet Fee, segued into a Jimmy Newman medley and Slim Harpo's Rainin' in My Heart. He'd just pulled the switch and slid the car onto a spur he knew he hadn't checked in at least half a year when the world blew apart in a flash of red and yellow flame. He'd had time to sing one line of L'Haricot Sans Pas Sail when the darkness fragmented. The pressure waves slammed against his ears, and the car and he took different, spinning, twisting directions through the air. All he really had time to say was, "What a hail!" as he fetched up against the stone of the tunnel's far wall and crumpled to the floor. For a moment, he was stunned by concussion and flash. He blinked and realized he could see smoke swirling, and the handheld lights that illuminated the smoke. He heard a voice say, "Jesus Christ, Ronaldo!" "We weren't going up against a tank," another voice said. "Sorta sorry to do this one." "Hate to kill anybody" sounded that much like Chuck Berry. "Well," said a third, "at least he had to be a spook." "Check it out, Ronaldo." "Guy probably looks like an open can of Spam, but you better find out for sure." "Yo, Joey." The lights came closer, bobbing in the dissipating smoke. "They're gonna kill me," Jack thought, reverting to the dialect of his childhood. There was at first no emotion to the realization. Then the anger started. He let the feeling sweep over him. The anger escalated to rage. Adrenaline pricklings agonized his nerves. Jack felt the first brush of what he had used to think was the onset of Loop Guru madness. "Hey, I think I see something." "Off to your left, Ronaldo." The one called Ronaldo approached. "Yeah, I got him. Now I'll make sure." He raised his weapon, taking aim with the light held tight along the stock. That pushed Jack over the edge. "You chill, son of a bitch." Pain, welcome pain, racked him. He changed. His brain seemed to spin, his mind folding in on itself endlessly, down into the primal retile level. His body was elongating, thickening, his jaw thrust forward, the teeth springing up in profusion. He felt the length of perfectly toned muscles, the balance of his tail, the utter power of his body. He felt it completely. Then he saw the prey in front of him, the menace. "Oh my God!" little Ronaldo cried. His finger tightened on the trigger of the M16. The first burst of tracers went wild. He never had the chance for a second. The creature that had been Jack lunged forward, the jaws closing around Ronaldo's waist, twisting and tearing at his flesh. The man's light spun, smashed, and went out. The other men started firing wildly. The alligator registered the cries, the screams, the smell of terror. Good. The prey was easier when it located itself. He dropped Ronaldo's corpse and moved toward the lights, the bull roar of his challenge filling the tunnel. "For the love of God, Joey! Help me." "Hold on. I can't see where you went." The corridor was narrow, the materials old and decaying. Caught between two equally tempting morsels, the alligator twisted around in the confined space. He saw flashes of light, felt a few stinging impacts, mainly in his tail. He heard the prey screaming. "Joey!" It busted my leg. More flashes. An explosion. Acrid smoke choked his nostrils. Irregular chunks of stone fell from the ceiling. Rotten beams splintered. Deteriorated cement collapsed. Part of the floor beneath him gave way, and his 12-foot length tumbled heavily down an incline. Smoke, dust, and solid debris rained from above. The alligator smashed into a thin metal hatch that had never been engineered for this kind of force. The aluminum tore like ripping canvas, and he toppled into an open shaft. He fell for another 20 feet before crashing into a spider's nest of wooden beams. Bits of debris followed for a little while. Then there was silence, both above and below. The alligator rested in darkness. When he tried to flex his body, nothing much happened. He was thoroughly jammed into a wooden cat's cradle. A beam was wedged securely across his snout. He couldn't even open his jaws. He attempted to roar, but the sound came out more as a muffled growl. He blinked his eyes, seeing nothing. His strength was dwindling, shock taking its toll. He didn't want to die here. He wanted to end in the water. Worse, the alligator didn't want to die hungry. He was starved.
Vagabond felt something she hadn't experienced for a long time: sympathy for Rosemary Muldoon. She knew the social worker wanted to help, but how could Vagabond tell her that she didn't need help? Puzzled by that emotion, Vagabond discovered another one. She could be happy with the caring and companionship of her friends, however non-human they might be. She did have a warm place to sleep. Her home beneath Central Park was close to the stream tunnels. Vagabond had slowly furnished it with the best the street had to offer. A broken red director's chair was the only furniture, but there were rags and blankets deeply covering the floor. A velvet painting of lions on the veld leaned against one wall, and a wooden carving of a leopard stood in one corner. One of the leopard's legs was missing, but it occupied a place of honor. Drowsing there in the abandoned 86th Street cutoff tunnel, Vagabond even remembered the person she had once been, Suzanne Malot. The surge of pain that crashed across her mind interrupted her thoughts. The strength of the cry caused the black cat to moan in pain. As the wave receded, the black sent to Vagabond the same image. The creature seemed to be a huge lizard, but it somehow wasn't entirely animal, and it was hurt. Vagabond sighed and rose. We have to find it if we are going to have peace and quiet. The black was not in favor of this solution until another wave of anguish came. He snarled and ran into the tunnel to Vagabond's left. The calico felt only the edge of the pain as it passed through Vagabond and the black. Vagabond replayed a little of the cry of pain, and the calico flattened to the ground, ears back. The image of the black appeared in Vagabond's mind, and the calico dashed down the tunnel in pursuit. Vagabond told the calico to wait for her, and they began to track both the black and the injured creature. It took time to find them. The creature really did resemble nothing so much as a giant lizard. It was trapped beneath a fall of timbers in an unfinished tunnel. The black crouched a few feet away, staring at the apparition. Vagabond looked at the trapped creature and laughed. So there really are alligators in the sewers? The alligator twitched its tail, knocking a few bricks across the tunnel. But that's not all you are, is it? There was no way she and the cat could free the alligator. Vagabond knelt and examined the timbers trapping the beast as she called her friends to help her. She reached out and stroked the alligator's head, calming him with the images she sent. She sensed the creature drifting in and out of consciousness. The animals arrived at different times. An uneasy peace held as Vagabond directed each according to its abilities. Rats gnawed. A pair of wild dogs provided muscle. The opossums and raccoons carried off small stones. The black and the calico aided Vagabond in controlling the volatile mix of animals. When the smaller debris had been cleared away, and timbers and boards shifted or gnawed through, Vagabond began hauling on the alligator. Between her tugging and his struggles, Jack fought his way free. Vagabond ended up with a very tired and bruised alligator across her lap. The black and calico told the creatures who had helped to leave. The two cats watched as Vagabond rubbed the underside of the alligator's jaw, calming the creature. As she stroked it, the snout and tail began to shorten. The scaly hide became smooth, pale skin. The stubby limbs elongated into arms and legs. In a few minutes, Vagabond was holding the naked, bruised body of the man they had found before. As the change took place, Vagabond realized that at some indefinable point, she could no longer control this creature or read his thoughts. Somehow, she had missed the critical division between man and beast. She got up, lifting the man off her, and walked toward the end of the tunnel. The calico accompanied her. The black stayed beside the man. Why? Vagabond thought. Why? The black countered. The work they had just done, as seen through the cat's eyes, played across her mind. The calico looked from one to the other. She had not been invited into this conversation. Alligator, Vagabond explained, not human. In her mind, the alligator became as man. Curiosity? Vagabond spoke aloud for the first time since the rescue operation had commenced. The black sent a picture of a black cat on its back with paws in the air.
Vagabond sat down beside the man. In a few minutes, he began to move. Painfully, he sat up. In the dim light filtering from above, he recognized Vagabond as the old woman he had seen the day before. What happened? I remember running into a bunch of crazies with guns, and then things get fuzzy. He tried to focus on the crone, who kept splitting into two images. I think maybe I've got a concussion. Vagabond shrugged and pointed at the beams from the roof collapse behind him. By straining his eyes, he could see what looked like hundreds of paw prints on the floor and the walls around the cave-in. In the center of the devastation, Jack also saw the imprint of a monstrous tail. Christ, not again! Jack turned back to Vagabond. When you got here, what did you see? She turned partly away from him, still silent. He saw her mouth quirk in a partial smile beneath the stringy hair. Was she mad? Merde, what am I going to do? Jack was almost bowled over by the pair of black paws that struck his chest. Easy, boy. You're the biggest kitty I've ever seen since I left the swamps. The black cat's eyes stared into his with an odd intensity. What is it? He wants to know how you do it. The old woman's voice did not match her appearance. It was young and held a touch of humor. Be careful. You're spaced, just like you were coming out of Thorazine. She took his arm, and he tried to stand. When he was upright, she said, You're not going to make it far like that. She began to take off her coat. Mon Dieu, thanks. Feeling his skin flush, Jack shrugged into her green cloth coat and wrapped it around himself. It covered him from neck to knees, but left his arms bare from the elbows down. Where do you live? Vagabond gazed at him without expression. Jack appreciated the kindness. Downtown on Broadway, near the City Hall station. Are we anywhere close to the train? Jack was not used to being lost, and found that he disliked the feeling intensely. In answer, Vagabond picked her way to the tunnel entrance. She didn't look back to see if he was following when she turned to the right. Your mistress, she is a little strange. No offense, Jack said to the black cat. It paced his as he trailed behind the bag lady. The cat looked up at him, sniffed, and twitched his tail. Who am I to talk, eh? Although Jack attempted to keep up with Vagabond, he quickly fell behind. Eventually, at the black's appeal, she returned and helped support the man, pulling her arms across his shoulders. Jack finally recognized the tunnels as they came into the 57th Street station. He was amazed at the change in Bhagavan as they made their way onto the platform. Even though she was still holding him up, the woman seemed to hang off him. She shuffled now instead of striding and kept her eyes on the ground. Those waiting on the platform gave them plenty of room. The subway pulled in, the last car covered with unusually bright graffiti. Bhagavan hauled Jack toward the vividly decorated car. Jack had time to read some of the more coherent phrases covering the side. Are you unusual? Did you feel the fire? Are you burning inside? The flames devour us all, but never let us die. It never ends, forever in flame. Jack thought some of the phrases changed as he watched, but that had to be an effect of his concussed brain. Bhagavan pulled him inside. The doors closed, leaving some very angry transit customers outside. Stop? Bhagavan was nothing if not economical with her words, Jack thought. City Hall! Jack slumped and rested his head against the back of the seat, closing his eyes as the train rolled downtown. He did not notice that the seat molded itself around his body to support it while he slept. He failed to realize that the doors never again opened until they reached his stop.
The cats were not entirely happy with this subway ride. The calico was flatly terrified. Ears laid back, tall, straight, and fluffed out, she leaned into Bhagavan's side. The black gingerly kneaded the floor of the car. The texture was only partially familiar. He wondered at the heat and the confusing scent all around him. Bhagavan tried to focus on the interior of the dark car. There were no sharp angles here. Dim shapes seemed to change form subtly in her peripheral vision. I felt nothing like this, she thought, since the acid trip. She extended her consciousness beyond the cats and Jack. She couldn't define the who that she briefly contacted, but she felt the overwhelming comfort, the warmth, the protectiveness that surrounded them here. Cautiously, she settled back in her seat and stroked the calico.
This is it, said Jack. He had recovered sufficiently to lead their small party through the City Hall station, beyond a bewildering succession of maintenance closets, and into another labyrinth of unused tunnels. He'd rigged sections of the passages with lights which he turned on and off as he needed as they proceeded toward his home. When he opened the last door, he stood aside and waved Bhagavan and the cats inside. He smiled profoundly as they stared around the long room. Wow, man. Bhagavan flinched as she took in the opulent furnishings and decor. The immediate impression was of red velvet and claw-footed divans. You are younger than you look. That was my reaction too. Reminded me of Captain Nemo's stateroom. 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea. Yeah, right, you saw it too. One of the first movies I ever saw over at the Parish Theater. They walked down the crimson-carpeted stairs flanked by gold stanchions and plush velvet ropes. Both cats ran ahead of them, the calico using the Victorian armchairs as hurdles. The electric light was augmented by flickering gas flames that gave the room an atmosphere out of the last century. The black cat trotted over the Persian carpets to the edge of the platform and looked back at the two humans. He wants to know what this is and what's behind the door. Bhagavan steadied Jack as they moved slowly down the staircase. You need to lie down. Soon enough. This is my home, and behind the door is my bedroom. If we could head in that direction. They started across the room. This was the first subway in New York, built by a man named Alfred Beach back after the war between the states. It only ran for 2 blocks. The boss Tweed didn't want it, so he shut it down, then they forgot about it. I found it a while after I started working for the Transit Authority, one of the benefits of the job. Don't know why it held up so well, but it's a good place for me. Just took a little cleaning up is all. They had walked to the other end of the room, and Jack reached out to turn the handles on the ornate cast bronze door. The center circle swung open. This used to be the entrance to the pneumatic tube.
I didn't expect this. Bhagavan was surprised to find that the interior of the tunnel was sparsely furnished. There was a homemade bed constructed out of pine boards, an equally homemade bookcase, and a plank chest. All the comforts of home, even my complete collection of pogo books. Jack looked innocently at Bhagavan and she laughed, then seemed surprised at it. Where's your iodine? Bhagavan looked around for a first aid kit. Don't use that stuff. Can you get me some of those? Jack pointed up at the spiderwebs. You're kidding. Best poultice in the world. My grandma taught me that. When Bhagavan turned back to him, he had pulled on a pair of shorts and had a shirt in his hand. She handed over the spiderwebs and helped him bandage the worst abrasions. So how did you end up down here? Jack lay back on the bed, wincing slightly, while Vagabond perched gingerly on the edge. You're sure not like those social workers? Vagabond watched the cats outside the door as they chased each other around the room. She turned back to him with an appraising look. And they like you. They let me out a while ago, and I ended up back in the city. No place else to go. Met the black, started talking to him, and he talked back. So did a lot of other animals, the ones that aren't human, anyway. I get along. I don't need people, don't want people around. People always mean bad luck for me. I can talk to you too, when you're that other one, you know? Out there they call me Vagabond. I had another name once, but I don't remember it much. They call me Sewer Jack. Jack said it bitterly, in contrast to Vagabond's flat recitation. The burst of emotion she caught held screams, bright lights, and fear, and the haven of swamp. It was here, the creature. What are you? Vagabond was confused. She had never before met this mixture of man and animal, with whom she could only sometimes communicate. Both, you saw. Do you control it? Can you make yourself change? Did you ever see Lawrence Talbot as the Wolfman? I change when I lose control or when I allow the beast to take over. I'm not cursed by the full moon. I'm cursed all the time. The loup-garou is a legend where I come from. The Cajuns all believe it. When I was young, I did too. I was afraid I would hurt someone, so I went as far away as I could go. New York was a foreign country. No one would know me or bother me here. His eyes focused on her now instead of the past. Why the act? You can't be over 45. 26. She looked down at Jack, wondering why it mattered. It keeps them from bothering me so much. Jack glanced through the door at the open railway clock on the opposite wall. I'm getting hungry. How about you?
Rescuing CC. What had seemed to be a wonderful idea had turned into a nightmare. Rosemary had followed some derelicts into the steam tunnels beneath Grand Central Station. At first, she tried asking anyone she met about CC. But as she moved farther into the dank passages, those living there scuttled away. There was only occasional light from gratings in the street above, or from the derelicts' smoky fires. Her fatigue and fear began taking their toll. She fell again and again into the muck on the tunnel floors. One horrible moment, she was attacked by a filthy creature who clawed at her, cackling. She fought him off, but her purse was gone now. Rosemary was hopelessly lost. She heard occasional sounds that seemed to be gunshots and explosions. I'm in hell. Ahead, there were two glowing spots that glared at her through the darkness. They receded as she came nearer. The iridescent green lights mesmerized her. The spots came into focus, and Rosemary saw the cat crouched in the darkness. Retreating a few feet and growling, it watched as Rosemary approached a wounded cat, the comrade it guarded. Chest crushed, one leg nearly severed from its body, the injured cat was dying. The guardian would allow no more pain to be inflicted. When she heard the low crying, she ignored the eyes and knelt beside the injured cat. Rosemary realized there was nothing she could do, but she held it. The cat began to purr before it choked and died. The guardian lifted its head and howled a eulogy before pivoting and running into the gloom. Rosemary laid the body on the ground in front of her and placed its head and legs in comfortable positions, sat back, and began sobbing. It seemed as if she cried forever before she started walking toward the sound of guns, gasping from her sobs.
After raiding the refrigerator, Vagabond could understand why Con Ed never noticed the power tap, but how did he ever get the refrigerator down here? Jack went back into his bedroom to get some sleep. Vagabond and the cats explored Jack's domain, which included making sure they could get out of the door he had locked behind them. They quickly discovered the limits. Vagabond sat down on an overstuffed horsehair sofa. The black joined her while the calico continued her game of crossing the room without touching the floor. Vagabond pondered and, for the first time in years, the black was not invited to join her. Vagabond was amazed at the way Jack lived. It made her life of moving from one temporary home, a pile of rags, to another, suddenly seem wrong and filled with discomforts she had previously ignored. She and Jack had discussed the probability that they were both aces. What luck! The virus had ruined both their lives. She would never again be the innocent child she was before the acid and the virus flooded her mind with the alien perceptions of the animal world. She thought she had had a miserable childhood. It was why she left home. But to grow up thinking you were something like a werewolf, a creature cursed by God. Why had she been so open with him? There was no one still alive in the city who knew as much about her as Jack now did. It was because they were alike. They knew what it was like to be different and to have stopped looking for ways to be like everybody else. The claws across the back of her hand drew blood before her attention came back to the real world. Her eyes met those of the black cat, and horrifying images filtered through others' eyes began pouring into her mind. Rat nests destroyed by machine gun fire, yelling men frightening an opossum, her children clinging to her back as she ran, one falling, dying, cats fleeing, being shot, murdered. A cat fighting to protect her kittens before a grenade destroyed the litter, leaving the mother with a leg nearly blown off. A woman who looked like that damn social worker cradling a dying cat. The blood, more and more of it, of those who were her only friends. The kittens. They can't. Vagabond stood up and found herself shaking. What's going on? Jack, awakened by Vagabond's cry, emerged from his room still half asleep. They're killing them. I've got to stop them. Vagabond clenched her fists, turning away from him. Flanked by the cats, she headed for the stairs. Not without me. Jack ducked back into his room, grabbed Vagabond's green coat, flashlights, and a pair of sneakers, and followed them up the staircase. Slowed by tying on the sneakers as he ran, he caught up with them at the first tunnel junction. Not that way. Jack stopped the trio as they entered the right-hand tunnel. He thrust Vagabond's coat at her. He aimed one of the flashlights at the other passage. It's how we came in. In her panic, Vagabond had lost much of her trust in Jack. It'll just take you to the subway. There's a faster way to get back to the park. I've got a track car. Follow me? Jack waited for Vagabond's nod and plunged into the left-hand tunnel at a trot. The scenes of carnage in Vagabond's mind grew sharper as they approached Central Park and abandoned the car. As they came up on the next branching of the tunnels, Jack lifted his head and sniffed. Whoever they are, they're using up an army's worth of gunpowder. What's the plan? We need to find out who they are so we know how to stop them. Right? Vagabond wasn't at all sure what to do. I bet they're mes amis with the guns, but I have no idea who's the boss. An image appeared of the calico walking with Jack, the black with Vagabond. Far out. Vagabond patted the head of the immense black cat. Good idea. What idea? The black thinks we should split up until we find out what is going on. If one of the cats is with each of us, we can stay, in communication. Yeah, you can at least see what's going on. Jack nodded thoughtfully. I used to love war movies, but I get lousy reception at my place. Let's go, Sarge. He spoke to the calico, who leaped ahead of him. Bonne chance. Vagabond nodded and moved in the other direction.
In a profound darkness, barely relieved by darting beams from the caving helmets worn by armed men, Don Carlo Gambione surveyed the desolation that was his kingdom. His lieutenant sounded almost apologetic. Don Carlo, I fear our troops became too enthusiastic about the task. Don Carlo looked down at the bodies illuminated in the light from the butcher's flash. Zeal in a matter such as this, he said, is no vice. We found their headquarters, said the butcher. Our men discovered it less than an hour ago. He stabbed a finger at the map. About 86th Street, under the park, close to Central Park Lake. It looked inhabited. That's when I called you. I'm grateful, said his leader. I want to be present when the flame of our enemy's ill-conceived brushfire rebellion is extinguished. I knew there must be a reason why they should rise up now. Don Carlo's voice rose as well. The butcher stared at him. I want their heads, said Don Carlo. We shall set them on spikes at Amsterdam and 110th Street. Wyatt, his eyes shone fairly in the electric lamplight. The butcher gently put a hand on the Don's wrist. We'd better go uptown now, Padrone. I told the men to wait in place, but they are so enthusiastic. For a moment, Don Carlo's gaze swung around wildly at the bodies littering the dirty concrete, rags soaked with blood. Such tragedy! The pain, the pain. He stared directly down at the corpse at his feet. It was a white man. The gangling arms and legs sprawled out like the limbs of a broken marionette. There was no peace in the lined, sun-scorched face. Only agony reflected in the two wide dog eyes. Smashed makeshift goggles lay in the blood pooled from the man's head. The Don unconsciously nudged the shoulder of the faded fatigue jacket with the toe of one polished boot. This one was a true jungle joker. His voice trailed off. Don Carlo looked away. He drew himself straight, taking strength from the almost holy knowledge of what he must do. He leaned closer to the butcher's sober face. These things we do, he said. It is sad, but sometimes we must attack and even destroy the way of life we love in order to preserve it.
Despite his bravado, why am I trying to impress that raggedy woman? Jack took his time moving into the tunnels. The long ride back up to the park had returned to him his limp and considerable pain. Whenever he heard a noise, he froze. The calico showed remarkable patience. She ranged 50 feet or so ahead and then returned if it was clear. Jack wished desperately he could talk to her. The sounds now were not imaginary. They grew louder. Jack began to hear unintelligible shouts. He jumped at every gunshot or explosion. He stopped using the flashlight because he was afraid someone would see it. The calico stayed a few feet away now. Jack had rubbed dirt on his face to cut down reflection. Boots scuffed on the concrete floor just ahead of him. He started to back up and ran into one of the hunters, who was as surprised as he was. "What the hell, Joey? Joey, I got one!" The man in the hard hat with the attached light swung the butt of his gun at Jack's head. "Where is he, Sly?" The rifle butt had just grazed Jack's skull. He managed to sprint out of the light and up an apparent dead-end passage. Jack tried to mold himself to the wall and wished he could change into something useful, like concrete or dirt. As the thought crossed his mind, he recognized the itching that meant he was getting scaly. Jack fought it off by slowing his breathing and exerting control. That's all he needed now. "Where's the calico?" he thought. "Vagabond'll kill me if that cat's hurt."
He has to be down here, Joey. There's nowhere else to go. The voice sounded as if it were an inch away. Toss in a grenade and keep moving. We're supposed to be sealing off their base. Aw, Joey, come on. Sly, you're crazy, man. Move it.
There was the sound of metal bouncing on rock. Jack caught a glint of light from the grenade before the adrenaline wiped his brain clean. Murdy was his last conscious thought.
The blast roar was accompanied by some rock falls, but there hadn't been as much graft in this section. The roof held. Check it out, Sly. All right, Joey. Thanks. Sly was known for being almost as crazy as little Ronaldo. Why me? Joey wondered. Nothing's left. Just a few rags and a sneaker, the right one. Come on, then. We've got a lot of ground to cover.
Neither man noticed the calico crouched on a rock projecting from the wall near the ceiling. The calico leaped down and nosed through the torn and bloody clothing. She sent the scene to Vagabond and set out to meet her. Vagabond stood quietly against the far wall of the 86th Street cutoff. She petted the calico gently and did her best imitation of a harmless old woman. The back had warned her the mafiosi were coming, but they were behind her by the time she tried to retreat. Too many to fight, so she came passively. Now she silently gazed at the shambles they had made of her place. Her single guard had her attention fixed on Don Carlo. "Somehow they must have escaped," said the butcher apologetically. "I want them," said Don Carlo. He stared around at the large velvet painting in its cheap wooden frame, one corner torn, a pride of lions stalked zebras on the veld. "They were here," he said. "Savages." "Don Carlo, sir, It was Joey. "What?" "It is Maria, Don Carlo. I found her wandering down here." Joey escorted Rosemary up to her father. She did not appear to see him or register anything else. Her face was vacant, almost peaceful. Rosemary was a docile rag doll, lost somewhere back in the tunnels. Don Carlo looked at her with astonishment and then concern. Maria, what is wrong, Mia? Joey, what happened to her? I don't know, Don Carlo. She was like this when I found her. Vagabond looked up from under her stringy hair. Rosemary, couldn't you stay out of this either? Social workers, too nosy. Vagabond spoke under her breath. The guard turned around at her muttering, but shook his head and returned his attention to the excitement. Take care of her for me, Joey, until I finish with this. Turning to the butcher, Don Carlo said, Does the old woman know anything? That's what we're going to find out. Light caught the blade of the butcher's stiletto as he started toward Vagabond. Then he stopped and listened attentively. Everyone in the tunnel was listening. The rumbling that at first seemed to be just another train in the distance got too loud, too quickly. There were yells from the west tunnel, even a scream of pain as the subway car appeared out of the darkness, traveling where no car could possibly be, with no third rail, on ruined tracks. The car glowed with a white phosphorescence wraith-like. The route sign read, C Local. It came to a stop in the middle of the gathering. The garish designs on its side changed so rapidly it was impossible to focus on them.
CC! Rosemary, who had been standing to one side with Joey, eluded his grasp and ran to the phantom car. She stretched out her arms as if to embrace the thing, but as she touched the side, she recoiled. Then Rosemary extended one hand to touch what was not metal. CC? Colors radiated from the spot she touched and then vanished. The car became black and almost vanished from the sight of the watchers. Words appeared as they had before. Lyrics of songs CC had written, and only her best friend, Rosemary, had ever heard. The watchers stood, too stunned to move. You can sing about pain, you can sing about sorrow, but nothing will bring a new tomorrow or take away yesterday. Images appeared on the side of the car as if projected there. The first scene was an attack, a rape in a subway station. A hospital bed with the figure of Rosemary, recognizable beside it. Someone in a hospital gown walked down the fire escapes. That's how you got out of the hospital, Cece. Why did you run away? Rosemary looked up and spoke to the car as if it were a friend. The next scene showed another subway station, another attack, but the person in a hospital gown was a witness this time. She tried to stop the attack, but was flung aside, hurled onto the tracks. The colors of pain and rage. The trash, and just about anything else unsecured on the unoccupied platform, vending machines, discarded newspapers, a dead rat, everything was sucked down onto the tracks as if pulled into the voracious heart of a black hole. A train with 6 cars shrieked into the station. Suddenly, another car joined it. The attacker, escaping, entered the new car, and the scene turned to crimson, as though blood were washing against the phantom car. More subway stations, more crimson. Another attacker, in a leather jacket, an old woman. Lummy? Rosemary stepped back from the sight of her fiancé caught in mid-mugging. Lummy? Lombardo! Don Carlo was livid at seeing his son-to-be enter the car and be slaughtered. Joey, get Maria away from that thing. Ricardo, where's the rocket launcher? You'll get your change now? Federico, move that old woman over by the car. I want them all destroyed. Now! Rosemary fought Joey as he hauled her out of range. Christ, he said, not to her, not to anyone in particular. It's just like it used to be in the villages. Jesus. Vagabond went quietly, holding the calico cat tightly to her. Ricardo sighted the rocket launcher carefully. Vagabond straightened. 40 pounds of angry, wild black cat hit Ricardo squarely in the back. He fell forward as the tube tilted up and the rocket he had just fired headed for the roof. It exploded in a shower of red and gold sparks. Rosemary pulled away from Joey and ran for the car. Water began spraying into the tunnel. Jagged concrete blocks started to separate along their sealed junctures, and then more water poured in.
Ricardo, you idiot! You blew a hole in Central Park Lake!
Federico the butcher yelled at someone who was no longer an interested party. The mafiosi scattered down the tunnels in disarray.
Get into the car.
Come on! Rosemary grabbed Vagabond.
Maria, I'm coming for you.
Hold on. Don Carlos struggled against the rising flood to save his only daughter.
Papa, I'm going with CC.
No! You must not. It's cursed. Don Carlo tried to move further and realized his leg was trapped. He thrust both hands into the chilly water in an effort to free it and grasped scaly skin. He looked down and saw rows of ivory teeth. Implacable reptilian eyes looked back at his. Rosemary had gotten everyone on board, even the black cat. The car began to move back up the west tunnel. Wait. Jack's back there. Don't leave him. Vagabond tried to open the doors. Rosemary grabbed her shoulders. Who's Jack? My friend. We can't go back, said Rosemary. I'm sorry. Vagabond sat in the rear seat, once more flanked by her two cats, and stared back at the water rushing into the tunnel behind them as they moved toward higher ground. As the subway car climbed the 86th Street incline, the skirt of dark water followed, lapping at CC's flanged wheels. She eventually reached a rise in the tunnel where the tide behind ceased to follow. CC stopped, started to roll back, locked her brakes. Her passengers crowded against the rear connecting door, straining to see anything of what they left behind in the darkness. Let us out, CC, said Rosemary. Please. The subway car obligingly opened her side doors with a hiss. The four of them, two human and two feline, clambered down to the roadbed and stood at this new beach. The calico sniffed at the water's edge and turned away. She whined and looked up at Vagabond. Wait, said the bag lady. An unaccustomed smile played for just a moment. Rosemary strained, concentrating, attempting to peer through the darkness. The last thing she remembered seeing was her father trying to reach her, then just his face, his eyes. Finally, nothing. There, said Vagabond flatly. They all tried to make something out. I don't see anything, said Rosemary. There. Now they all saw something, a V of ripples trailing from a wide shovel-blade snout. They saw a pair of armor-protected eyes protruding from the water, inspecting the ground on shore. The cats began to yowl with excitement, the calico leaping back and forth, the black swishing his tail like a blacksnake whip. That's Jack, said Vagabond.
After a time, the dust literally settled, the water receded, wounds were bandaged, bodies buried, and the long-suffering city crews did their best to clean up the mess at Union scale. Manhattan returned to normal. The bottom of Central Park Lake was resealed and the basin refilled. Reports of sea monsters, more properly lake monsters, were persistent but unverified. 68-year-old Sarah Jarvis finally realized what hidden identity surely must lurk beneath the surface of the president. In November of 1972, she voted for George McGovern. The fortunes of Joey Manzone rose, or at least they changed. He moved to Connecticut and wrote a novel about Vietnam that didn't sell, and a book about organized crime that did. Rosa Maria Gambione legally changed her name to Rosemary Muldoon. She completed her Columbia degree in social work and aids Dr. Tachyon with CC Ryder's therapy. She has entered law school and is contemplating a takeover of the family business. CC Ryder is still one of the toughest cases, but there is apparently some progress in bringing both her mind and body back to human form. CC continues to create fine, sharp-edged lyrics. Her songs have been recorded by Patti Smith, Bruce Springsteen, and others. From time to time, especially during bad weather, Vagabond and the Black and Calico Cats move into the Alfred Beach pneumatic subway tube with Sewer Jack Robichaux. It is a comfortable arrangement, but has necessitated a few changes. Jack no longer hunts rats. A common lament around the Victorian dining room is, "What is now chicken again?" Interlude 4, From Fear and Loathing in Jokertown, by Dr. Hunter S. Thompson, Rolling Stone, August 23, 1974. Dawn is coming up in Jokertown now. I can hear the rumble of the garbage trucks under my window at South Street Inn, out here by the docks. This is the end of the line for garbage and everything else. The asshole of America. And I'm feeling close to the end of the line too, after a week of cruising the most vile and poisonous streets of New York. When I look up, a clawed hand heaves itself over the sill, and a minute later, it's followed by a face. I'm 6 stories above the street, and this speed-crazed shithead comes climbing in the window like it's nothing. Maybe he's right. This is Jokertown, and life runs fast and mean here. It's like wandering through a Nazi death camp during a bad trip. You don't understand half of what you see, but it scares the piss out of you just the same. The thing coming in my window is 7 fucking feet tall, with triple-jointed daddy-long-legs arms that dangle so low, his claws cut gouges in the hardwood floor. A complexion like Count Dracula, and a snout on him like the big bad wolf. When he grins, the whole damn thing open on a foot of pointed green teeth. The fucker even spits venom, which is a good talent to have if you're going to wander around Jokertown at night. Got any speed? He asks as he climbs down from the window. He spies the bottle of tequila on the nightstand, snares it with one of those ridiculous arms of his, and helps himself to a big swallow. Do I look like the kind of man who'd do crank? I say. Guess we'll have to do mine then, Croyd says, and pulls a fistful of blacks from his pocket. He takes 4 of them and washes them down with more of my Cuervo gold. Imagine if Hubert Humphrey had drawn a Joker. Picture the Hube with a trunk stuck in the middle of his face, like a flaccid pink worm where his nose ought to be. And you've got a good fix on Xavier Desmond. His hair is thin or gone, and his eyes are gray and as baggy as his suit. He's been at it for 10 years now, and you can tell it's wearing him out. The local columnists call him the mayor of Jokertown and the voice of the Jokers. That's about as much as he's accomplished in 10 years. Him and his sorry hack Jokers Anti-Defamation League. A couple of bogus title, a certain status as Tammany's best-loved Joker pet. Invitations to a few nice village parties when the hostess can't get an ace on such short notice. He stands on the platform in his 3-piece suit, holding his fucking hat in his trunk for Christ's sake, talking about Joker solidarity and voting drives and Joker cops for Jokertown, doing the old soft shoe like it really meant something. Behind him, under a sagging JADL banner, is the sorriest lineup of pathetic losers you'd ever want to see. If they were blacks, they'd be Uncle Toms, but the Jokers haven't come up with a name for them yet. But they will. You can bet your mask on that. The JADL faithful are heavy into masks, like good Jokers everywhere, not just ski masks and dominoes either. Walk down the Bowery or Christie Street, or linger for a while in front of Tachyon's clinic, and you see facial wear out of some acid head's nightmare, feathered bird masks and death heads and leather rat faces and monk's cowls and shiny sequined individualized fashion masks that go for $100 a throw. The masks are part of the color of Jokertown, and the tourists from Boise and Duluth and Muskogee all make sure and buy a plastic mask or two to take home as souvenirs. And every half-blind drunk hack reporter who decides to do another brainless write-up on the poor, fucked-up Jokers notice the masks right off. They stare so hard at the masks that they don't notice the shiny, thin Salvation Army suits and faded print house dresses the masked Jokers are wearing. They don't notice how old some of those masks are getting, and they sure as shit don't pick up on the younger Jokers, the ones in leather and Levi's, who aren't wearing any masks at all. This is what I look like. A girl with a face like a jar of smashed assholes told me that afternoon, outside a rancid Jokertown porn house. I could give a shit if the Nats like it or not. I'm supposed to wear a mask so some Nat bitch from Queens won't it sick to her stomach when she looks at me. Fuck that. Maybe a third of the crowd listening to Xavier Desmond are wearing masks, maybe less. Whenever he stops for applause, the people in the masks slap their hands together, but you can tell it's an effort, even for them. The rest of them are just listening, waiting, and they got eyes as ugly as their deformities. It's a mean young bunch out there, and a lot of them are wearing gang colors with names like Demon Princes and Killer Geeks and Werewolves. I'm standing off to one side, wondering if the tack is going to show up as advertised, and I don't see who starts it. But suddenly Desmond just shuts up, right in the middle of a boring declaration about how aces and jokers and gnats is all God's chillums under the skin. And when I look back over, they're booing him and throwing peanuts. They're pelting him with salted peanuts still in the shell, bouncing them right off his head and chest and his fucking trunk, tossing them into his hat. And Desmond is just standing there gaping. He's supposed to be the voice of these people. He read it in the Daily News and the Jokertown Cry, and the sorry old fucker doesn't have the least little turd of an idea what's going down. Just past midnight when I walk outside Freakers to piss casually into the gutter, figuring it's a safer bet than the men's room, and the odds against a cop cruising through Jokertown at this time of night are so remote that they're laughable. The streetlight is busted, and for a moment I think it's Wilt Chamberlain standing there, but then he comes closer and I notice the arms and claws and snout. Skin like old ivory. I ask him what the fuck his problem is, and he asks me if I am the guy who wrote the book about the angels. And a half hour later, we're sitting in a booth in the back of an all-night place on Broome Street, while the waitress pours gallons of black coffee for him. She has long blonde hair and nice legs, and on the breast of her pink uniform, it says Sally, and she's good to look at until you notice her face. I discover that I'm looking down at my plate whenever she comes near, which makes me sick and sad and pissed off. The snout is saying something about how he never learned algebra, and there's nothing wrong with me that about 4 fingers of King Hell crank wouldn't cure. And after I mention that, the snout shows me his teeth and mentions that, while there's a definite scarcity of real high-voltage crank around these days, it just so happens that he knows where he can put his hands on some. We're talking wounds here. We're talking real, deep, bleeding, poisonous wounds. The kind that can't be treated with a fucking Band-Aid. And that's all Desmond's got up his trunk. Just a fucking lot of Band-Aids, the dwarf told me, after he gave me his revolutionary drug brother's handshake, or whatever the fuck the goddamn thing is supposed to be. As jokers go, he got a pretty decent draw. There were dwarfs long before the wild card, but he's still damn pissed off about it. He's been holding that hat in his trunk for 10 years now, and all that ever happens is the gnats shit in it. Well, that's over. We're not asking anymore. We're telling them. The JJS is telling them. And we'll stick it right in their pretty pearl-like ears if we have to. The JJS is the Jokers for a Just Society, and it's got about as much in common with the JADL as a piranha has, with one of those giant pop-eyed white goldfish you see waddling around in decorative pools outside of dentists' offices. The JJS doesn't have Captain Tacky or Jimmy Roosevelt or Reverend Ralph Abernathy helping out on its board of directors. In fact, it doesn't have a board of directors, and it doesn't sell memberships to concerned citizens and sympathetic aces either. The Hube would feel damned uncomfortable at a JJS meeting, whether he had a trunk on his face or not. Even at 4 in the morning, the village isn't Jokertown, and that's part of the problem. But mostly it's just that Croyd is hot-wired and crazy on mean-ass crank, and as far as I can tell, he hasn't slept for a week. Somewhere in the village is the guy we set out to find, a half-black all-ace pimp who's supposed to have the sweetest girls in the city. But we can't find him, and Croyd keeps insisting that the streets are all changing around, like they're alive and treacherous and out to get him. Cars slow down when they see Croyd swinging down the pavement with those long, triple-jointed daddy-long-leg strides of his, and sped up fast again when he looks over at them and snarls. We're in front of a deli when he forgets all about the pimp we're supposed to find, and decides he's thirsty instead. He wraps his claws around the steel shutters, gives a little grunt, and just yanks the whole thing out of the brick storefront and uses it to smash in the window glass. Hallway through the case of Mexican beer, we hear sirens. Croyd opens his snout and spits at the door, and the poison shit hits the glass and starts burning right through it. "They're after me again," he says in a voice full of doom and hate and speed freak rage and paranoia. "They're all after me." And then he looks at me, and that's all it takes. I know I'm in deep shit. "You led them here," he says, and I tell him, no, I like him. Some of my best fucking friends are jokers, and the red and blue flashers are out front as he jumps to his feet, grabs me and screams, "I'm not a joker, you fuck, I'm a goddamned ace," and throws me right through the window, the other window, the one where the plate glass was still intact. But not for long. While I'm lying in the gutter, bleeding, he makes his own exit, right out the front door with a 6-pack of Dos Equis under his arm, and the cops pump a couple rounds into him, but he just laughs at them and starts to climb. His claws leave deep holes in the brick. When he reaches the roof, he howls at the moon, unzips his pants, and pisses down on all of us before he vanishes.
The death of Andrea Whitman was entirely Puppetman's doing. Without his powers, the sullen lust that a dull-witted boy of 14 felt for a younger neighbor girl would never have been fired into a molten white fury. By himself, Roger Pellman would never have lured Andrea into the woods behind Sacred Heart School in the suburbs of Cincinnati, and there ripped the clothing from the terrified girl. He would never have thrust that strange hardness into Andrea until he felt a sagging, powerful release. He would never have looked down at the child and the trickle of dark blood between her thighs and felt a compelling disgust that made him grasp the large flat rock alongside them. He would never have used that stone to bludgeon Andrea's blonde head into an unrecognizable pulp of torn flesh and splintered bone. He would never have gone home with her gore splattered over his naked body. Roger Pellman would have done none of that if Puppetman had not been hiding in the recesses of poor Roger's damaged mind, feeding on the emotions he found there, manipulating the boy and amplifying the adolescent fever that racked the body. Roger's mind was weak and malleable and open. Puppetman's rape of it was no less brutal than what Roger did to Andrea. Puppetman was 11. He hated Andrea, hated her with the horrible anger of a spoiled child, hated her for having betrayed and humiliated him. Puppetman was the revenge fantasy of a boy infected with the wild card virus, a boy who had made the mistake of confessing to Andrea his affection for her, perhaps, he told the older girl. They might one day marry. Andrea's eyes had gone wide at that, and she'd run away from him giggling. He'd begun to hear the mocking whispers the very next day at school, and he knew even as the flush burned in his cheeks that she'd told her friends, told everyone. When Roger Pellman tore away Andrea's virginity, Puppetman had felt the faint stirring of that heat himself. He'd shuddered with Roger's orgasm. When the boy slammed the rock into the girl's weeping face, when he'd heard the dull crack of bone, Puppetman had gasped. He staggered with the pleasure that coursed through him. Safe in his own room, a quarter-mile away, his overwhelming response to that first murder frightened him at the same time that it drew him. For months afterward, he was slow to utilize that power, afraid to be so rapturously out of control again. But like all forbidden things, the urge coerced him. In the next 5 years, for various reasons, Puppetman would emerge and kill 7 times more. He thought of that power as an entity apart from himself. Hidden, he was Puppetman, a lacing of strings dangling from his invisible fingers, his collection of grotesque dolls capering at the ends.
Teddy. Jimmy still scrambling. Hartman Jackson, Udall. Wait for compromise. New York Daily News, July 14th, 1976. Hartman promises. Floor fight. Joker's rights issue on platform. The New York Times, July 14th, 1976.
Senator Greg Hartman stepped from the elevator cage into the foyer of Aces High. His entourage filed into the restaurant behind him. 2 Secret Service men, his aides John Worthen and Amy Sorensen, and 4 reporters whose names he'd managed to forget on the way up. It had been a crowded elevator ride. The 2 men in the dark glasses grumbled when Greg had insisted that they could all make the trip together. Hiram Worcester was there to meet the group. Hiram was an impressive sight himself, a man of remarkable girth, who moved with a surprising lightness and agility. He strode easily across the carpeted reception area, his hand extended and a smile lurking in his full beard. Light from the falling sun poured through the large windows of the restaurant and gleamed from his bald head. "Senator," he said jovially, "good to see you again. And you, Hiram." Then Greg smiled ruefully, nodding at the crowd behind him. "You know John and Amy, I think. The rest of this zoo will have to introduce themselves. They seem to be permanent retainers anymore." The reporters chuckled. The bodyguards allowed themselves thin, fleeting smiles. Hiram grinned. "I'm afraid that's the price you pay for being a candidate, Senator. But you're looking well as usual. The cut of that jacket is perfect." The huge man took a step back from Greg and looked him up and down appraisingly. Then he leaned closer and lowered his voice conspiratorially. "You should give Tachyon a few hints concerning his attire. Really, what the good doctor wore here this evening." Chestnut eyes rolled heavenward in mock horror, and then Hiram laughed. "But you don't need to hear me prattling on. Your table's ready." I understand that my guests have already arrived. That sent the corners of Hiram's mouth down in a frown. Yes, the woman is fine, even though she drinks too much, for my taste. But if the dwarf were not here under your aegis, I'd have him thrown out. It isn't so much that he's created a scene, but he's definitely rude to the help. I'll make sure that he behaves, Hiram. Greg shook his head, running fingers through ash-blonde hair. Greg Hartman was a man of plain and undistinguished appearance. He was neither one of the well-groomed and handsome politicians that seemed to be the new breed of the 70s, nor was he of the other type, the pudgy and self-satisfied old boys. Hiram knew Greg as a friendly, natural person, one who genuinely cared for his constituents and their problems. As chairman of SCARE, Greg had demonstrated a compassion for all those affected by the wildcard virus. Under the senator's leadership, various restrictive laws concerning those infected by the virus had been relaxed, stricken from the books, or judiciously ignored. The Exotic Powers Control Act and the Special Conscription were still legally in effect, but Senator Hartman forbade any of his agents to enforce them. Hiram often marveled at Greg's deft handling of sensitive relations between the public and the Jokers. Friend of Jokertown was what Time had dubbed him in one article, accompanied by a photograph of Greg shaking his hand like Randall, the doorman at the funhouse. Randall's hand was an insect's claw, and at the center of the palm was a grouping of wet, ugly eyes. For Hiram, the senator was that rare good man, an anomaly among the politicians. Greg sighed, and Hiram saw a deep weariness behind the senator's good-natured facade. "How's the convention going, Senator?" he asked. "What chance does the Joker's rights plank have?" "I'm fighting for it as hard as I can," Greg answered, and he glanced back at the reporters. They watched the exchange with unfeigned interest. "We'll find out in a few days when we have the floor vote." Hiram saw the resignation in Hartman's eyes. That gave him all the information he needed. It would fail, like all the rest. "Senator," he said, "when this convention's over, I expect you to stop by here again. I'll prepare something special just for you, to let you know that your work's appreciated." Greg clapped Hiram lightly on the back. "On one condition," he replied. "You have to make sure that I can get a corner booth. By myself. Alone." The senator chuckled. Hiram grinned in return. "It's yours. Now, tonight, I'd recommend the beef in red wine. It's very delicate. The asparagus is extremely fresh, and I made the sauce myself. As for dessert, you must taste the white chocolate mousse." Elevator doors opened behind them. The Secret Service men glanced warily back as two women stepped out. Greg nodded to them and shook Hiram's hand again. "You need to take care of your other guests, my friend. Give me a call when this madness is over. You'll be needing a White House chef, too." Greg laughed heartily at that. "You'll need to speak to Carter or Kennedy about that, Hiram. I'm just one of the dark horses in this one." "Then they're passing by the best man," Hiram retorted. He strode off. The Aces High occupied the observation tower of the Empire State Building. From the expansive windows, the diners could gaze out to a view of Manhattan Island. The sun touched the horizon beyond the city harbor. The golden dome of the Empire State Building tossed reflections into the dining room. In the gold-green sunset, Dr. Tachyon was not hard to spot, seated at his customary table with a woman Greg did not recognize. Hiram had been right. Greg saw immediately. Tachyon wore a dinner jacket of blazing scarlet trimmed with a collar of emerald green satin. Purple sequins traced bold patterns on the sleeves and shoulders. Mercifully, his pants were hidden, though a band of iridescent orange could be glimpsed under the jacket. Greg waved. Tachyon nodded. "John, please take our guests over to the table and make introductions for me. I'll be over in a second. Amy, would you come with me?" Greg threaded his way through the tables. Tachyon's shoulder-length hair was the same improbable red as his jacket. He ran a dainty hand through the tangled locks as he rose to greet Greg. "Senator Hartman," he said. "May I present Angela Fassetti? Angela, this is Senator Greg Hartman and his aide Amy Sorensen. The senator's the man responsible for much of the funding of my clinic." After a few pleasantries, Amy excused herself. Greg was pleased when Tachyon's companion took the hint without prompting from Amy and left the table with her. Greg waited until the two women were a few tables away and then turned to Tachyon. "I thought you'd like to know that we've confirmed the plant in your clinic, Doctor. Your suspicions were right." Tachyon frowned, deep lines creasing his forehead. "KGB?" "Probably," Greg answered. "But as long as we know who he is, he's relatively harmless." "I still want him out of there, Senator," Tachyon insisted politely. He steepled his hands before his face, and when he glanced at Greg, his lilac eyes were full of an old hurt. "I've had enough difficulty with your government and their previous witch hunts. I want nothing to do with another. I mean no offense by that, Senator. You've been a good man with whom to work with, and very helpful to me. But I'd rather keep the clinic entirely away from politics. My desire is to help the jokers. Nothing more." Greg could only nod at that. He resisted an impulse to remind the doctor that the politics he claimed he wished to avoid also paid some of the clinic's bills. His voice was laden with sympathy. "That's my interest as well, Doctor. But if we simply fire the man, the KGB will have a new plant in place within a few months. There's a new ace working with us. I'll talk with him." "Do whatever you wish, Senator. I'm not interested in your methods so long as the clinic remains unaffected. I'll see that it is." Across the room, Greg saw Amy and Angela making their way toward them. "You're here to meet with Tom Miller?" Tachyon inquired, one eyebrow arching. He nodded his head slightly in the direction of Greg's table, where John was still making introductions. "The dwarf?" "Yes. I know him, Senator. I suspect he's responsible for quite a lot of death and violence in Jokertown in recent months. He's a bitter and dangerous man, Senator. That's exactly why I want to forestall him." "I wish you luck," Tachyon commented dryly.
JJS promises violence if Planck defeated. The New York Times, July 14th, 1976.
Sandra Fallon felt mixed emotions as Greg Hartman approached the table. She'd known that she was going to face this difficulty tonight, and perhaps had drunk more than she should have. The liquor burned in her stomach. Tom Miller. Gimli, as he preferred to be called in the JJS, fidgeted next to her, and she laid an unsteady hand on the thick muscles of his forearm. "Keep your fucking paws off me," the dwarf growled. "You ain't my goddamned grandmother, Sandra." The remark stung her more than it otherwise might have. She could only look down at her hand, at the dry, liver-spotted skin hanging loose over thin bones, at the swollen and arthritic knuckles. He'll look at me and smile like a stranger, and I can't tell him. Tears stung her eyes. She wiped at them savagely with the back of her hand, then drained the glass that sat before her. Glenlivet. It seared her throat all the way down. The senator beamed at them. His grin was more than just the professional tool of a politician. Hartman's face was natural and open, inviting confidence. "Excuse my rudeness in not coming right over," he said. "I'd like to say that I'm very glad that the two of you agreed to meet with me tonight." "You're Tom Miller?" Greg said, turning to the bearded visage of the dwarf, his hand extended. "No, I'm Warren Beatty, and this here's Cinderella," Miller replied sourly. His voice had the twang of the Midwest. "Show him your slipper, Sandra." The dwarf cocked his head belligerently at Hartman, pointedly ignoring the hand. Most people would have ignored the insult, Sandra knew. They would have drawn back their hand and pretended that it had never been offered. "I met Mr. Beatty last night at the Rolling Stone party," the senator said. He smiled, his hand the focus of attention around the table. "I even managed to shake his hand." Hartman waited. In the silence, Miller grumbled. At last, the dwarf took Hartman's fingers in his own ham-fisted grip. With the touch, Sandra seemed to see Hartman's smile go cold for a moment, as if the contact had pained him slightly. He quickly let go of Miller's hand. Then his composure returned. "Good to meet you," Hartman said. There was no trace of sarcasm in his voice, only a genuine warmth, a relief. Sandra understood how she had come to love this man. It's not you who loves him. It's only succubus. She's the one Greg knows. To him, you're just an old, shriveled woman whose politics are in question. He'll never know that Succubus is the same person. Not if you want to keep him. All he'll ever see is the fantasy Succubus makes for him. That's what Miller said we have to do, and you'll obey him, won't you? No matter how much it hurts you. Now it was her turn to shake Greg's hand. She felt her fingers trembling as they touched. Greg noticed it as well, for a faint sympathy seemed to tug at the corners of his mouth. Still, there was only curiosity and interest in his gray-blue eyes. No recognition beyond that. Sandra's mood darkened again. He's wondering what horrible things afflict this old woman. He wonders what ugliness is sitting inside me, what horrors I might reveal if he knew me. She reached for the glass of scotch. Her mood continued to deepen throughout the meal. The pattern of conversation seemed set. Hartman would introduce a topic, and Miller would respond with unjustified sarcasm and scorn, which in turn the senator smoothed over. Sandra listened to the interplay, without joining in. The others around the table evidently felt the same tension, for the stage remained open for the two chief players, with the others inserting their lines as if on cue. The dinner, despite the hovering solicitude of Hiram, tasted like ashes in her mouth. Sandra drank more, watching Greg. When the moose was set aside and the conversation turned serious, Sandra was quite well drunk. She had to shake her head to clear the fog. "Need you to promise that there will be no public displays," Hartman was saying. "Shit," Miller replied. For a moment, Sandra thought that he might actually spit. The sallow, pitted cheeks under Gimli's ruddy beard swelled and his maniacal eyes narrowed. Then he banged a fist on the table, rattling dishes. The bodyguards tensed in their seats. The others around the table jumped at the sound. "That's the same crap all you politicians hand out," the dwarf growled. "The JJS has heard it for years now. Be good and roll over like a good dog and we'll throw you a few table scraps. It's time we were let in on the feast, Hartman. The jokers are tired of leftovers." Hartman's voice, in contrast to Miller's, was soft and reasonable. "That's something I agree with, Mr. Miller, Miss Phelan." Greg nodded to Sandra, and she could only frown in return, feeling the drag of wrinkles around her mouth. "That's exactly why I've proposed that the Democratic Party add the Joker's rights plank to our presidential platform. That's why I've been out trying to collar every last vote I can get for it." Greg spread his hands wide. In another person, his speech might have had a hollow sound, a falseness. But Greg's words were full of the long, tired hours he'd spent at the convention, and that lent them truth. "That's why I'm asking you to try, keep your organization calm. Demonstrations, especially anything of a violent nature, are going to prejudice the middle-of-the-road delegates against you. I'm asking you to give me a chance, to give yourselves a chance. Abandon your plan to march on Jetboy's tomb. You don't have a permit. The police are already on edge from the crowds in the city, and they'll move in on you if you try." "Then stop them," Sandra said. The Scotch slurred her words, and she shook her head. "No one questions the fact that you care. So stop 'em," Hartman grimaced. "I can't. I've already advised the mayor against such actions, but he's adamant. March, and you invite confrontation. I can't condone you breaking the law." "Roll over, doggy," Miller drawled, and then he howled loudly, throwing his head back. Around the dining room, patrons began to glance toward them. Tachyon peered at them with frank anger, and Hiram's worried face emerged from the kitchen doors. One of the Secret Service men began to rise, but Greg waved him down. "Mr. Miller, please, I'm trying to talk realities with you. There's only so much money and help available, and if you persist in antagonizing those who control them, you'll only hurt yourselves. And telling you that fucking reality, is in the streets of Jokertown. Come on down and rub your nose in the shit, Senator. Take a look at the poor creatures wandering the streets, the ones the virus wasn't kind enough to kill, the ones that drag themselves down the sidewalks on stumps, the blind ones, or the ones with 2 heads or 4 arms, the ones who drool as they talk, the ones who hide in the darkness because the sun burns them, the ones for whom the slightest touch is agony." Miller's voice rose, the tone vibrant and deep. Around the table, jaws had dropped. The reporters scribbled notes. Sandra could feel it as well, the throbbing power in that voice compelling. She'd seen Miller stand before a jeering crowd in Jokertown and in 15 minutes have them listening quietly, nodding to his words. Even Greg was leaning forward, caught. Listen to him, but be careful. His voice is that of the snake, mesmerizing, and when he's snared you, he'll pounce. That's your reality, Miller purred. Your goddamned convention's just an act. And I tell you now, Senator, his voice was suddenly a shout, the JJS will take our protests into the streets. Mr. Miller, Greg began. Gimli, Miller shouted, and his voice went strident, all its power gone, as if Miller had used up some inner store. My fucking name's Gimli. He was on his feet, standing on his chair. In another, the posture would have seemed ludicrous, but none of them could laugh at him. I'm a fucking dwarf, not one of your misters. Sandra tugged at Miller's arm. He shrugged her away. Let me alone. I want them to see how much I hate them. Hate's useless, Greg insisted. None of us here hate you. If you knew the hours I've put in for the Jokers, all the drudge work that Amy and John have gone through. You don't fucking live it, Miller screamed it. Spittle flew from his mouth, dappling the front of Greg's jacket. Everyone in the room stared now, and the bodyguards lurched from their seats. Only Greg's hand held them back. Can't you see that we're your allies, not enemies? No ally of mine would have a face like yours, Senator. You're too damn normal. You want to feel like one of the Jokers? Then let me help you learn what it's like to be pitied. Before any of them could react, Miller crouched. His thick, powerful legs hurled him towards the senator. His fingers curled like claws as he reached for Greg's face. Greg recoiled, his hands coming up. Sandra's mouth was open in the beginning of a useless protest, and the dwarf suddenly collapsed onto the table as if a gigantic hand had struck him out of the air. The table bowed and splintered under him, glasses and china cascading to the floor. Miller gave a high, pitiful squeal like a wounded animal, as Hiram, a molten fury on his red face, half ran across the dining room toward them, as the Secret Service men vainly tugged at Miller's arm to get him off the floor. Damn, the little shit's heavy, one of them muttered. Out of my restaurant, Hiram thundered. He bulled his way between the bodyguards and bent over the dwarf. He plucked up the man as if he were a feather. Gimli seemed to bob in the air, buoyant, his mouth working soundlessly, his face bleeding from several small scratches. You are never to set foot in here again, Hiram roared, a plump finger wagging before the dwarf's startled eyes. Hiram began to march towards the exit, towing the dwarf, as if pulling a balloon and scolding him the entire time. You insult my people, you behave abominably, you even threaten the senator, who's only trying to help. Hiram's voice trailed off as the foyer doors swung shut behind him, as Hartman brushed china shards from his suit and shook his head to the bodyguards. Let him go. The man has a right to be upset. You'd be too if you had to live in Jokertown. Greg sighed and shook his head at Sandra, who gaped after the dwarf. Miss Phelan, I beg you, if you've any control over the JJS and Miller, please hold him back. I meant what I said. You only endanger your own cause. Truly. He seemed more sad than angry. He looked at the destruction around his feet and sighed. Poor Hiram, he said, and I promised him. The alcohol she's consumed made Sandra dizzy and slow. She nodded to Greg and realized they were all looking at her, waiting for her to say something. She shook her gray, wizened head to them. I'll try, was all she could mutter. Then, excuse me, please. Sandra turned and fled the room, her arthritic knees protesting. She could feel Greg's stare on her hunched back.
Floor vote on Joker's rights tonight. The New York Times, July 15, 1976. JJS vows. March on Tomb, New York. Daily Times, July 15, 1976.
The high-pressure cell had squatted over New York for the past 2 days, like an enormous tired beast, turning the city unseasonably hot and muggy. The heat was thick and foul with fumes. It moved in the lungs like the Jack Daniels Sandra poured down her throat, a burning sour glow. She stood in front of a small electric fan perched on her dresser, Staring into the mirror, her face sagged in a cross-hatching of wrinkles. Dry gray hair was matted with sweat against a brown-spotted scalp. The breasts were empty sacs hanging flat against the bony rib cage. Her frayed housecoat gaped open. The perspiration trickled down the slopes of her ribs. She hated the sight. Despairing, she turned back into the room. Outside on Pitt Street, Jokertown was coming fully awake in the darkness. From her window, Sandra could see them, the ones that Gimli always ranted about. There was Lambent, far too visible with the eternal glow of his skin. Marigold, a cluster of bright pustules bursting on her skin like slow blossoms. Flicker, sliding from sight in the darkness as if illuminated by a slow strobe light. All of them seeking their small comforts. The sight made Sandra melancholy. As she leaned against the wall, her shoulder bumped a photograph in a cheap frame. The picture was that of a young girl, perhaps 12 years old, dressed only in a lacy camisole that slipped over one shoulder to reveal the upper swell of pubescent breasts. The shot was overtly sexual. There was a haunting wistfulness in the child's expression and a certain affinity to the eroded features of the old woman. Sandra reached over to straighten the frame, sighing. The paint covered by the photograph was darker than that on the walls, testifying to how long it had been in place. Sandra took another pull on the Jack Daniels. 20 years. In that time, Sandra's body had aged 2.5 times as much. The child in the photo was Sandra, the picture taken by her father in 1956. He'd raped her a year before, her body already showing the signs of puberty, though she'd been born only 5 years earlier in 51. Careful footsteps sounded on the stairway outside her apartment and halted. Sandra frowned. Time to whore again. Damn you, Sandra, for ever letting Miller talk you into this. Damn you for ever coming to care for the man you're supposed to be using. Even through the door, she could feel the faint prickling of the man's pheromonal anticipation, amplified by her own feelings for him. She felt her body yearning to respond sympathetically, and she relaxed her control. She closed her eyes. At least enjoy the feeling of it. At least be glad that for a little while you'll be young again. She could feel the quick changes moving in her body, straining at the muscles and tendons, pulling her into a new shape. The spine straightened. Oils lathed the skin so that it lost its dry brittleness. Her breasts rose as a sexual heat began to throb in her loins. She stroked her neck and found the sagging folds gone. Sandra let the housecoat fall from her shoulders. Already. So fast tonight. They'd been lovers for 6 months now. She knew what she'd find when she opened her eyes. Yes, her body was sleek and young with a fleecing blonde hair at the joining of her legs. Her breasts small, as they had been in her photo. This apparition, this mind image of her lover, it was childlike, but not innocent. Always the same, always young, always fair, some vision of his past, perhaps. A waif, a virgin whore. Her fingertip brushed a nipple. It lengthened, thickening, as she gasped at the touch, aroused. There was a wetness between her thighs already. He knocked. She could hear his breath, a little too fast after the climb up 3 flights, and found that his rhythm matched her own. Already she was lost in him. She unlocked the door, slid the deadbolt over. When she saw that there was no one in the hallway with him, she opened the door fully and let him stare at her nakedness. He wore a mask, blue satin over the eyes and nose, the thin mouth below it lifted in a smile. She knew him. She needed only the response of her body. "Greg," she said, and the voice was that of the child she had become. "I was afraid that you weren't going to be able to be here tonight." He slid into the room, shutting the door behind him. Without saying anything, he kissed her long and deep, his tongue finding hers, his hand stroking the flanks of her body. When he finally sighed and pulled away, she laid her head against his chest. "I had a difficult time getting away," Greg whispered, "sneaking down the back stairs of my hotel like some thief, wearing this mask." He laughed, a sad sound. "The voting took forever." "God, woman, did you think I'd desert you?" She smiled at that and took a mincing step away from him. Taking his hand in her own, she guided him between her legs, sighing as his finger entered her warmth. "I've been waiting for you, love." "Succubus," he breathed. She chuckled softly, a child's giggle. "Come to bed," she whispered. Standing beside the rumpled mattress, she loosened his tie and unbuttoned his shirt, biting gently at his nipples. Then she knelt before him, unlacing his shoes, taking off his socks before unfastening his belt and slipping his pants down. She smiled up at him as she stroked the rising curve of his penis. Greg's eyes were closed. She licked him once, and he groaned. He started to remove the mask, and she stopped him. "No, leave it on," she told him, knowing it was what he wanted her to say. "Be mysterious." Her tongue ran along his length again, and she took him in her mouth until he gasped. Pushing him back on the mattress and cupping him gently, she teased him into heat, following the path of his needs, his lust amplifying her own until she was lost in the spiraling bright feedback. He growled deep in his throat and pulled her away, rolling over and spreading her legs roughly. He thrust into her, pounding, moving, his eyes bright behind the mask, his fingers digging into her buttocks until she cried out. He was not gentle. His excitement was a maelstrom in her mind, a swirling storm of color, a gasping heat that flailed both of them. She could feel his climax building. Instinctively, she went with that welling of scarlet, her teeth clenched as his nails cratered her flesh, and he slammed himself into her again and again and again. He groaned. She could feel him voiding inside her, and she continued to move under him, finding her own climax a moment later. The whirling began to subside. The colors faded. Sandra clung to the memory of it, hoarding the energy so that she could keep this shape for a time. He was staring down at her behind the mask. His gaze traveled her body, the marks on her breasts, the red, inflamed gouges of his nails. "I'm sorry," he said. "Succubus, I'm very sorry." She pulled him down beside her on the bed, smiling as she knew he wanted her to smile, forgiving him as she knew he needed to be forgiven. She kept the thread of arousal in him so that she could remain succubus. "It's all right," she soothed him. She bent to kiss his shoulder, his neck, his ear. "You didn't mean to hurt me." She glanced at his face, reached behind his head and loosened the strings of his mask. His mouth sagged in a frown. His eyes were bright with his apology. Touch him. Feel the fire in him. Comfort him. Whore. This was the part of it Sandra despised, the part that reminded her of the years when her parents had sold her body to the rich of New York. She'd been succubus, the best known and most expensive prostitute in the city, from 56 to 64. Nobody had known that she was only 5 when it had started, that a joker had been attached to the ace she'd drawn from the wild card deck. No, they'd only cared that as succubus, she would become the object of their fantasies, male or female, young or old, submissive or dominant, any body or any shape, a Pygmalion of masturbatory dreams, a vessel. No one knew or cared that succubus would inevitably collapse into Sandra, that her body aged far too rapidly, that Sandra hated succubus. She'd sworn when she fled her parental captivity 12 years before that she'd never let succubus be used again. Succubus would only give pleasure to those who had little chance for pleasure otherwise. Damn Miller. Damn the dwarf for talking me into this. Damn him for sending me to this man. Damn me for finding that I like Greg too much. And most of all, damn the virus for forcing me to remain hidden from him. God, that dinner at Ace's High yesterday. Sandra knew that the affection Hartman claimed to have for her was genuine, and she hated the realization. Yet her concern for the jokers was genuine as well, and her involvement with the JJS was a deep commitment. Knowing the government, and especially Scare, was crucial. Hartman influenced the aces that were beginning to side with the authorities after long, hidden years. Black Shadow, the Shaker, Oddity, the Howler. Through Hartman, the JJS had been able to channel government monies to the jokers. Sandra had discovered the lowest bids on several government contracts. They'd been able to leak the information to Joker-owned companies. Most importantly, it was because she controlled Hartman that she was able to keep Miller from finally turning the JJS into a violent radical group that the dwarf wanted. While she could dangle the senator from Succubus's hands, she could limit Gimli's ambition. At least that was her hope, After the Aces High fiasco, she was no longer certain. Gimli had been grim and sullen at their meeting this evening. "You're tired, love," she said to Greg, tracing the line where his light hair dipped into a widow's peak. "You wear me out," he replied. The smile returned, tentative, and she brushed his lips with her own. "You seem distracted, that's all." "The convention?" Her hand slid down his body over the stomach that age was beginning to soften. She caressed his inner thighs, using succubus's energies to relax him, to put him at ease. Greg was always tense, and there was also that wall in his mind that he would never open, a weak mind block that would be useless against most of the aces she knew. She doubted that Greg even realized that the block was there, that he too had been touched, however mildly, by the virus. She felt the first resurgence of his passion. "It wasn't very good there," he admitted, cuddling her to him. "The vote didn't have a chance, not with all the moderates against it. They're all afraid of a conservative groundswell. If Reagan can knock Ford out of the nomination, then the whole show's up in the air." Carter and Kennedy were both dead set against the plank. Neither of them wanted to be stuck supporting causes they weren't sure about. As the front-runners, their non-support was too much. Greg sighed. "It wasn't even close, succubus." The words seemed to coat her mind with ice, and she had to fight to hold her form as succubus. By now the word would be spreading through Jokertown. By now Gimli would know. He'd be organizing the march for tomorrow. "You can't reintroduce the plank?" "Not now." He stroked her breasts, circling her areola with a forefinger. "Succubus, you don't know how I looked forward to seeing you after all this. It's been a very long and frustrating night." Greg turned to her, and she snuggled up against him comfortably, though her mind raced. Musing, she nearly missed his words. "If the JJS insists, it's going to be very bad." Her hand stopped moving on him. "Yes?" she prompted. But it was already too late. Already she could feel the tug of his lust. His hand closed on hers. "Feel," he said. His hardness throbbed on her thigh. Again she began to sink into him, helpless. Her concentration left her and her mouth burned. She straddled his body, guiding him into her once more. Inside, trapped, Sandra railed at succubus. Damn you, he was talking about the JJS. Afterward, exhausted, Greg would say very little. It was all she could do to convince him to leave the apartment before her form collapsed, and she became an old woman again.
Senator warns of consequences as mayor vows. Action. The New York Times, July 16, 1976. Convention may turn to dark horse. New York. Daily News, July 16, 1976.
Okay, damn it. Move it over there. If you can't manage to walk, go over to Gargantua's cart. Look, I know he's stupid, but he can pull a fucking cart, for Christ's sakes. Gimli exhorted the milling jokers from the tailgate of a rusty Chevy pickup truck, waving his short arms frantically, his face flushed with the effort of screaming, sweat dripping from his beard. They were gathered in Roosevelt Park near Grand, the sun baking New York from a cloudless sky, the early morning temperature in the high 80s, and heading for possible 3 figures. The shade of the few trees did nothing to ease the sweltering. Sandra could barely manage to breathe. She felt her age with every step as she approached the pickup in Gimli, dark circles of perspiration under the arms of her calico sundress. "Gimli," she said, and her voice was a cracked and broken thing. "No, asshole. Move it over there by Marigold. Hello, Sandra. You ready to walk? I could use you to keep the back of the group organized. I'll give you Gargantua's cart and the cripples. That'll give you a place to ride that's away from the crowds, and you can keep the ones in front moving. I need someone to make sure Gargantua doesn't do anything too fucking dumb. You got the route. We'll go down Grand to Broadway, then cross to the Tomb at Fulton." "Gimli," Sandra said insistently. "What? God damn it!" Miller put his hand on his hip. He wore only a pair of paisley shorts, exposing the massive barrel chest and the stubby, powerful legs and arms, all liberally covered with reddish-brown, curly hair. His bass voice was a growl. "They say the police are gathering around the park gates and putting up barricades." Sandra glared at Miller accusingly, I told you that we're going to have trouble getting out of here. Yeah, piss. Fuck 'em. We'll go anyway. They won't let us. Remember what Hartman said at Aces High? Remember what I told you he mentioned last night? The old woman folded her bony arms over the tattered front of the sundress. You'll destroy TJJS if you get into a fight here. What's the matter, Sandra? You suck the guy's cock and take in all his political crap as well. Miller laughed and hopped down from the pickup to the parched grass. Around them, 200 to 300 jokers milled about near the Grand Street entrance to the park. Miller frowned into Sandra's glare and dug bare toes into the dirt. All right, he said. I'll go fucking look at this, since it bothers you so much. At the wrought iron gate, they could see the police putting up wooden barricades across their intended path. Several of the jokers came up to Sandra and Miller as they approached. You gonna go ahead, Gimli? One of them asked. The joker wore no clothes. His body was hard, chitinous, and he moved with a lurching, rolling gait, his limbs stiff. I'll tell you in a minute, huh, Peanut? Gimli answered. He squinted into the distance, their bodies throwing long shadows down the street. Clubs, riot gear, tear gas, water cannon, the whole fucking works. Exactly what we wanted, Gimli, Peanut answered. We'll lose people. They'll get hurt, maybe killed. Some of them can't take clubs, you know. Some of them might react to the tear gas, Sandra commented. Some of them might trip over their goddamn feet, too. Gimli's voice boomed. Down the street, several of the cops looked toward them, pointing. Since when did you decide that the revolution was too dangerous, Sandra? Since when did you decide that we had to hurt our own people to get what you want? Gimli stared back at her, one hand shielding his eyes from the sun. It ain't what I want, he said slowly. It's what's fair. It's what's just. Even you said that. Sandra set her mouth, wrinkles folding around her chin. She brushed back a wisp of gray hair. I never wanted us to do it this way. But we are. Gimli took a deep breath and then bellowed towards the waiting jokers. All right, you know the order. Just keep going no matter what. Soak your handkerchiefs. Stay in the ranks until we reach the tomb. Help your neighbor if he needs it. Okay, let's go. The power was in his voice again. Sandra heard it and saw the reaction of the others. The sudden eagerness, the shouted responses. Even her own breath quickened to hear him. Gimli cocked his head towards Sandra, a mocking gleam in his eyes. You coming, or are you going to go fuck someone? It's a mistake, Sandra insisted. She sighed, pulling at the collar of the dress and looking at the others, who stared at her. There was no support from them, not from Peanut, not from Tinhorn, not from Zona or Calvin or File, none of those who sometimes backed her during the meetings. She knew that if she stayed behind now, any hope she had of holding Miller in check would be gone. She glanced back at the park, at the groups of jokers huddling together and forming a rough line, the faces apprehensive, but nonetheless resolute. She shrugged her shoulders. I'm going, she said. I'm so happy, Gimli drawled. He snorted his derision.
3 dead, scores injured in Joker riot. The New York Times, July 17, 1976. It was not pretty. It was not easy. The Planning Commission of the NYPD had made copious notes that supposedly covered most of the eventualities if the Jokers did decide to march. Those who were in charge of the operation quickly found that such advanced planning was useless. The Jokers spilled out of Roosevelt Park and onto the wide pavement of Grand Street. That in itself was not a problem. The police had blocked traffic on all through streets near the park as soon as the reports of a gathering had come in. The barricades were across the street not 50 yards from the entrance. It was hoped that the march organizers would simply fail to get the protest together, or, coming upon the ranks of uniformed cops in riot gear, they would turn back into the park where officers on horseback could disperse them. The police held their clubs in ready hands, but most expected not to use them. These were jokers, after all, not aces. These were the crippled, the infirm, the ones who'd been twisted and deformed, the useless dregs of the virus. They came down the street toward the barricades, and a few of the men in the front ranks of the police openly shook their heads. A dwarf led them. That would be Tom Miller, the JJS activist. The others would have been laughable if they were not so piteous. The garbage heap of Jokertown had opened up and emptied itself into the streets. These were not the better-known denizens of Jokertown, Tachyon, Chrysalis, or others like them. These were the sad ones who moved in darkness, who hid their faces and never emerged from the dirty streets of that district. They'd come out at the urging of Miller, with hope that they could, in their very hideousness, cause the Democratic Convention to support their cause. It was a parade that would have been the joy of a carnival freak show. Later, the officers indicated that none of them had actually wanted the confrontation to turn violent. They were prepared to use the least amount of force possible, while still keeping the marchers off the downtown Manhattan streets. When the front ranks of the Jokers reached the barricades, they were to quickly arrest Miller and then turn the others back. No one thought that would be difficult. In retrospect, they wondered how they could have been so damn stupid. As the marchers approached the barrier of wooden sawhorses behind which the police waited, they slowed. For long seconds, nothing happened at all, the Jokers coming to a ragged, silent halt in the middle of the street. The heat reflecting off the pavement sheened the faces with sweat. The uniforms of the police were damp. Miller glowered in indecision, then motioned forward those behind him. Miller pushed aside the first sawhorse himself. The rest followed. The riot squad formed a phalanx, linking their plastic shields, braced. The marchers hit the shields. The officers shoved back, and the line of marchers began to bow, buckling in on itself. Those behind pushed, crushing the front ranks of Jokers against the police. Even then, the situation might have been manageable. A tear gas shell might have been able to confuse the Jokers enough to send them running back to the relative safety of the park. The captain in charge nodded. One of the cops knelt to fire the canister. Someone screamed in the crush. Then, like 10 pins scattering, the first row of the riot squad went down as if some miniature tornado had blown them away. "Jesus!" one of the police screamed. "Who the fuck?" The police clubs were out now. As the Jokers hit the lines, they began to use them. A low roar dinned between the high buildings lining Grand Street, the sound of chaos let loose. The cops swung the clubs in earnest as frightened Jokers began to fight back, striking out with fists or whatever was at hand. The Joker with the wild TK power was throwing it everywhere with no control whatsoever. Jokers and police and bystanders all were flung at random to roll in the streets or crash up against buildings. Tear gas pellets dropped and exploded like a growing fog, adding to the confusion. Gargantua, a monstrous Joker with a comically small head set on his massive body, moaned as the stinging gas blinded him. Hauling a wooden cart with some of the less ambulatory Jokers set in it, the childlike giant went berserk, the cart careening after him with his riders clinging to the sides desperately. Gargantua had no idea which way to run. He ran because he could think of nothing else to do. When he encountered the reformed police line, he pummeled wildly at the clubs that struck him. A blow from that clumsy, huge fist was responsible for one of the deaths. For an hour, the formless battle swirled within a few blocks of the park entrance. The injured lay in the streets, and the sounds of sirens wailed, echoing. It was not until mid-afternoon that any semblance of normalcy could be restored. The march had been broken, but at a great cost to all involved. That long and hot night, the police patrolling Jokertown found their cruisers pelted with rocks and garbage, and the ghostly shades of Jokers moved in the back streets and alleys with them. Glimpses of rage-distorted faces and raised fists, futile, frustrated curses. In the humid darkness, the residents of Jokertown leaned down from fire escapes and open windows in the tenements to throw empty bottles, flower pots, trash. They thudded against the roofs of the police vehicles or starred the windshields. The cops stayed judiciously inside their cruisers, the windows up and doors locked. Fires were set in a few of the deserted buildings, and the firefighting crews that came to the calls were assaulted from the shadows of nearby houses. Morning came in a pall of smoke, a veil of heat.
In 1962, Puppetman had come to New York City, and there found his nirvana in the streets of Jokertown. There was all the anger and hatred and sorrow that he could ever wish to see. There were minds twisted and sickened by the virus. There were emotions already ripened and waiting to be shaped by his intrusions. The narrow streets, the shadowed alleys, the decaying buildings swarming with the deformed, the innumerable bars and clubs catering to all manner of warped, vile tastes. Jokertown was thick with potential for him, and he began to feast, slowly at first, and then more often. Jokertown was his. Puppet Man perceived himself as the sinister, hidden lord of the district. Puppet Man could not force any of his puppets to do anything that went against their will. His power was not that strong. No, he needed a seed that was already planted in the mind, a tendency towards violence, a hatred, a lust. Then he could place his mental hand on that emotion and nurture it until the passion shattered all controls and surged out. They were bright and red-hued, those feelings. Puppet Man could see them, even as he fed on them, even as he took them into his own head and felt the slow building of a heat that was sexual in intensity. As the pounding, shimmering flare or orgasm came while the puppet raped or killed or maimed. Pain was pleasure. Power was pleasure. Jokertown was where pleasure could always be found.
Hartman pleads for calm. Mayor says rioters will be punished. New York, Daily News, July 17th, 1976.
John Worthen came into Hartman's hotel room from the connecting door of the suite. "You're not going to like this, Greg," he said. Greg had been lying on his bed, his suit jacket thrown carelessly over the headboard, his hands behind his head as he watched Cronkite talk about the deadlocked convention. Greg turned his head towards his aide. "What now, John?" Amy called from the Washington office. "As you suggested, we gave the problem of Tachyon's Soviet plant to Black Shadow. We just heard that the plant was found in Jokertown. He'd been strung up to a street lamp with a note pinned to his chest. Pinned through his chest, Greg. He wasn't wearing any clothes. The note outlined the Soviet program, how they're infecting volunteers with the virus in an effort to get their own aces, and how they're simply killing the resulting jokers. The note went on to identify the poor schmuck as an agent. That's all. The coroner doesn't think that he was conscious through most of what the jokers did to him, but they found parts of the guy up to 3 blocks away." "Christ," Greg muttered. He let out a long breath. For a long minute, he lay there as Cronkite's cultured voice droned on about the final vote on the platform and the obvious deadlock between Carter and Kennedy for the nomination. "Has anyone talked to Black Shadow since?" John shrugged. He loosened his tie and opened the collar of his Brooks Brothers shirt. "Not yet. He'll say that they didn't do anything, you know, and in his own way, he's right." "Come on, John," Greg replied. He knew damn well that would happen if he tied the guy up with that note on him. He's one of those aces who think they can do things their way without worrying about the laws. Call him in. I need to talk with him. If he can't work our way, then he can't work for us at all. He's too dangerous." Greg sighed and swung his legs over the side of the bed, rubbing at his neck. "Anything else? What about the JJS? Have you managed to reach Miller for me?" John shook his head. "Nothing yet. There's talk that the Jokers will march again today. Same route and all, right past City Hall. I hope he's not that stupid." "He'll march," Greg predicted. "The man's hungry to be in the limelight. He thinks he's powerful. He'll march." The senator stood and bent over the television set. Cronkite went silent in mid-sentence. Greg stared out the windows. From his vantage point in the Marriott's Essex house, he could look down on the green swath of Central Park caught between the towers of the city. The air was stagnant, unmoving, and the blue haze of pollution hid the further reaches of the park. Greg could feel the heat even with air conditioning in the room. Outside, it would be sweltering once more. In the Warrens of Jokertown, the day would be unbearable, rendering already quick-fused tempers even shorter. "Yes, he'll march," Greg said again, softly enough that John did not hear it. "Let's go to Jokertown," he said, turning back into the room. "The convention?" John inquired. "They won't settle anything for days yet." "That doesn't matter at the moment. Let's collect my shadows and get going."
Jokers, you're being dealt a bad hand. From a pamphlet handed out by JJS workers at the July 18th rally.
Gimli exhorted the crowds under the brilliant noon sun. After the night of chaos in Jokertown, the mayor had put the city's police force on double shifts and canceled all leaves. The governor had placed the National Guard on standby. Patrols stalked the borders of the Jokertown district, and a curfew was imposed for the following night. The word that the JJS would attempt another march to Jet Boy's tomb had spread quickly through Jokertown the previous evening, and by morning, Roosevelt Park was swirling with activity. The police stayed away after 2 unsuccessful attempts to sweep the Jokers out of the park resulted in broken heads and 5 injured officers. There were simply more of the jokers willing to march with the JJS than the authorities had predicted. The barricades were set in place on Grand Street once more, and the mayor harangued the assembled jokers via bullhorn. He was roundly jeered by those at the gates. From the rickety dais they had erected, Sandra listened to Gimli as the dwarf's strong voice swept the jokers up in its ferocity. "You've been trampled, spat upon, reviled like no other people in history," he exclaimed, and they screamed their agreement. Gimli's face was wrapped, shiny with sweat, the coarse strands of his beard dark with heat. "You're the new niggers, jokers. You're the new slaves, the ones begging for release from a captivity, no worse than that of the blacks, niggers, Jews, communists. You're all those things to this city, this country." Gimli flung an arm toward the ramparts of New York. "They would have you stay in your ghetto. They would have you starve. They want you to be kept in your place, so they can pity you, so they can drive down the streets of Jokertown in their Cadillacs and their limousines and look out the windows, saying, 'God, how can people like that stand to live?'" The last word was a roar, and it echoed through the park, all of the jokers rising to shout with Gimli. Sandra looked out on the mass of people, speckling the lawn under the glaring sun. They'd all come out, the jokers, pouring from the streets of Jokertown. Gargantua was there, his immense body bandaged. Marigold, Flicker, Carmen, 5,000 or more like them all behind Sandra, could feel the excitement pulsing as Gimli lectured them, his own bitterness snaking out like a poison into the air, infecting them all. "No," she wanted to say. "No, you can't listen to him. Please. Yes, his words are full of energy and brilliance. Yes, he makes you want to raise your fists and pump them skyward as you march with him. Still, can't you see that this is not the way? This is not the revolution. This is only the madness of a man." The words echoed in her mind, but she could not speak them. Gimli had caught her in his spell with the others. She could feel the arc of a smile on her chapped lips, and around her the other members of the cadre were yelling. Gimli stood at the front of the dais, his arms wide as the shouts became louder and louder, as a chant began to rise from the massed throat of the crowd. "Jokers' rights! Jokers' rights!" The beat hammered at the waiting ranks of police, at the inevitable crowd of bystanders and reporters. "Jokers' rights! Jokers' rights!" Sandra heard herself saying it along with the others. Gimli jumped down from the dais, and the burly dwarf began to lead them toward the gates. The crowd began to move, a mob with no pretense of order. They spilled out of Roosevelt Park from the gates into the side streets. Taunts were shouted toward the waiting line of the police. Sandra could see the flashing lights of the cruisers, could hear the drone of trucks with the water cannon. That strange, undefinable roar she'd heard the day before was rising again, louder even than the continuing chant. Sandra hesitated, not knowing what to do. Then she ran toward Gimli, her legs aching. "Gimli," she began, but she knew the complaint was hopeless. His face was a leer of satisfaction as the protesters spilled from the park into the street. Sandra looked down toward the barricade, toward the line where the police waited. Greg was there. He stood in front of the barricades, several officers and the Secret Service men with him. His shirt sleeves rolled up, his collar open and his tie loosened. He looked weary. For a moment, Sandra thought that Miller would march past the senator, but the dwarf stopped a few yards from the man. The marchers came to a ragged, uneasy halt behind him. "Get the fuck out of the way, Senator," Gimli insisted. "Get out of the way, or we'll just trample you underneath with all your goddamn guards and reporters." "Miller, this isn't the way." "There is no other way, and I'm tired of talking about it." "Please, let me talk just a few minutes more." Greg waited, glancing from Gimli to Sandra, to the others of the JJS in the crowd. "I know you're bitter about what happened to the Joker's rights plank. I know that the way the Jokers have been treated in the past is disgraceful. But damn it, things are changing. I hate to counsel you to have patience, but that's what this needs." "Time has run out, Senator," Miller said. His mouth gaped open with a grin. The crowns of his teeth were dark and pitted. "If you go forward, you'll guarantee a riot. If you'll go back to the park, I can keep the police from interfering any further. And just what the hell good does that do us, Senator? We'd like to rally at Jetboy's tomb. That's our right. We'd like to stand on the steps and talk about 30 years of pain and torment for our people. We'd like to pray for the ones who died, and let everyone see by looking at us just how goddamn lucky the ones who died were. That's all. We ask for the rights any other normal person has. You can do all that at Roosevelt Park. Every one of the national papers, all the networks will cover it. That's a guarantee as well. It's all you have to bargain with, Senator. It ain't much, Greg nodded. I know it, and apologize for it. All I can say is that if you'll turn your people back into the park, I'll do what I can for you, for all of you. Greg spread his hands wide. That's all I can offer. Please, tell me that it's enough. Sandra watched Miller's face. The shouting, the chanting continued behind their backs. She thought that the dwarf would laugh, would jeer at Greg, and push his way on past the barricades. The dwarf shuffled bare feet on the concrete, scratched at the thatch of hair on his wide chest. He stared at Greg with a scowl, rage in his deep-set eyes, and then somehow he took a step back. Miller's gaze dropped, and the tension in the street seemed to dissolve. "All right," he said. Sandra almost laughed. There were amazed protests from the others, but Gimli swung around to them like an angry bear. "Damn it, you fucking heard me. Let's give the man a chance one day, no more. It ain't gonna hurt us to wait one more day." With a curse, Gimli pushed his way back into the crowd, heading toward the park gates once more. Slowly the others turned to follow. The chant began again, half-heartedly, and then died. Sandra stared at Greg for a long time, and he smiled at her. "Thank you," Greg said, in a quiet, tired voice. "Thank you for giving me a chance." Sandra nodded. She could not speak to him. She was afraid that she would try to hug him, to kiss him. "You're just an old crone to the man, Sandra. A joker like the rest." "How did you do it?" she wanted to ask him. "How did you make him listen when he'd never listened to me?" She could not frame the questions, not with that old woman's mouth, not with that old woman's voice. Sighing, limping on swollen knees, she made her way back.
Hartman diffuses riot. Talk with JJS leader gains reprieve. The New York Times, July 18th, 1976. Special edition, Jokertown in Chaos. New York Daily News, July 19th, 1976.
The JJS rally returned to Roosevelt Park. Through the rest of the sultry day, Gimli, Sandra, and the others gave speeches. Tachyon himself appeared to address the crowd in the afternoon, and there was a strange festival atmosphere to the gathering. The jokers sat on the grassy knolls of the park, singing or talking. Picnic lunches were shared with those nearest. Drinks were poured and offered. Joints could be seen making the rounds. In a sense, the rally became a spontaneous celebration of jokerhood. Even the most deformed jokers walked about openly. The celebrated masks of Jokertown, the anonymous facades behind which many of the Jokertown residents were accustomed to hide, were dropped for a time. For most, it was a good afternoon, something to take their minds off the heat, off the paucity of their existence. You shared life with your fellow, and if your troubles seemed overwhelming, there was always someone else to look at or talk to, who might make you feel that things were not quite so awful after all. After a morning that had seemed doomed to violence and destruction, the day had turned gentle and optimistic. The mood was one of hilarity, as if some corner had been turned and the darkness was left behind. The sun no longer seemed quite so oppressive. Sandra found that her own mood was elevated. She smiled, she joked with Gimli, she hugged and sang and laughed with the rest. Evening brought reality. The deep shadows of Manhattan's skyscrapers slid over the park and merged. The sky went ultramarine and stabilized as the sky glow of the city's lights held back full darkness, leaving the park in a hazy murk. The city radiated the day's heat back into twilight. There was no relief from the heat, and the air was deathly still. If anything, night seemed more oppressive than day. Later, the police chief would point to the mayor. The mayor in turn would point to the governor, whose office would claim that no orders originated there. No one seemed certain just who had ordered the action. And later, it simply didn't matter. The night of the 18th exploded in violence. With a shout and a blare of bullhorns, the insanity began. Mounted police, followed by club-wielding lines, began to sweep the park from south to north, intending to drive the Jokers onto Delancey and then back into Jokertown. The Jokers, disoriented and confused at the unexpected attack and urged on by the frantic Gimli, resisted. A club-swinging melee ensued, hampered by the darkness of the park. For the police, anyone without a uniform was fair game. They ranged through the park, striking anyone they could touch. Screams and cries punctuated the night. Gimli's attempt at organizing the resistance broke down quickly, and small groups of Jokers were herded toward the streets. Any who turned beaten or maced. Those who fell were trampled. Sandra found herself in one of those crowds, panting, trying to keep her balance in the jostling flight, her hands over her head. To protect herself from the clubs, she managed to find temporary safety in an alley of Stanton. There, she watched as the violence spread out of the park and onto the streets. Small scenes drifted past her. A CBS cameraman was filming as a dozen policemen on motorcycles pushed a group of Jokers toward a railing that shielded the ramp of an underground parking garage across the street from Sandra. The Jokers were running. Some of them jumped over the railing. Lambent was among them, illuminating the scene with the phosphorescent glow of his skin, a pitiful target unable to hide from the oncoming police. He vaulted the railing in desperation, plunging into the 8-foot drop beyond it. The police saw the cameraman then. One of them yelled, "Get the fucking camera!" And the cycles wheeled around with a throaty rumble, the headlights arching across the buildings. The cameraman began to run backward away from them, still filming. A club lashed out as police went past. The man rolled in the street, moaning as the camera tumbled to the pavement, its lens shattered. A Joker stumbled by the mouth of the alley, obviously dazed, holding a blood-soaked handkerchief to his temple, though the cut gaped open down past his ear, soaking the collar of his shirt. It was obvious how he had been caught. His legs and arms were canted at all the wrong angles, as if they'd been pasted on his trunk by some drunken sculptor. The man hobbled and lurched, the joints bending backwards and sideways. 3 cops came walking quickly alongside him. "I need a doctor," the Joker said to one of them. When the officer ignored him, he tugged at the sleeve of the uniform. "Hey," he said. The cop pulled a can of mace from its holster on his belt and sprayed the contents directly into the Joker's face. Sandra gasped and sank deeper into the alley. When the police kept walking, she fled the other way. Through the night, the violence spread out in the Jokertown streets. A running battle raged between the authorities and the Jokers. It was a spree of destruction, a celebration of hate. No one slept that night. Masked Jokers confronted the lurking cruisers, overturning some of them. Burning cars illuminated intersections. Near the waterfront, Tachyon's clinic looked like a castle under siege, ringed by armed guards with the distinctive figure of the doctor himself, running about trying to keep some semblance of sanity in the night. Tachyon, along with a few trusted aides, made forays into the streets to pick up the injured, both Jokers and policemen. Jokertown began to come apart, dying in fire and blood. Tear gas fumes drifted through the streets, acrid. By midnight, the National Guard had been called in and issued live ammunition. The scare offices of Senator Hartman issued a call for those aces working for the government to aid in calming the situation. The great and powerful turtle hovered over the streets like one of the war machines in George Powell's War of the Worlds, sweeping the combatants away from each other. Like many of the other aces, he seemed to take no side in the confrontation, using his abilities to break up the running battles without subduing either Jokers or police. Outside Tachyon's clinic, where by 1 a.m. the wards were nearly full and the doctor was beginning to bed down the injured in the corridors, the turtle picked up a wrecked, burning Mustang and hurled the car into the East River like a flaming meteorite, trailing sparks and smoke. He prowled South Street, shoving rioters and guardsmen in front of him as if he wielded an invisible giant plow. On 3rd Street, the guardsmen had rigged jeeps with wire mesh covers and attached large frames of barbed wire to the fronts of the vehicles. They used these to move crowds of Jokers out of the main avenue and into the side streets. Spontaneous fires triggered by a hidden Joker exploded the gas tanks of the jeeps, and guardsmen ran screaming, their uniforms aflame. Rifle fire began to chatter. Near Chatham Square, the sound of rioting began to swell to immense, ear-shattering proportions as the Howler, dressed all in yellow, stalked the chaotic streets, his mouth open in a wail that contained all he had heard, amplified and redoubled. Where Howler walked, jokers flung hands over ears, fleeing from the torrent of noise. Windows shattered when Howler raised the frequencies. Walls shivered as he sobbed in the bass range. "Stop this!" he raged. "Go inside, all of you." Black Shadow, who had revealed himself as an ace only a few months before, indicated his sympathies quickly. He watched the conflict silently for a time. On Pitt Street, where a band of beleaguered jokers fought with taunts, thrown bottles, and the garbage at hand against a water cannon, and a squad of guardsmen with bayonets fixed to their rifles, Black Shadow stepped into the fray. The street went instantly black for perhaps 20 feet around the ace with the navy blue uniform and orange-red domino mask. The impenetrable night persisted for 10 minutes or more. Screams came from inside the well of dark, and jokers fled. When the darkness moved off and the lights of the city again reflected from the wet pavement, the guardsmen lay in the street, unconscious, the water cannon pouring a harsh stream into the gutters, unattended. Sandra saw that last confrontation from the window of her apartment. The violence of the night frightened her. To escape the fright, she twisted the cap from the bottle of Jack Daniels on her dresser, pouring a long, harsh slug down her throat. She gasped, wiping at the back of her mouth with her hand. Every muscle in her body protested. Her arthritic legs and hands shot agony when she moved. She went to bed and lay down. She could not sleep, the sounds of rioting drifting in from the open window. She could smell smoke from nearby fires and see the shuddering flames dancing on her walls. She was afraid that she would have to leave the building. She wondered what she would try to save if it came to that. There was a soft knock at her apartment door. At first she was not certain that she heard it. It was repeated, quiet and persistent, and she groaned to her feet. As she approached the door, she knew who it was. Her body felt it. "No," Sandra whispered to herself. "No, not now." He rapped on the door again. "Go away, please, Greg," she said, leaning against the door, keeping her voice quiet so he could not hear the old woman's tones in it. "Succubus!" His voice was insistent. His arousal tugged at her, and she wondered at it. Why now? Why here? God, I can't let him see me like this, and he won't go away. "Just a minute," she said, and she let down the barriers that caged Succubus. Her body began its change, and she felt the swirling of his passion inciting her own. She stripped away Sandra's clothes, flinging them away into a corner. She opened the door. Greg was masked, his entire head covered with a grotesque smiling clown's face. It leered at her as he pushed his way inside. He said nothing. His hands were already unzipping his pants, pulling out his stiffening cock. He did not bother to undress, engaged in no foreplay at all. He pushed her down onto the hardwood floor and jammed himself into her, thrusting with gasping breaths as Succubus moved under him, matching his ferocity and cooperating with this loveless rape. He was brutal. His fingers dug into her small, firm breasts, the nails tearing small, bleeding crescents of skin. He crushed her nipples between thumb and forefinger until she cried out. He desired pain from her tonight. He needed her to cringe and cry, and yet to be the willing victim. He slapped her face. When she brought her hands up to stop him from doing it again, her nostrils drooling blood, he twisted her wrist viciously. And when he was done with her, he stood over her looking down, the clown's head laughing at her, his own face unreadable behind the mask. She could see only his eyes, glistening as he stared at her. "It had to be that way," he said. There was no apology in his voice. Succubus nodded. She had known that and accepted it. Sandra wailed inside her. Hartman zipped up his pants. The front of his shirt was soiled with blood and their fluids. "Do you understand at all?" he asked her. His voice was gentle, calm. It begged her to listen, to sympathize. "You're one person who accepts me without my having to do anything. You don't care that I'm a senator. I don't have to." He stopped and brushed at his suit. "You love me. I can feel that. You care for me, and I don't have to make you care. I wish." He shrugged. "I need you." Perhaps it was because she could not see his face. Perhaps it was because his roughness, when before he had always been so tender, had driven succubus's empathy deeper into him than in the past. But she could feel his thoughts for a moment as he left her sprawled on the floor, and what she sensed made her shiver, despite the awful heat. He was thinking of the rioting outside, and in the senator's mind was no loathing, no distaste. There was only a glow of pleasure, a sense of proprietorial accomplishment. She glanced at him in astonishment. It's been him. All along it's been him using us, not the other way around. At the door, Greg turned and spoke to her. Succubus, I do love you. I don't think you can understand that, but it's true. Please, believe that. I need you more than I need all the rest. Behind the mask, she could see the brightness of his pupils. She was astonished to see that he was crying. Somehow, with all the strangeness Sandra had witnessed during the night, that did not seem so strange at all.
Puppet Man found that his safety lay in anonymity, in the appearance of innocence. After all, none of the puppets ever knew that he had touched them. None of them could tell anyone what had happened inside their minds. They had simply snapped. Puppet Man had only let them act out their own feelings. There was always ample motivation for whatever crimes his puppets might commit. If they were caught, no matter. In 1961, graduating from Harvard Law School, he had joined a prestigious New York law firm. In 5 years, after a successful career as a criminal lawyer, he moved into politics. In 1965, he was elected New York City councilman. He was mayor from 68 to 72, when he became a New York senator. In 1976, he saw his chance to become president. In the past, he'd always thought in terms of 80, of 84. But the Democratic National Convention went to New York in the bicentennial year, and Puppet Man knew that here was his moment. The groundwork had all been laid. He had fed many times from the deep cup of bitterness inside Tom Miller. Now he would drink fully.
15 dead as Jokertown burns. The New York Times, July 19th, 1976. The morning sun was misted by dark smoke. The city broiled under the renewed heat, worse than the days before. The violence had not ended with the morning. The streets of Jokertown were awash in destruction, littered with the detritus of the night's turmoil. The rioters fought guerrilla battles with the police and guardsmen, hampering their movements through the streets, overturning cars to block intersections, setting fires, taunting the authorities from balconies and windows. Jokertown itself was ringed with squad cars, jeeps, and fire equipment. Guardsmen in full gear were stationed every few yards on 2nd Avenue. Along Christie, the guards massed around Roosevelt Park, where once again the Jokers were gathering. Gimli's voice could be heard deep in the crowd, haranguing them, telling them that today they would march no matter what the consequences. All of the Democratic candidates made an appearance near the stricken area, to be photographed with concerned, stern expressions as they gazed at the burnt-out shell of a building, or spoke with a not-to-mishappen Joker. Kennedy, Carter, Udall, Jackson. They all made certain they were seen and then took their limos back to the garden, where the delegates had cast to inconclusive rounds of votes for the candidacy. Only Hartman came and stayed near Jokertown, chatting with the newsmen and trying unsuccessfully to coax Miller out of the depths of the crowd to negotiate. At noon, with the temperature touching 3 figures and a breeze from the East River, bringing the smell of burning to the city, the Jokers came out of the park.
Greg had never handled so many puppets before. Gimli was still the key, and he could feel the dwarf's raging presence maybe 100 yards back into the crowd of Jokers that filled Grand. In this swirling mess, Miller alone would not be enough to turn the Jokers back at the right time. Greg had made certain that he would be able to shake the hands of the JJS leaders over the past few weeks. Every time, he'd use that contact to plunge into the mind before him and open the pathways that would allow him access from a distance. A mob was like any herd of animals. Turn enough of the leaders and the rest would inevitably follow. Greg had most of them: Gargantua, Peanut, Tinhorn, File, perhaps 20 others. A few of them, such as Sandra Phelan, he'd ignored. The old woman reminded him of someone's decrepit grandmother, and he doubted her ability to sway the mob. Most of the puppets already had a fear in them. It would be easy to use that, to expand that fright until they turned and fled. Most of them were reasonable people. They wanted confrontation no more than anyone else. They had been goaded into it, Hartman's doing. Now he would undo it, and in the process make himself the candidate of choice. Already the tide of the convention had turned away from Kennedy and Carter. With the delegates now absolved of their first vote commitment, they were free to elect the candidate of their choice. In the last ballot, Hartman had placed a rising third. Gregg smiled despite the cameras aimed toward him. The rioting of the night before had given him a pleasure that he had not thought he would ever feel. So much passion had nearly overwhelmed him, a strange melding of lusts. The line of guardsmen began to shift as jokers approached. They spilled out all along the length of Christie, shouting slogans and brandishing signs. Bullhorns blared orders and curses back and forth. Gregg could hear the taunts of the jokers as the guardsmen formed a line of bayonets. At the intersection of Delancey Street, Gregg saw the hovering shell of the turtle above the guardsmen. There, at least, the protesters were kept back without harm. Farther south toward the main gates, where Hartman stood in a circle of guards, it was not so easy. The jokers came on, pushing and shoving, the mass of those behind, propelling those who might have otherwise turned back into the park. The guardsmen were forced to make a decision: use the bayonets or try to push the jokers back with linked arms. They chose the latter. For a moment it looked as if some balance had been reached, then the ranks of the guardsmen began to slowly bend. With a cry, a knot of jokers broke through the line and reached the street. Shouting, the rest poured through. Once again a running battle ensued, disorganized and confused. Hartman, well back from the fighting for the moment, sighed. He closed his eyes as the impressions of his puppets began to reach him. If he wished, he could have lost himself then, could have plunged into that roiling sea of emotion and fed until satiated. But he could not wait that long. He had to move while there was still some form to the conflict. Gesturing to the guards, he began to move forward toward the gates, toward the presence of Gimli.
Sandra was with the rest of the main cadre of the JJS. As they marched through the main gate, she tried again to tell Gimli about the strangeness she'd sensed in Hartman last night. He thought he was controlling all of this. I swear it, Gimli. Just like any other fucking politician, old woman. Besides, I thought you liked him. I do, but look, why the hell are you here? Because I'm a joker. Because the JJS is my group too, whether I agree with what you're doing or not. Then shut up, damn it. I've got a lot to handle here. The dwarf glared at her and moved away. They were walking at a slow funeral pace towards the waiting guardsmen. Sandra could see them through those in front of her. Then the vision was gone as the jokers crowded into the constriction of the gates, hobbling, limping, making their way as best they could. Many of them bore signs of the struggle of the day before, heads wrapped in bandages, slings. They proffered them to the guardsmen like badges of honor. The bodies in front of Sandra suddenly halted as they hot the line of guardsmen. Someone shoved her from behind and she almost fell. She hugged the person before her, feeling leathery skin under her hands, seeing lizard-like scales covering a massive back. Sandra cried out as she crushed, pushing away with feeble arms, muscles wobbling inside loose bags of skin. She thought she would fall, when suddenly the pressure was released. She staggered. Her eyes caught the sun then. She was momentarily blinded. In the confusion, she could see fists swinging in front of her, accompanied by shouts and cries. Sandra began to retreat, trying to find a way past the conflict. She was shoved, and when she struck back, a club slammed against the side of her head. Sandra screamed. Succubus screamed. Her vision was lost in swirls of color. She could not think. She held her hands over the cut, and the hands felt odd. Blinking away blood from the cut on her temple, she tried to look at them. They were young, those hands, and even as she gaped at them in confusion, she felt the sudden intrusion of other passions. No, go back inside, damn you. Not here, not in the streets, not with all these people around. Desperately, Sandra tried to place the controls back on Succubus, but her head rang with the concussion, and she could not think. Her body was in torment, shifting fluidly in response to everyone about her. Succubus touched each of the mind and took the shape of its sexual desires. She was first female, then male, young and old, thinkan and fat. Succubus wailed in confusion. Sandra ran, her shape altering with each step, pushing against the hands that reached out for her in sudden odd lust. Succubus responded as she had to. She took the thread of desire and wove it into passion. In an ever-widening circle, the rioting ended as jokers and guardsmen alike turned to pursue the quick tug of desire. Succubus could feel him as well, and she tried to make her way toward Gregg. She didn't know what else to do. He controlled this. She knew that from last night. He could save her. He loved her. He had said so.
The cameras followed Senator Hartman's progress toward the gate where a few scuffles were just beginning. When his bodyguards tried to hold the senator back, he shrugged their hands aside. "Damn it, someone has to try," he was heard to say. "Oh, good stuff," one of the reporters muttered. Hartman pushed forward. The bodyguards looked at one another, shrugged, and followed. Greg could feel the presence of most of his puppets in the area near the gate. With the turtle holding back the jokers at the other end of the park, Greg realized that this would be his best opportunity. Getting Gimli and the others to retreat now would turn everyone back. If the rioting continued into the night again, no matter, Greg would have quite amply demonstrated his calm sure-handedness in a crisis. The papers would be full of the account the next morning, and all the networks would feature his face and name prominently. That would be enough to ensure the nomination with a grand momentum into the campaign itself. Ford or Reagan. It wouldn't matter who the Republicans choose. Keeping his face grim, Greg strode towards the center of the conflict. "Miller!" he shouted, knowing the dwarf was close enough to hear him. "Miller, this is Hartman!" As he shouted, he gave a tug at Miller's mind and closed down that molten heat of rage, laving it with cool azure. He felt the sudden release, felt the beginning to the dwarf's disgust at the vision around him. Hartman twisted the mind again, touching the core of fright in the man and willing it to grow, a cold whiteness. "It's out of control," Greg whispered to the man. "You've lost it now, and you can't get it back unless you go to the senator. Listen, he's calling for you. Be reasonable." "Miller!" Greg called again. He felt the dwarf begin to turn, and Greg pushed the guardsman in front of him aside so that he could see. Gimli was to his left. But even as Hartman began to call to him, he saw the Joker's attention shift away toward the gate. There, pursued by a crowd of Jokers and guardsmen, Greg saw her. Succubus. Her form was erratic, 100 faces and bodies flickering on as she ran. She saw Greg in that same instant. She cried out to him, her arms outstretched. "Succubus!" he shouted back. He began to shoulder his way toward her. Someone caught her from behind. Succubus twisted away, but other hands had her now. With a shrill scream, she fell. Greg could see nothing of her then. There were bodies all around her, shoving, striking each other in their fury, to be near her. Greg heard the grotesque, dry crack of bones snapping. "No!" Greg began to run. Gimli was forgotten. The riot was forgotten. As he came nearer to her, he could sense her presence, could feel the pull of her attraction. They piled on top of her, the swarming, snarling mob pummeling her, tearing at Succubus and each other in an attempt to find release. They were like maggots wriggling over a piece of meat, their faces strained and fierce. Their hands clawed as they pawed at Succubus, thrusting. Blood fountained suddenly from somewhere below the writhing pack. Succubus screamed, a wordless, shrill agony that was suddenly, eerily, cut off. He felt her die. Those around her began to pull back, a horror on their faces. Greg could see the body huddled on the ground. A thick smear of blood spilled around it. One of the arms had been ripped completely from the socket. Her legs were twisted at strange angles. Greg saw none of that. He stared only at her face. He saw the reflection of Andrea Whitman lying there. A rage grew in him. The intensity of it swept everything else aside. He could see nothing around him, not the camera, not his bodyguards, not the reporters. Greg could only see her. She had been his. She had been his without having to be a puppet, and they had taken her from him. They had mocked him, as Andrea had mocked him years ago, as others who had mocked him who had also died. He had loved her as much as he could anyone. Greg grasped the shoulder of a guardsman who stood over the body, his cock hanging down from unzipped pants. Greg jerked him around. "You asshole!" As he shouted, he struck the man in the face repeatedly. "You goddamn asshole!" His fury spilled out from his mind, unrestricted. It flowed to his puppets. Gimli bellowed, his voice as compelling as ever. "You see? See how they kill?" The Jokers took up the cry and attacked. Hartman's bodyguards, suddenly fearful as the violence renewed, dragged the senator away from the combat. He cursed them, resisting, fighting to be loose, but this time they were adamant. They pulled him back to the car and his hotel room.
Hartman enraged at killing, attacks demonstrators. Carter appears to be winner. The New York Times, July 20th, 1976. Hartman. Loses head must sometimes fight back, he says. New York, Daily News, July 20th, 1976.
He salvaged what he could from the fiasco. He told the waiting reporters that he'd simply been appalled by what he'd witnessed, by the unnecessary violence done to the poor succubus. He'd shrugged his shoulders, smiled sadly, and asked them if they, too, might not have been moved by such a scene. When they finally left him, Puppetman retired to his room. There, in the solitude of his room, he watched the proceedings on television as the convention elected Carter as his party's next presidential candidate. He told himself that he didn't care. He told himself that next time it would be his. After all, Puppetman was still safe, still hidden. No one knew his secret. In his mind, Puppetman lifted a hand and spread his fingers. The strings pulled. His puppets' heads jerked up. Puppetman felt their emotions, tasting the spice of their lives. For that night, at least, the feast was bitter and galling.
Interlude 5. From 35 Years of Wild Cards, a retrospective. Aces Magazine, September 15th, 1981. I Can't Die Yet. I haven't seen the Jolson story. Robert Tomlin. They are an abomination unto the Lord, and on their faces they bear the mark of the beast, and their numbers in the land are 666. Anonymous Anti-Joker Leaflet, 1946. They'll call it quarantine, not discrimination. We are not a race, they tell us. We are not a religion. We are diseased. And so it is right that they set us apart, though they know full well that the wild card is not contagious. Ours is a sickness of the body. Theirs a contagion of the soul. Xavier Desmond. Let them say what they will, I can still fly. Earl Sanderson, Jr. Is it my fault that everyone likes me and no one likes you? David Harstein to Richard Nixon. I like the taste of Joker blood. Graffiti, New York City subway. I don't care what they look like. They bleed red just like anybody else. Most of them, anyway. Lieutenant Colonel John Garrick, Joker Brigade. If I'm an ace, I'd hate to see a deuce. Timothy Wiggins. You want to know if I'm an ace or Joker? The answer is yes. The Turtle. I'm a Joker. I'm insane, and you cannot say my name. Coiled in the streets waiting only for night. I am the serpent who gnaws the roots of the world. Serpent Times. Thomas Marion Douglas Thurburn. Delighted to have baby return to me, but I have no intention of leaving Earth. This planet is my home now, and those touched by the wild card are my children. Dr. Tachyon, on the occasion of the return of his spaceship. In hindsight, the decision to use aces to secure the safe return of hostages was probably a mistake, and I take full responsibility for failure of the mission. President Jimmy Carter. Think like an ace, and you can win like an ace. Think like a joker, and the joke's on you. Think like an ace. Ballantyne, 1981. The parents of America are deeply concerned about the excessive coverage of aces and their exploits in the media. They are bad role models for our children, and thousands are injured or killed each year while attempting to imitate their freak powers. Naomi Weathers, American Parents League. Even their kids want to be like us. These are the 80s, a new decade, man, and we're the new people. We can fly, and we don't need no bogus airplane like that Nat Jet Boy. The Nats don't know it yet, but they're obsolete. This is a time for aces. Minus anonymous letter in Jokertown. Cry January 1st, 1981.
If you wish to find the unclouded truth, do not concern yourself with right and wrong. Sengcan, Xin Ming. Brennan watched all the color fade from the landscape as the bus came down from the quiet coolness of the mountains to the sweltering stickiness of a summer city day. Endless asphalt parking lots replaced meadows and grassy fields. Buildings grew taller and crowded closer to the roadway. Leaden light poles supplanted the trees on the median along the road. Even the sky turned sullen and gray, threatening rain. He disembarked at the Port Authority with other passengers. They scattered to their myriad destinations, their eyes averted in the habitual manner of the big city dweller without giving him a second glance. Not that there was anything about him to cause someone to glance twice. He was tall, but not excessively so. His build was more lithe than bulky. His hands were large, suntanned and scarred. Veins and cords stood out on their backs like thick wires. His face was dark and lean and unremarkable. He wore a denim jacket, frayed and sun-bleached, a dark cotton t-shirt, a fresh pair of blue jeans, and dark running shoes. He carried a small, soft-sided bag in his left hand and a flat leather case in his right. 42nd Street outside the Port Authority building was crowded. He merged into the flow of foot traffic, allowing it to take him into an area of Manhattan that was only slightly less seedy than some of the more polite parts of Jokertown. He extricated himself from the swarm of pedestrians after a few blocks and went up the decaying stone steps of the Ipswich Arms, a blousy hotel that apparently catered to the local hooker trade. It looked as if business was bad. People were apparently going to Jokertown for their kicks. They were cheaper there, and even if only a fraction of what he read was true, a lot kickier. The desk clerk looked dubious when he came in alone and with luggage, but took his money and gave him directions to a room that was as small and dirty as he had thought it would be. He closed the door, put his bag on the floor, and carefully set his leather case on the sagging bed. The room was sweltering, but Brennan had been in hotter places. He felt confined by the filthy bare walls around him, but opening a window wouldn't have helped. He laid down on the bed and stared at the peeling ceiling without seeing the roaches racing above his head. The words of a letter he had received the day before kept running through his mind. Captain Brennan, he is here. I have seen him, but I am afraid that he saw and recognized me as well. Come to the restaurant. Be cautious, but open. There was no signature, but he recognized Min's elegant, precise hand. There was no address, but he didn't need one. Min had hidden him in his restaurant for several days when he had surreptitiously returned to the States 3 years before, and Brennan had no doubt to whom his old friend referred in the letter. It was Kian. He closed his eyes and saw a face. Masculine, lean, predatory. He tried to make it vanish. He tried to blank it from his mind by conjuring from the depths of his consciousness the sound of one hand clapping. He tried, but failed. The face smiled, mocking him. It began to laugh. He sat on the bed, waiting for the darkness and what it would bring. The air was flat and unmoving and clogged Brennan's nostrils with the miasma of 7 million people crammed too closely together. After 3 years in the mountains, he was unused to the city, but he was still able to take advantage of it. One man among thousands, he was seen but not noticed, heard but not remembered as he walked to Min's restaurant on Elizabeth carrying his flat leather case. It was early evening and the street was still crowded with potential customers, but the restaurant was closed. That was strange. The vestibule, the only part of the restaurant's interior visible from the street, was dark. The sign hanging on the inside of the outer glass door said, "Closed. Please call again," in English and Vietnamese. 3 men, city punks, lounged on the street in front of the building, joking among themselves. Brennan walked to the corner, trying to drape his sudden apprehension with a cloak of calmness. He ran through a series of breathing exercises that had been Ishida's first lesson to him when he had decided to give direction to his life by studying the way. Apprehension, fear, nervousness, hatred. These would do him no good. He needed the ineffable calmness of an unbroken, unclouded mountain pool. Kian was still alive. Of that he never had a doubt. Kian was a cunning and ruthless survivor to whom the fall of Saigon was merely an inconvenience. It would have taken him some time, but Brennan knew that he must have built a network of agents as potent and relentless as his network in Vietnam. These agents, given the few days that it took the letter to be written, delivered, and acted upon, could have tracked Min down. He turned the corner and, unnoticed by the other pedestrians on the street, slipped into a side alley bordering Min's restaurant. It was dark there, and as quiet and rank as death. He crouched next to a pile of uncollected garbage, listening and watching. He saw nothing, as his eyes adjusted to the deeper gloom of the alley beside scavenging cats. He heard nothing but the rustling sounds they made as they searched through the garbage. He sat his case down and flicked open its latches. He could barely see in the gloom, but he needed no light at all to assemble what lay inside. He snapped on and dogged down the limbs upper and lower to the central grip, and with sure, practiced strength slipped the string over the lower tip, stepped through, set the tip of the lower limb against his foot, bent the upper limb against the back of his thigh, and slipped the string over its tip. He brushed the taut string with his fingers and smiled at the low thrumming sound it produced. He held a recurved bow, 42 inches long, made of layers of fiberglass laminated around a U-core. Brennan knew it was a good bow. He had made it himself. It pulled at 60 pounds, powerful enough to bring down a deer, bear, or man. The case also held a 3-fingered leather glove which Brennan slipped on his right hand, and a small quiver of arrows which he attached to his belt by Velcro tabs. He pulled one free. It was tipped by a hunting broadhead with 4 razor-sharp vanes. He knocked it loosely to the taut string and, more silent than the cat scrabbling through the uncollected garbage, crept to the restaurant's back door. He listened, but could hear nothing. He tried the door, found it unlocked, and cracked it open half an inch. An arc of light spilled out, and he found himself looking into a swatch of the kitchen. It, too, was empty and quiet. He slid inside, a silent blot of darkness in the stainless steel and white porcelain room. Keeping low, moving fast, he went to the double swinging doors that led out into the dining area and cautiously peeked through the oval window set into the door. He saw what he had been afraid he would see. The waiters, cooks, and customers were huddled together in one corner of the room under the watchful eyes of a man armed with an automatic pistol. 2 others held Min spread eagle against a wall while a third worked him over. Min's face was bruised and bloodied, his eyes swollen shut. The man who was beating him methodically with a leather sap was also questioning him. Brennan slipped down below the window, his teeth clenched, rage swelling the veins in his neck and reddening his face. Kian had recognized Min and ordered him hunted down. Min was one of the few people in America who could identify Keen, who knew that he had methodically and ruthlessly used his position as an ARVN general to betray his country, his men, and his American allies. Brennan, of course, also knew Keen for what he was. He also knew that whatever place Keen had made for himself in America, those in authority would respect, listen to, and probably even fear him. Brennan, on the other hand, since he had walked away from the army in disgust during the debacle of the fall of Saigon, was an outlaw. No one in authority knew that he was back in the States, and he wanted to keep it that way. He reached into his back pocket, withdrew a hood, and slipped it on, covering his features from his upper lip to the top of his head. He took a moment to breathe deep, to drown his emotions in a void of nothingness, to forget his rage, his fear, his friend, his need for revenge, to forget even himself. He became nothing so that he would be all. He was not angry, not calm. He rose silently to his feet and stepped through the door, sank down on one knee behind a table and drew his first shaft. The quiet, assured words of Ishida, his Roshi, filled his mind like the somnolent tolling of a great bell. Be simultaneously the aimer and the aimed, the hitter and hit. Be a full vessel waiting to be emptied. Loose your burden when the moment is right, without thinking or direction, and in that manner, know the way. He stared without seeing, forgetting whether his targets were men or bales of clay. Loosed his first shaft, dropped his hand to the quiver at his belt, took out his next arrow, knocked, lifted the bow, and drew the string while the first shaft was still on its way. The first arrow hit while he was shifting aim to take in the third target. They realized they were being attacked by the time the second arrow had struck and the fourth released. By then it was too late. He had chosen the order of his targets before becoming submerged in the void. The first was the man guarding the hostages with the drawn gun. The shaft struck him in the back, high on the left side. It skewered his heart, sliced through one lung, and burst out half a foot from his chest. The impact hurled him forward, astonished, into the arms of a waiter. They both stared at the bloody aluminum shaft protruding from his chest. The gunman opened his mouth to swear or pray, but blood gushed forth, drowning his words. He slumped forward, his legs gone rubbery, and the waiter dropped him. The 2 who held Min released him. He slumped to the floor as they reached for the weapons at their belts. One had his hand pinned to his stomach before he could draw, the other was nailed to the wall. He dropped his pistol and clutched at the shaft, pinning him like an insect staked to a drying board. The last, the one who had been questioning Min, whirled around and was struck in the side. The arrow angled upward, slipped between his ribs, pierced his heart, and punched upward through his right shoulder. 9 seconds had elapsed. The sudden silence was broken only by the pained weeping of the man nailed to the wall. Brennan crossed the room in a dozen strides. The hostages were still too stunned to move. 2 of the thugs were dead. Brennan took no pleasure in their deaths, as he took no pleasure in killing deer to provide meat for his table. It was just something that had to be done. Neither did he waste his pity on them. The one who was gut-shot was curled up on the floor, unconscious and in shock. The other, pinned to the wall by the shaft that had pierced his chest, was still alert. Fear twisted his face, and when he looked into Brennan's eyes, his sobbing grew to a wail. Brennan stared at him without remorse. He drew a shaft from his quiver. The man started to babble. Brennan slashed out. The broadhead cut the man's throat as easily as if it were a razor. Brennan dispassionately stepped aside from the sudden spurt of blood, slipped the arrow back into the quiver, and knelt down by Min. He was badly hurt. All his limbs were broken. It must have been agonizing to have been held up the way he was, and internal damage must have been massive. His breathing was shallow and shuddering. His eyes were swollen shut. They probably wouldn't have focused even if he could have opened them. "Ong La I," he breathed at Brennan's gentle, probing touch. "Who are you?" "Brennan." Min smiled a ghastly smile. Blood bubbled on his lips and gleamed on his white teeth. "I knew you would come, Captain. Don't speak. We have to get—" Min shook his head. The effort cost him. He coughed and grimaced in pain. "No. I am dying. I must tell you, it is Keen. This proves it. They wanted to know if I told anyone, but I would say nothing. They don't know of you." "They will," Brennan promised. Min coughed again. "I had hoped to help. Like the old days. Like the old days." His mind wandered for a moment, and Brennan looked up. "Call an ambulance," he ordered, "and the police. Tell them there's 3 more on the street in front. Move." One of the waiters leaped to follow his orders while the others watched in mute incomprehension. "Help you?" Min repeated. "Help you." He fell silent for a moment and then seemed to make a supreme effort to speak rationally and clearly. "You must listen. Scar has kidnapped Mai. I was following him, trying to get a lead to where he had taken Mai when I saw him and Keen together in the back of a limousine. Go to Chrysalis, Crystal Palace. She might know where he's taken her. I couldn't find out." His last sentence was interrupted by bloody fits of coughing. "Why did they take her?" Brennan asked gently. "For her hands. Her bloody hands." Brennan wiped the beads of sweat from Min's forehead. "Rest easy now," he said. But Min didn't listen. He rose up, clutching Brennan's arm. "Find Mai. Help. Her." He settled back, sighed. Blood bubbled on his lips. "Toi met," he said. "I am tired." Brennan clenched his jaw against the ache and answered softly in Vietnamese. "Rest, then." Min nodded and died. Brennan let him down gently and sat back on his heels, blinking rapidly. Not another one, he said to himself. Not another death. It was another thing Keen had to answer for. He stood, looked around, and saw nothing but fear on the faces of the people he had rescued. There was no sense in waiting. The police would only ask awkward questions, like his name. There were plenty of people who would like to know that Daniel Brennan was still alive and back in the United States. Kien only one among them. He had to leave before the police arrived. He had to follow the slim lead that Min had left him. Chrysalis. Crystal Palace, but he stopped, turned to the freed hostages. "I need a pen," he said. One of the waiters had a felt tip marker that he wordlessly handed to Brennan. He paused for a moment. He wanted Kien to wake up at night in a cold sweat, thinking, wondering. It wouldn't get to him right away, but with enough messages, enough dead agents, it eventually would. He scrawled a message next to the man nailed to the wall by his arrow. It said, "I'm coming for you, Keen." He stopped before signing it. His name wouldn't do. It would take the fear of the unknown from his attacks and give Keen, his agents, and his government contacts to concrete a clue to follow. He smiled as sudden inspiration struck him. The code name of his last mission in Vietnam, when Keen had betrayed him and his units into the hands of the North Vietnamese, had been Operation Yeoman. That name would make Keen think. He might suspect that it was Brennan who stood behind the name, but he wouldn't know for sure. It would gnaw at him in the night and salt his dreams with memories of deeds he'd thought long buried. It was also an appropriate name in a grimly ironic way. It suited him well. He signed the short message Yeoman and then, in a burst of final inspiration, drew a small ace of spades, the Vietnamese symbol of death and ill fortune, and colored it in. The Vietnamese waiters and kitchen help muttered to themselves at the sight of the mark, and the waiter from whom Brennan had borrowed the pen refused to take it back with quick, bird-like shakes of his head. "Suit yourself," Brennan said. "How do I get to the Crystal Palace?" One of them stammered directions, and Brennan went back out through the kitchen, into the dark alley. He disassembled his bow, slipped it back into its case, and was gone before the police arrived. Still wearing his mask, he kept to the alleys and dark streets, passing other phantom figures in the darkness. Some watched him. Some were absorbed in their own doings. None tried to stop him. The Crystal Palace on Henry was part of a block-long 3-story row house. About half the row had been destroyed in the Great Jokertown riot of 1976 and had never been rebuilt. Some of the debris had been cleared away. Some remained in great piles sitting next to tottering walls. As Brennan passed, he saw eyes, whether human or animal he couldn't tell, gleaming out from cracks and crevices within the piles of wreckage. He wasn't tempted to investigate. He went farther down the street to where the row house was still intact, up the short stone staircase under a canopied entrance, through a small antechamber, and found himself in the main tap room of the Crystal Palace. It was dark, crowded, and smoky. There was an occasional obvious joker like the short, blubbery, tusked fellow peddling newspapers by the door and the bicephalic singer on the small stage managing some nice harmony on a Cole Porter tune. Some were normal enough until one looked close. Brennan noticed one man, normal, handsome even, except that he lacked a nose and a mouth, and instead a long, curled proboscis that he extended like a straw into his drink as Brennan watched. Some wore costumes that called attention to their strangeness, as if to proclaim their infection in a defiant manner. Some wore masks to hide their deformities, although some who wore masks were naturals, or nats in Joker slang. "You a salesman?" It took Brennan a moment to realize that the question was directed at him. He looked over to the end of the long wooden bar where a man sat on a high stool, swinging his short, stubby legs well clear of the floor. He was a dwarf, about 4 feet tall and 4 feet wide. His neck was as tall as a can of tuna fish and as thick as a man's thigh. He looked as solid and expressionless as a slab of marble. "Those your samples?" he asked, gesturing at Brennan's case with a hand that was twice the size of Brennan's. "Just the tools of my trade." Sasha. One of the bartenders, a tall, thin man with a pencil mustache and an oily curl of hair falling limply over his forehead, turned toward the dwarf. Brennan had noticed him out of the corner of his eye, mixing and dispensing drinks with incredible speed and surety. When he turned at the dwarf's call, Brennan saw that he had no eyes, only a blank, unbroken expanse of skin covering his sockets. The bartender looked in his direction and nodded rapidly. "He's okay, Elmo, he's okay." The dwarf nodded and took his eyes off Brennan for the first time since he had spoken. Brennan frowned, was about to speak, but the bartender beat him to it. He pointed down to the other end of the bar and said, "She's over there." Brennan pursed his lips. The eyeless man smiled briefly and turned away to mix another drink. Brennan looked in the direction the bartender had indicated and caught his breath. A woman sat at a corner table with a slim, light-skinned black man who was wearing a red kimono splashed with yellow dragons and embroidered with what Brennan took to be mystical formulae. He was handsome, but for the bulging forehead that marred his profile. The chair he sat in was ordinary. The woman's chair was throne-sized with a black walnut frame and red velvet cushions. She set down the thimble-sized glass from which she was sipping a honey-colored liquor, looked directly at Brennan, and smiled. She wore pants that clung to her lithe figure, and a sheath-like wrap that gathered over her right shoulder, leaving half her chest naked. Her skin was completely invisible, exposing vague, shadowy muscles and the organs that labored underneath them. Brennan could see blood pulsing in the network of veins and arteries that ran through her flesh. Could see her ghostly, semi-transparent muscles shift and glide at her slightest movement. Could even see, faintly, the beating of her heart within the cage of her ribs and the fluttering of her lungs as they labored evenly and unceasingly. She smiled at him. Brennan knew that he stared, but he couldn't help himself. She looked too bizarre to be beautiful, but she was fascinating. Her exposed breasts were totally invisible save for its fine network of interlacing blood vessels and its large, dark nipple. Her face, well, who could tell? Her eyes were blue, her cheekbones under the sheath of jaw muscle high, her nose a cavity in her skull. Her lips, like the nipple of her breast, were visible. They were full and inviting and curved in a sardonic smile. She had no hair to hide her white skull. He threaded his way through the crowd toward her table, and she watched him with what seemed to be, if he could read her bizarre expression, detached amusement. He watched the mechanism of her throat work as she sipped her drink. "Forgive me," he began, and ran down to silence. She laughed. It was good-humored, with no bitterness, reproach, or anger. "Forgiveness granted, masked man," she said. "I'm a sight to behold. No one seeing me for the first time can act casual about it. I'm Chrysalis, the owner and proprietress of the Crystal Palace, as I guess you know. This is Fortunato." The black looked at Brennan, and he could see the man's Eastern blood in the shape of his eyes. They nodded at each other wordlessly. There was, Brennan realized, an aura of power about this man. He was an ace, of that Brennan was suddenly sure. "What's your name?" Chrysalis asked him. She spoke in a cultured British accent, which would have surprised Brennan if he hadn't already exceeded his surprise quotient for the evening. Her voice had grown thoughtful. Her expression seemed calculating. "Yeoman," Brennan said, wondering how open he could afford to be. "Interesting. It's not your real name, of course." Brennan looked at her silently. "Would you like to know it?" her companion asked. Fortunato smiled lazily, and she shrugged and smiled back non-committally. Fortunato looked at Brennan. His eyes grew deeper, darker. Brennan sensed a swirling vortex of power growing in them. Power he suddenly realized was directed toward him. He flashed with anger, his fists clenching, and he knew that he couldn't keep the spore-given ability of Fortunato from penetrating into the core of his brain. There was only one thing he could do. He took a deep breath, held it, and let all thought drain from his mind. He was back in Japan again, facing Ishida, trying to answer the riddle the Roshi had posed to him when he had first sought entry into the monastery. A sound is heard when both hands are clapped. What is the sound of one hand clapping? Wordlessly, Brennan had thrust forth one hand clasped into a fist. Ishida had nodded, and Brennan's training began in earnest. He called upon that training now. He entered deeply into zazen, the state of meditation where he emptied himself of all thought, feeling, emotion, and expression. A timeless time passed, and as if from a long distance away, he heard Fortunato mutter, "Extraordinary," and he brought himself back. Fortunato looked at him with a modicum of respect in his eyes. Chrysalis watched them both carefully. "You're into Zen?" Fortunato asked. "A humble student," Brennan murmured, his voice sounding even to him as if coming from a distant mountain peak. "Maybe I'd better speak to Yeoman alone," Chrysalis said. "If you want." Fortunato stood. "A moment." Brennan shook himself like a dog shedding water and returned entirely to the room. He looked at Fortunato. "Don't do that again." Fortunato pursed his lips, nodded. "I'm sure we'll meet again." He left the table, threading his way through the crowded room. Brennan took his chair as Chrysalis gazed at him with what seemed to be a calculating expression. "Strange that I haven't heard of you before," she said. "I've just come to town." Her gaze had become penetrating, captivating. It was with some effort that Brennan pulled his gaze away from her eyes, floating naked in their hollow sockets. "On business?" she asked. Brennan nodded, and she sipped her drink, sighed, put her glass down. "I can see that you're not in the mood for small talk. What do you want of me?" "Your bartender," he began. "How does he get along so well without eyes?" "That's an easy one," Chrysalis said with a smile. "I'll give it to you for free. Sasha's a telepath, among other things. Don't worry. Whatever secrets you're hiding behind your mask are safe. He's a skimmer. He can only read surface thoughts. Makes his job easier, makes the Crystal Palace safer. He tells Elmo who the dangerous, the sick, the twisted are. And Elmo gets rid of them." Brennan nodded, feeling a little safer. He was glad to learn that the bartender's ability was limited. He didn't like the thought of anyone poking about in his brain. "What else?" Chrysalis asked. "I need to know about two men. A man named Scar and his boss, Kian." Chrysalis looked at him and frowned. At least the muscles of her face bunched up. Like her bodily musculature, they looked wispy, insubstantial, as if that which made her flesh and skin totally invisible affected them to the point of translucency. You know that they're connected? That's something maybe only 3 people outside their own circle know. Are they friends of yours? Sudden anger blazed across Brennan's face, and she flinched. No. I guess not. Her words brought to life memories of treachery and violence. Sasha turned his blind gaze to their corner. Elmo stood on tiptoes, craning his thick neck. Around the room, 6 people fell silent. One man clutched his temples and fainted dead away. He whimpered like a whipped dog as the others at his table tried to bring him out of his trance. Chrysalis broke her gaze from Brennan's, waved Elmo off, and the tension began, slowly, to dissipate. They're dangerous, both of them, she said calmly. Keen's Vietnamese, an ex-general. He showed up about, 8 years ago. He quickly insinuated himself into the drug trade and now owns a large share of it. In fact, he has his fingers in most other illegal activities in the city, while maintaining a facade of solid respectability. Owns a string of dry cleaning establishments and restaurants. Donates to the proper charities and political parties. Gets invited to all the big social events. Scar's one of his lieutenants. He doesn't report directly to Keen. The general keeps himself well insulated. Tell me more about Scar. Local boy. I don't know his real name. He's called Scar because of the strange tattoos he's had smeared all over his face. They're supposed to be Maori tribal markings. Brennan must have looked incredulous because Chrysalis shrugged. He watched muscles shift and bones rotate in their sockets. The nipple of her exposed breast bobbed up and down on its pad of invisible flesh. He supposedly got the idea from an anthropologist from NYU who was studying his street gang. Something about urban tribalism. Anyway, he's one mean dude. He's Keen's chief muscle, unbeatable in a fight. She gazed at him shrewdly. You're going up against him. It was a statement, not a question. What makes him unbeatable? He's an instantaneous teleport. He can vanish quicker than anyone can move and reappear anywhere he wants to, usually behind his opponent. He's also mean as hell. He could be big stuff, but he likes to kill too much. He's content with being one of Keen's lieutenants. Not that he does badly for himself. She toyed with her glass for a moment, then looked directly at Brennan. Are you an ace? Brennan said nothing. Their eyes locked for a long moment, and then Chrysalis sighed. You have nothing. You're just a man. A gnat. What makes you think you can take Scar? She repeated. As you said, I'm a man. He's kidnapped the daughter of a friend of mine. I'm the only one left to go after her. The police? Chrysalis began reflexively, then laughed at her own suggestion. No. Scar, through Kian, has enough police protection. I take it you have no solid evidence that Scar has the girl. Number. What about one of the other aces? Black Shadow, Fortunato, perhaps. There's no time. I don't know what he's doing to her. Besides, he stopped for a moment and looked back 10 years. This is personal. So I suspected. Brennan drew his gaze back into the room. He stared hard at Chrysalis. Where can I find Scar? I'm in the business of selling information, and I've already given you plenty for free. That tidbit will cost you. I have no money. I don't need money from you. I do you a favor, you do me one. Brennan scowled. I don't like being in anyone's debt. Then find your information elsewhere. The need to do something was burning in Brennan. Very well. She took a sip of her liqueur and regarded the crystal goblet, held in a hand whose flesh was as clear as the goblet itself. He has a big place on Castleton Avenue, Staten Island. It's isolated and fenced in and sits on extensive grounds. He likes to hunt. Men. He does? Brennan asked, his gaze thoughtful, considering. Why did Scar kidnap the girl? Is she special in any way? I don't know, Brennan said, shaking his head. I thought it was to keep her father quiet because he had seen Scar and Keen together, but the sequence of events is all wrong. Min saw them together when he was following Scar, trying to pick up clues about the kidnapping. He told me that they took her for her bloody hands. That mean anything to you? Chrysalis shook her head. Can't you get him to be less cryptic? He's dead. She reached out, put one of her hands on his, and something passed between them. You probably won't heed my warnings, but I'll give them anyway. Be careful. Brennan nodded. Her hand, invisible on his, was warm and soft. He watched blood pulse rhythmically through it. Possibly, she continued. You'd like to discharge some of your debt? How? Brennan asked, meeting the subtle challenge of her tone and expression. If you survive your encounter with Scar, come back to the palace tonight. Don't worry about the time, I'll be waiting for you. There was no mistaking her meaning. She offered entanglements that he had avoided for a long time, relationships that he had wanted no part of for years. Or do you find me repulsive? She asked matter-of-factly in the lengthy silence that stretched between them. No, he said more curtly than he had intended. It's not that at all. His voice sounded harsh in his own ears. He had isolated himself so long from human contact that the thought of entering into any kind of intimate relationship was frightening. Your secrets will be safe from me, yeoman, Chrysalis said. He took a deep breath, nodded. Good. Her smile returned. I'll expect you. He turned without a word and her smile slipped from her face. If, she said so softly that only she heard the words, you can do the impossible. If you can beat Scar. There were, Brennan thought, two ways to go about this. He could be surreptitious. He could sneak into Scar's mansion, not knowing what security system he might have, and flit room to room, not knowing what was in each room, not even knowing if Mai was in the building. Or he could just walk in, putting his trust in luck, nerve, and his ability to think on his feet. He unmasked after he left the Crystal Palace and found a cab. The cabbie was reluctant to take him out to Staten Island, but he flashed a couple of 20s, and the hack became all smiles. It was a long ride by cab and ferry, and Brennan spent it in unhappy reminiscence. Ishida would have disapproved, but then Brennan knew he had never been the best of the Roshi students. He had the cabbie drop him off a block or so from the Castleton address that Chrysalis had given him, paid the fare, and gave the hack a tip that wiped out most of his cash reserves. As the cab pulled away, he moved quietly in the shadows until he stood across the street from Scar's place. It was as Chrysalis had described. The house itself was a hulking stone mansion set a couple 100 yards off the street. A few lights shone through scattered windows on each of the 3 floors, but there was no illumination on the outside. The wall that encircled the grounds was stone, about 7 feet high, surmounted by strands of electrical wire. The small glass-sided guard box that stood by the wrought iron gate held a single sentinel. It didn't look as if the security would be very difficult to breach, but the mansion was definitely too big to search room by room. It would have to be boldness, nerve, and luck. A lot of luck, Brennan thought as he walked briskly from the shadows. The man in the guard booth was watching a small television set, a talk show hosted by a beautiful woman with wings. Brennan, who hadn't watched television since his return to the States, nevertheless recognized her as Peregrine, one of the most visible aces, the hostess of Peregrine's Perch. She was watching an immense bearded man in a chef's hat doing something culinary. They chatted amiably as his large hands moved with surprising grace, and Brennan realized he was Hiram Worcester, alias Fat Man, another of the more public aces. The guard was engrossed in Peregrine, who wore an undeniably attractive costume that was slit down nearly to her navel. Brennan had to rap on the glass door of the booth to get his attention, though he had made no effort to conceal his approach. The guard opened the door. Where did you come from? A cab. Brennan gestured vaguely over his shoulder. I sent it away. Oh, sure, the guard said. I heard it. What do you want? Brennan was about to say that Keene sent him about the girl, but he bit the words back at the last instant. Chrysalis had told him that only a very few people knew that Keene and Scar were connected. This flunky certainly wasn't one of them. The boss sent me. About the girl, he said, keeping as vague as possible while making his voice assured and knowing. The boss? Call Scar. He knows. The guard turned, picked up a phone. He hung up after a few seconds of muffled conversation and touched a panel in front of him. The wrought iron gate swung open silently. Go on in, he said, turning back to the television, where Hiram and Peregrine were eating sugar-coated chocolate crepes with delighted looks on their faces. Brennan hesitated briefly. One more thing, he said. The guard sighed, turned slowly, more than half watching the television set. Brennan rammed his palm, hard in an upward motion, against the guard's nose. He felt bone buckle and shatter at the force of his blow. The man convulsed once as splinters of bone knifed through his brain and then went utterly slack. Brennan snapped off the television as Fat Man and Peregrine were finishing the crepes, and dragged the body into the yard and dumped it behind some concealing shrubbery. Regretfully, he left his bow case stashed there as well, but so as not to go totally unarmed, extracted a spare bowstring and looped it loosely around his hips under the waistband of his jeans. He walked briskly up the drive to the mansion. Scar needed a gardener. The yard had turned feral. The grass hadn't been cut all summer. The shrubberies had gone crazy. Untended, they had spilled over their original boundaries and provided a fairly dense undergrowth beneath the thick, untrimmed trees. It was more of an acre or two of forest than front-to-front yard, and for a moment it made Brennan long for the quiet peacefulness of the Catskills. Then he was at the front door and he remembered what had brought him here. He rang the bell. The man who answered the front door had the insolence of a city punk, and the gun that he carried under his armpit in a shoulder rig looked big enough to bring down an elephant. "Come on in. Scar's got a client. They're with the girl." Brennan frowned at the man's back as he led him into the mansion. What was going on? Prostitution? Weird sex? He wanted to question the man who was leading him to the rear of the mansion, but knew that it was best to keep his mouth shut. He'd find answers soon enough. Scar kept a little better care of the interior of his mansion than he did the yard, but not much. The marble parquet floor was filthy, and there were stale odors clogging the air that made Brennan sick. He was afraid to breathe too deeply lest he find himself able to identify some of the odors. A stairway swept upward into the upper stories of the mansion, but they stayed on the first floor, heading toward the rear of the building. His guide turned to the left, passed through a metal detector which beeped once, and looked back at Brennan. Brennan followed him. The detector went silent. The thug nodded and led Brennan into a well-lit room that had 4 other people in it. One was a tough, identical for all practical purposes to the one who had met Brennan at the door. Another was a woman with long blonde hair. She wore a mask that covered her entire face. Another was Mai. She looked up at him dully as he entered the room, and quick stifled the look of recognition that came to her face when she saw him. It had been 3 years since he had seen her. She turned with thick, glossy hair and dark, dark eyes. She looked unharmed, if terribly tired. There were circles under her eyes, and Brennan could read the weariness in her every muscle by the way she held herself. The last was Scar. He was tall and lean, dressed in t-shirt and black chinos. His face was a nightmare. The patterns tattooed on it in black and scarlet turned it into the leering, bestial face of a demon. His eyes were sunken black pits, his teeth inset in a scarlet cave. Brennan was surprised to see when Scar smiled at him that his teeth weren't filed. "What's your name, man?" he asked in the thick argot of the inner city. "I ain't never seen you before." "Archer," Brennan lied automatically. "What's going on here?" Scar flashed his smile again. It twisted his face into odd contortions that showed nothing of humor. "You just in time, man. The sister here is going to demonstrate her power, aren't you?" Everyone looked at Mai, who bowed her head in silent, wearied resignation. "She can do it?" the masked woman asked, her voice oddly eager and sibilant. Scar only nodded and gestured at Mai. The 2 thugs watched with disinterest. Scar kept shifting his gaze back and forth to Brennan, Mai, and the woman. "Tell the man," he said, watching Brennan closely as Mai approached the woman, "that I was going to tell him all about her. I was just checking things out." Brennan nodded impatiently, aloof and hard-eyed outside, indecisive inside. Mai walked to the woman without glancing in his direction. Whatever was going to happen, he thought, couldn't be too bad. She seemed to be taking things calmly enough. He decided to wait. "You have to take the mask off," Mai told the woman quietly. She drew back a little and glanced at the men watching her, but obeyed. Brennan watched impassively as she unmasked. Scar watched with a slight, sly smile. She was obviously ashamed of her face. Brennan had seen worse, but it was enough to evoke leering whispers from Scar's men. She had no chin and only a slight lower jaw. Her nose consisted of flat nostrils set above her lipless mouth. Her forehead was tiny. Her whole face was thrust forward in a reptilian manner that was enhanced by the colorfully beaded texture of her skin. She looked all the world like a Gila monster with long blonde hair. "I used to be beautiful," she said, looking down. Scar's men snickered aloud, but Mai took her rough-skinned cheeks between her palms and said quietly, "You will be again." The woman looked up at her, a world of pain in her eyes. Mai gazed calmly at her, her face black with the serenity of a Madonna. For a moment, nothing happened. Brennan glanced from her to Scar, who was watching him carefully, then back again. Then, where her palms touched the leathery skin of the woman's cheeks, blood began to run in little trickles. It seemed to be welling from the woman's cheeks, Mai's palms, or both. Tiny rivulets ran from between Mai's fingers down the backs of her hands to her wrists. Mai moaned, and Brennan stared at her as her face changed. Her chin receded, her jaw shrank. Her forehead narrowed, and her skin became thick and pebbly and banded in orange and black and scarlet. It took some minutes. Brennan watched with pursed lips. Scar watched him watch. He smiled malevolently, his tattooed face a demonic mask. Two lizard women faced each other, one blonde, one dark-haired. The woman looked at Mai wide-eyed. Mai looked back reassuringly. She sighed longingly, like a lover after release, and she began to change. Her skin lost its roughness, its bright color. The bone beneath it shifted back to normal configurations. Her lips twitched slightly, perhaps at the pain of the metamorphosis, but she said nothing. It took a moment longer, but the blonde woman too began to change. Skin softened, bleached itself. Bone flowed like soft wax. Tears ran down her high, fine cheeks, whether from pain or joy, Brennan couldn't tell. The transformation took some minutes. When the tiny rivulets of blood ceased to flow, Mai took her hands from the woman's face. The woman was right. She had been beautiful, and was again. Weeping silently, she took Mai's hand and pressed a kiss into her palm. Mai smiled at her and swayed tiredly. Brennan could see that willpower alone kept her on her feet. Every line and muscle of her body cried out in weariness. The woman reached down to a purse on a small table near where she stood and took out a thick envelope. Scar gestured. One of his smirking thugs took it, put it in his pants back pocket, and escorted the woman from the room. "Well, man, what you think?" "Fantastic," Brennan said, still looking at Mai. "What is it, genetic manipulation of some sort?" "I don't know about that shit," Scar said. "I just heard that she was healing jokers in the neighborhood, and I figured why should she fix up those poor jokers when she can fix up jokers who'll pay plenty. So I snatched her." Brennan turned away from Mai and met Scar's eyes. "She's worth a lot. You should have told Keen about her. I'll have to take her to him." Scar puckered his lips in mock consternation. "You will? You seem to know a lot, man. How come you don't know that I told the man about her when that gook saw us together in the back of the man's limo?" He turned, looked at Mai, and added maliciously, "And then the man had the old gook hit so he wouldn't tell no one about it." "My father?" Mai asked. Scar nodded, grinning like a devil. Mai gasped, swayed, and would have fallen if Scar's man hadn't grabbed her roughly by the arm. Brennan moved. He launched himself across the room, ripped the gun from the man's shoulder rig, jammed the barrel against his chest, and pulled the trigger. There was an immense roar as the blast lifted the man off his feet and threw him against the wall. He left a red smear as he slumped to the floor, his eyes open and unbelieving. Brennan whirled, but Scar was gone. He saw a flicker at the edge of his vision, and felt a sharp pain as Scar chopped down on his wrist, knocking the gun from his grasp. Scar ducked Brennan's sweeping arm, kicked the gun across the room, and vanished silently and utterly. He reappeared between Brennan and the gun, smiling crazily. "You need a gun to go up against Scar? You some kind of crazy gnat?" he said. "What name you want on your tombstone?" He reached into the pocket of his chinos and with a practiced flick of his wrist opened a 6-inch-long straight razor. He vanished again, and Brennan felt a sudden biting pain in his side. He heard Mai's cry, threw himself away, rolled and stood. Blood ran down his side where Scar had slashed a long, shallow cut across his ribs. He barely had time to stand before Scar appeared again, slashed his cheek open, and popped away. It was as Chrysalis had said. He was fast and precise in his teleporting, and he did enjoy his work. "I cut you slowly, man," he said, appearing with killing lust in his eyes. "I cut you till you beg me to finish you." He twitched his wrist, flicking Brennan's blood off the edge of his blade. It was bright in the room, bright and closing in. Brennan was trapped, confined, and he knew he didn't have a chance in hell. Scar would cut him to ribbons laughing as he tried to reach the gun. He breathed deeply, calming his racing mind, drawing, as Ishida had taught him, into a state of serene tranquility, and he knew what he had to do. Scar slashed his back as he turned, ran, and hurled himself through the French windows in the rear of the room. He burst out of the light onto a dark patio. Scar smiled a genuinely happy smile and stepped out onto the patio after him. He whistled tunelessly and watched Brennan run into the yard and blunder into a thick patch of trees. "Hey, Nat," he called out. "Where are you, man? I tell you what, you give me a good hunt, I'll cut you a few times, then finish you fast. You disappoint me, I'll cut your balls off. Even the gook chick won't be able to grow you a new pair." Scar laughed at his joke, then followed Brennan into the dark. He stopped after a moment and listened. He heard nothing but the sounds of the wind in the trees and distantly occasional cars moving in the far streets. His prey was gone, vanished into the night. Scar frowned. Something was wrong. He walked deeper into the trees, and from nowhere, a ghost silent among the shadows, Brennan rose from his hiding place, his waxed nylon bowstring wrapped around his fist. He looped the string around Scar's throat from behind, yanked, and twisted. Flash and Gristle crumpled and Scar vanished. He reappeared a few feet away, clutching at his crushed windpipe. He tried to suck in air, but nothing reached his laboring lungs. He opened his mouth to say something at Brennan, to curse him or plead with him, but no words came. He vanished again, but reappeared a microsecond later in the same place, his tattooed face screwed up in pain and fear, his concentration shattered, his control gone. Brennan watched him flicker crazily among the trees, desperation on his face, teleporting madly, nonsensically. Finally, he appeared, spewing blood from his mouth, staggered against a tree, dropped his razor, and fell face up. Brennan approached cautiously, but he was dead. He hunkered over him and took out the felt-tip pen that the waiter had given him in Min's restaurant. He drew an ace of spades on the back of Scar's right hand, and to be sure that Keen wouldn't miss it, placed the hand over Scar's marked face. He made his way back through the trees silently, like the ghost of a forest animal. Mai was waiting for him on the patio. She didn't seem surprised when it was he who emerged from the trees. She knew him, and what he could do. Captain Brennan, his father, really dead? He nodded, unable to say the words. She seemed to shrink, to look frailer, more tired, if that were possible. She closed her eyes and tears welled silently from beneath their lids. "Let's go home." He led her into the welcome darkness of the night. He left after she bandaged his wounds, promising to drop by when he could, sadness for her welling inside him, merging with the grief he himself felt at Min's death. Another comrade, another friend, gone. Keen had to be brought down. It was up to him, one man alone with nothing but the strength of his hands and the cunning of his mind. It would take a long time. He needed a base to operate from and equipment, special bows, special arrows. He needed money. He drew back into the shadows of the Jokertown night, waiting for a certain type of man to come by. A street merchant who exchanged packets of white powder for green bills crumpled in sweaty desperation. He breathed deeply. The night stank with the countless scents of 7 million people and their myriad hopes, fears, and desperations. He was one of them now. He had left the mountains and returned to humanity, and he knew that this return would bring with it disappointment and grief and lost hopes. And comfort, some part of him said, wondering at the warm touch of invisible flesh and the sight of a visible heart beating faster and faster with growing passion. A sudden noise, a softly scraping step caught his attention. A man passed him. He was dressed richly for a poor neighborhood, and he walked with jaunty arrogance. This was the one for whom he waited. Brennan slipped quietly among the shadows, following him. The hunter had come to the city.
Epilogue. Third generation. Jetboy dove out of the sky in his rocket-sleek plane, speed lines roaring off the swept-back wings. 20mm cannons barked ragged calligraphy, and the Tyrannosaur staggered as the shells tore into him. "Arnie, Arnie, turn out that light." "Yes, Mother," Arnie said. He slid the 54-page special Jetboy on Dinosaur Island back into its plastic bag. He switched off his reading light and carried the comic across the familiar darkness of his bedroom and put it away in the closet. He had a complete run of Jetboy comics in one of the waxed cardboard boxes they used to ship chickens to grocery stores. On the shelf above it were stacked scrapbooks full of clippings about the great and powerful Turtle, and the Howler and Jumpin' Jack Flash. And next to them stood the dinosaur books, not just the kids' stuff with the crude drawings, but textbooks on paleontology and botany and zoology. Hidden in the back of another box of comics was the Playboy that had Peregrine in it. Lately, looking at those pictures had made Arnie feel strange, kind of nervous and excited and guilty all at the same time. His parents knew about his obsessions, all but the Playboy anyway. It was only the wild card business that bothered them. Arnie's grandfather had been on the street that day, had seen it with his own eyes when Jetboy exploded into history. A year later, Arnie's mother had been born with low-grade telekinesis, just enough to move a coin a few inches across a plastic tablecloth. Sometimes Arnie wished she'd just been normal, better that than to get a power that wasn't good for anything. He'd made his grandfather tell him about it over and over again. He wanted to die, the old man would say. He saw the future, and he wasn't in it, just wasn't any place for him anymore. "Hush, Grandpa," Arnie's mother would say. "Don't talk that way in front of Arnie." Arnie crept quietly back to bed and lay on his stomach, pleasantly aware of the pressure on his groin. He thought about Dinosaur Island. There was no question in his mind that it was real. Aces were real. Aliens were real. They had brought the wild card to Earth. He turned on his side and pulled his knees up towards his chest. What would it be like? When he was 8, he'd driven through Utah with his parents, and he'd made them stop at Vernal. They'd gone on the prehistoric nature trail, and Arnie had run ahead to be by himself with the life-size dinosaur models. Dinosaur Island would look like that, he thought, the rugged brush-covered hills in the background, the Diplodocus big enough that he could walk under its belly, the Struthiomimus like a huge scaly ostrich, the Pteranodon crouched like it had just glided in for a landing. His eyes closed and he could see them moving now, not just the crummy dinosaurs you could see on TV, but the special ones, the tiny vicious Deinonychus, the terrible Claw, or the hideous lumpy Ankylosaur, a 35-foot horned toad with a club on its tail that could dent steel plate. And deep in his brain, inflamed by the rich, yeasty endocrine soup in which it floated, the wild card virus hovered over a cell, paused, then pumped out its alien message and died. And so, on and on it went, spiraling down through the years in a double helix of fear and ecstasy, mutation and miraculous change. Appendix: The Science of the Wild Card Virus. Excerpts from the literature. Fearful beyond imagining, worse in many ways to what we saw in Belsen. 9 out of 10 affected by this unknown pathogen die horribly. No treatment helps. The survivors aren't a lot more lucky. None out of 10 of them are somehow transformed by a process I can't even begin to understand, into something else. Sometimes not even remotely human. I've seen men turn into effigies of galvanized rubber, children sprouting extra heads. I can't go on, and what's worst is, they're still alive. Still alive, Mac. Strangest of all, maybe, are the 10% of survivors, the 1 in 100 of those who actually contract the sickness. They don't show any outward sign of change, mostly, but they have, I have to call them powers. They can do things a normal human can't. I've seen a man soaring in the sky like a V2, looping the loop and returning to land lightly on his feet. A berserk patient tearing a heavy steel gurney apart as if it was tissue paper. Not 10 minutes ago, a woman walked through the wall of the little office of this one-time warehouse where I've shut myself away for a few minutes' respite. A naked woman, gorgeous, a real pin-up type, glowing with a rosy light that seemed to come from inside her body, smiling a fixed glassy smile. I'm not cracking up, Mac. I haven't gone around the bend into madness or morphine, not yet, even if I'm lucky to get an hour or 2 of sleep a night. And then the horror fills my dreams, so I'm almost glad to crawl out of my cot and face the reality of what's happened here. These things are happening. They're real. You may read about it yourself one someday. If the brass don't succeed in clamping the lid down, I don't see how they can. This is Manhattan, for Christ's sake, and the victims number tens of thousands. Thank God it's not catching. Thank God for that. As far as we can see, it only develops in those directly exposed to the dust, or whatever it was. And not in all of them, or we'd have a million more. As it is, quarantine is impossible, even adequate sanitation. We've had an outbreak of influenza in our wards, expecting typhus any hour. They say some kind of aliens are behind it all, men from outer space. Given what we've all seen, That doesn't sound far-fetched. I've heard it noised around at the highest levels that they've even caught one. I hope it's true. Then they can stick the bastard in the docket with the Nazi bosses at Nuremberg and hang him like the animal he is. Personal letter from Captain Kevin McCarthy, United States Army Medical Corps, September 21st, 1946. Accounts of the incident make it clear that the vessel containing xenovirus Tachys A exploded at an altitude of 30,000 feet, well within the so-called jet stream. In its dormant state, the virus is encased in a durable protein sheath, the spores, so often and incorrectly referred to in the lay press, which experiment has shown to be resistant to extremes of temperature and pressure, such as to permit its survival under natural conditions from several hundred feet beneath the ocean to the upper limits of the stratosphere. Viral particles were borne eastward across the Atlantic on the jet stream, washing out at random intervals by droplets of rain or settling naturally. The precise mechanisms still await demonstration or observation. This accounts for the mid-Atlantic Queen Mary tragedy, September 17, 1946, as well as the subsequent outbreaks in England and on the continent. Note, rumors persist of a large outbreak in the USSR, but Premier Khrushchev's regime continues to maintain a silence as absolute as its predecessors on the matter. Wind and ocean currents provided short-term dispersal of the virus over a substantial area of the eastern United States and southern Canada. The location of the majority of major international outbreaks provides a clue as to the possible pattern. Rio de Janeiro, 1947. Mombasa, 1948. Port Said, 1948. Hong Kong, 1949. Auckland, 1950. To name a few of the most notorious all major seaports. The problem was how to account for the appearances of the virus, generally in isolated incidents, in locations as far from the sea as the Peruvian Andes and remote uplands of Nepal. As our investigation reveals, the answer clearly lies in the durability of the protein coat. The virus can be carried by any means, human, mechanical, animal, or natural, and survives indefinitely unless exposed to destructive agents such as fire or corrosive chemicals. The majority of North American outbreaks and the relatively large occurrences in seaports have been pervasively traced, McCarthy, Report to the Surgeon General, 1951, to items awaiting shipment in the docks and warehouses of the affected district of Manhattan. Others have been attributed to the precipitation of viral particles onto vessels and vehicles in transit. Individuals, even birds and animals, who are never affected, can carry the particles on their person without knowing it. The Nepalese outbreak referred to the above, for example, was traced to Naik of the Gurung clan, whose regiment, the King's Gurkha Rifles, was involved in attempting to contain the ghastly communal violence of August 10th through the 13th in Calcutta, India, in which the Hindu and Muslim communities blamed one another for an outbreak of the virus, with a resulting loss of life estimated at 25,000. The Gurkha corporal himself never developed the disease. How many deposits of dormant virus remain, dusted across rooftops, gathered in sediment in the rivers and sewers, lying in deposits in the soil, still borne aloft on the jet stream, cannot be determined. How serious a threat it still poses to the public health is still equally unascertainable. In this context, the inability of the virus to affect the vast majority of the populace should be borne in mind. Goldberg and Hoyne, the wild card virus, persistence and dispersal. Problems in Modern Biochemistry, Shinner, Pike, and Ozawa, editors. The ability of the wildcard virus to alter its host's genetic programming resembles that of terrestrial herpes viruses. It is, however, much more comprehensive, altering DNA throughout the host's body, rather than affecting and being expressed in a certain location. Example, the lips or genitalia. As are the herpes family, we know now that xenovirus Tachys A affects a larger percentage of an exposed population than originally assumed, perhaps as much as 0.5%. In many cases, the virus merely appends its own code to the host DNA. This is the dormant form, in which the virus has no objective existence, but exists only in the form of information. Another trait it shares with the herpes form viruses. It may remain passive and undetected indefinitely, or some trauma or stress to the host may cause it to express itself, generally with shattering results. Amounting as it does to reprogramming of the host's genetic code, the virus, in either active or passive form, is truly inheritable, like blue eyes or curly hair. Apparently anticipating its predominantly lethal effects, The Takesian scientists who created the virus designed it to perpetuate itself as, in effect, a recessive wild card gene, recessive, because a dominate gene that produced lethal mutations in 90% of offspring and rendered another 9% either unable or unlikely to reproduce would survive only a few generations, even if, as is estimated, 30% of all those with xenovirus-modified DNA carry a dormant form. The wild card therefore follows the conventional rules of inheritance for recessive traits. Only in cases where both parents carry the viral code does any possibility of producing an affected offspring exists. Even then, the chance is only 1 in 4, versus a 50% chance of producing a carrier with no chance of expressing the virus, and another 1 in 4 chance an offspring who does not carry the code. Marcus A. Meadows, Genetics, January 1947. Despite the red-baiting paranoia of the late 1940s and early 1950s and the findings of the House Committee on Un-American Activities, ACEs fared no better behind the Iron Curtain than in this country, and in fact, considerably worse. The party line was laid down Trofim D. Lysenko, semi-literate maven of Stalinist science, that the supposedly alien wild card was merely a mask for diabolical bourgeois, capitalist, imperialist experimentation. In Korea, captured Americans were made to sign confessions of germ warfare in an apparent attempt to account for the outbreak of the virus that swept the nation, north and south, in 1951. Meanwhile, anyone showing signs of metahuman talents within the Soviet sphere simply disappeared, some to forced labor camps, others to labs, and no few to shallow graves. With Stalin's death in 1953 came a minor relaxation. Khrushchev acknowledged the existence of ACEs, and they began to enjoy the status they had in the U.S., i.e., they had the privilege of serving in the military, or GPU, later KGB, or vanishing into the Gulag archipelago. As the 1960s passed, strictures against them relaxed, if not to the extent that they did in the United States, and state-sponsored superheroes were permitted to become media personalities, like cosmonauts and Olympic stars. Why the initial rejection of blatant reality? The Brezhnev, Kosygin regime admitted in 1971 that Lysenko was a joker in whom the virus was expressed as hideous disfigurement. The existence of ACEs was a personal affront to the former farmer. As to why Stalin went along with the anti-ACE campaign, the rampant paranoia of the dictator's later years in particular is generally considered sufficient explanation. However, several highly placed defectors of the late 1960s and early 70s repeated the rumor that Comrade Nikita sometime, late at night in his cups with boon companions, boasted that he himself had slain the former dictator with his own hand in the cellar of the Lubyanka prison, driving a stake through his heart. J. Neil Wilson, Back in the USSR. Reason, March 1977. Xenovirus Tachus A, colloquially called wildcard, was an experimental organic device developed by the Ilkazam, a leading family among the Psi lords of Tachus. Written into its DNA is a program that reads the genetic code of the host organism and modifies that code in order to enhance the host's innate propensities and characteristics. Such an optimization gratifies as never before the great Takesian drive to cultivate personal, and by extension, familial, virtue. Takesians already possess potent mental powers, by means of wild talents in its members, ensuring its preeminence for many years to come. The challenge the Ilkazam researchers faced was to produce a program that would identify and enhance desirable characteristics. No one wants to be a better hemophiliac. Biochemical individuality among Takesians, however, is even more marked than in humans, who are one of the most biochemically diverse species on Terra. To develop software capable of discerning favorable characteristics, an intelligent program, and enhancing them, and which could be implemented in the viral DNA, required experimentation on an extravagant scale. Given the nature of Takesian society, there were always plenty of subjects available for even the most drastic experiments, Takesians as a whole not having many hang-ups about insisting the subjects volunteer. However, even Tachus lacked a sufficiently large supply of criminals and vanquished political enemies, not a distinction commonly drawn in that culture, to provide the sort of experimental base needed to fully develop such a complex tool. Fortunately, from the Takesian point of view, a pool of creatures of astonishingly similar genetic makeup presented itself: Earth. Most wildcard enhancements aren't favorable to survival, or are survival traits taken to lethal lengths, such as keying the adrenaline fight or flight system so high that the slightest stress forces the victim into overdrive, burning him out in a single burst of terminal speed trip frenzy. 9 out of 10 survivors had undesirable characteristics enhanced, or desirable ones enhanced in undesirable ways. The Joker takes forms ranging from hideous through the painful to the pathetic or simply inconvenient. A victim might be reduced to a formless blob of mucus, like the familiar Jokertown resident Snotman, or might be transformed into a partial animal likeness, like tavern keeper Ernie the Lizard. He might acquire a power that, in other circumstances, would make him an ace, such as the limited but uncontrollable levitation of the floater. The manifestation may be quite minor, like the mass of tentacles that form the right hand of Joker's Wild, Jokertown's decadent poet laureate. In certain cases, the distinction between classifications is blurred, as in the aforementioned Ernie, whose slightly greater than human strength and the protection offered by his scaly hide are sufficient to make him a true ace. Another, more horrific example is the tragic Burning Woman incident in the late 70s, in which the virus affected a young woman by causing her body to burn with an inextinguishable flame, but to regenerate itself even as her flesh was consumed. The victim begged passerby to kill her, and finally died in Jokertown's Blythe Van Rensselaer Memorial Clinic, apparently as a result of euthanasia. A resulting indictment against Dr. Tachyon was quashed. Whether her card qualified as Joker or Black Queen cannot be determined. Because it is designed to interact with the host's individual code, no two expressions of wildcard are alike. Moreover, its behavior differs from subject to subject. That, as many as 10% of those who contracted the virus survived its side effects, is a tribute to the skill of Tahitian genetic software and hardware artistes. For a first large-scale test among a subject population different than that for which it was originally designed, the release of the virus on Terra was a tremendous success, which would greatly have pleased its creators had they learned of its outcome. Earth, on the other hand, had a different point of view. Sarah Morgenstern, Blues for Jokertown, 40 Years of Wild Cards. Rolling Stones, September 16, 1986. Excerpts from the Minutes of the American Metabiological Society Conference on Metahuman Abilities, Clarion Hotel, Albuquerque, New Mexico, March 14 to 17, 1987. Talk presented March 16, 1987, by Dr. Sharon Pao-Kiang Shi of the Harvard University Department of Metabiophysics. Gentle persons of the Society, I thank you. I shall come directly to the point. Research by our team at Harvard indicates that metahuman abilities, the colloquially called superpowers, engendered by the Tahitian wildcard virus, are exclusively of psychic origin, and in all but rare cases are exercised through the instrumentality of psionics. Session called to order by Chairperson Ozawa. I understand that my preceding statement might be considered a rhetorical excess of the kind perpetrated by certain of my predecessors, which caused the still fledgling field of metabiophysics to be considered a pseudoscience of the caliber of numerology and astrology by a number of serious scientists. Yet honesty and the press of empirical evidence compel me to reiterate, metahuman abilities are specialized forms of psychic power. We now have a better idea of just what the wild card did to its victims. In so-called ACE cases, the virus appears to have acted first by enhancing innate physical ability, which gave direction to the overall progress of the gene code rewrite. This explains the high degree of correspondence between the personalities and proclivities of known ACEs and their metahuman abilities. Why, for example, devoted pilots such as Black Eagle acquired powers including that of flight, why the obsessed Avenger of the Night, Black Shadow, has such control over darkness, why the reclusive Aquarius presents a half-human, half-delphin appearance, and can in fact transform himself into a sort of super Terziops. A microscale telekinesis appears to be one of the mechanisms by which wildcard affects its changes, enabling the subject subconsciously to choose, or at least influence, the nature of the transformation she or he undergoes. I understand the enormity of the implication that people might, in some sense, have chosen to draw a Joker or Black Queen. Speculation in that direction is, however, beyond the scope of our present researches. One of the great puzzles of the post-wildcard epoch has been precisely how the alien virus, however advanced the technology that produced it, was able to give certain individuals the ability to violate well-established natural laws, such as conservation of mass and energy, the square cube law, the inviolability of the speed of light itself. At the time the virus was unleashed, science was inalterably hostile to the existence of even psychic powers, justifiably, given the lack of compelling experimental corroboration for such phenomena. It has now been compelled to accept people being able to project fire and lightning, to transform themselves into animals, to fly, or contrive mechanical appliances that enabled them to do these and similar things in flagrant disregard for principles of mechanics and engineering. Of course, even by 1946, clues were available in the theoretical reaches of quantum physics. In fact, then modern technology, up to and including nuclear weapons and the fusion devices in the process of development, was largely based upon quantum mechanics, much of the work being done on the basis of, we know it works, but we don't know how. Given the impetus of the reality of wildcard, psionic powers were quickly given a quantum mechanical rationale, action over distance without apparent recourse to the strong, electroweak, or gravitic forces being a feature. For example, the curious interconnectedness of particles that have interacted, postulated by Einstein, Podolsky, and Rosen in their famous paradox, and established with some finality by the aspect experiment in France in 1982. A fairly obvious instance of TK-based power is shape-changing. The subject, in almost all cases, subconsciously rearranges her or his component atoms to produce a gross structure that differs considerably from its original. For example, Elephant Girl's rather unsettling transformation into a flying Elephas Maximus, in apparent violation of the mass-energy conversion principle. At least in the case of Elephant Girl, this is explained by subconscious TK on the subatomic level. Miss O'Reilly can apparently summon into being a cloud of virtual particles, and maintain them in existence immensely longer than they would normally exist. A discussion of virtual particles is, of course, likewise beyond the scope of this presentation. I refer the interested to articles concerning, for example, the particles that carry the strong interaction, and that for an infinitesimal instant violate the conservation principle. As part of restoring herself to her original appearance, Miss O'Reilly permits the virtual particles that made up the phantom mass to lapse into non-existence. It was Elephant Girl's ability to fly in defiance of all known aeronautical principles that sparked the line of inquiry leading to the conclusions expressed in this paper. Simply put, Elephant Girl's, Peregrine's, and all known aces, flight or levitation, is simply a variation on TK. In this sense, the great and powerful turtle is the archetypical flying ace, in that he acknowledgedly flies by means of his telekinetic ability, but no trick of psychics would permit Elephant Girl's ears, or even Peregrine's magnificent wings, to uphold even a small human in flight, to say nothing of a full-grown Asiatic elephant. They, like the turtle, fly through use of mind power alone. Energy projections provide another thorny problem simply explained by, again, TK. Jumpin' Jack Flash appears to project blasts of flame from the palms of his hands, and moreover can manipulate the fire he produces in remarkable ways. But this individual does not actually project the flame, in a sense that it is not emitted from his own body. In point of fact, it isn't strictly speaking flame. His TK enables him to regulate the Brownian motion of circumambient air. He creates a hotspot of highly excited particles, approximately 1 micron from the flesh of his palm, and then uses TK to direct the resultant stream of incandescent gas. Superluminal flight powers present a special case. In most cases, and it's beneficial to keep in mind that each wildcard transformation is unique, the individual with the capacity for light speed or faster-than-light travel has the ability to emulate a single photon, or tachyon in the latter instance, becoming a macrophoton in a manner similar to the macroatom devices University of Sussex researchers under Terry Clark, which can emulate the behavior of a single boson. The spaceship that conveyed the wildcard virus to this planet, as well as the humanoid alien known as Dr. Tachyon, employed the same principle for their superluminal drive, which led to the coining of the word by which the only Earth resident not born on this planet is known to this day. Faster-than-light travel has proven of only limited utility to aces to date, owing to limits of duration and problems of navigation over long distances, so far insuperable to our technology, or so we infer from the fact that no ace has ever journeyed beyond the limits of the solar system, present orbit of Neptune, and returned. A salient feature of the so-called gadgets, anti-gravity belts, dimensional portals, armored suits, is in fact that none of them can be replicated. On disassembly and examination, they're often found to make no mechanical or electrical sense. Each is a non-reproducible result. This explains why some enterprising gadget master hasn't marketed, say, a personal light-speed flying belt or an anti-gravity forklift. Only the creator could make one that would work. In some cases, the components consist of ludicrous assemblages of debris, up to and including apple cores, hairpins, and the torsos of Barbie dolls. Others consist of only a diagram of a circuit, which, like the chimerical Hieronymus machine, work as an actual circuit should. The explanation is, once again, a manifestation of psychic ability. The creator has in effect impressed himself upon his work in a metaphysical, in the current scientific meaning, sense. This explanation makes sense of the frequently observed phenomenon that there seems to be a limit to certain gadget masters' creativity, that they will sometimes have to disassemble an old device to get a new one to work. This explanation also makes it simple to predict that attempts by governments all over the world to replicate the astounding modular man android are doomed to failure unless one or more contract the services of wild talents of their own. A feature of almost all aces is a higher energy metabolism than normal humans possess. Some seem able to summon up the energy to fuel their abilities from within themselves, or, for want of a better way of putting it, from the cosmos. Others either need external sources of energy to power their talents, or find themselves aided by the availability of such sources. The black strongman known as the Harlem Hammer, for example, finds it necessary to consume a substantial amount of heavy metal salts in his diet to maintain the high-level reactions of his metabolism, as well as a number of bone seekers, such as strontium-90 and barium-140, which seem to be replacing the calcium in his bones, giving them greater than normal durability and strength. Jumpin' Jack Flash draws strength and sustenance from exposure to fire and heat. Others derive their extra-human energy from batteries, which generally prove to be of the same genus as the Hieronymus-type devices. Whatever the source of this energy, no ace has yet been discovered who could not exhaust her or his supply in a reasonably short time by intensive exertion of metahuman abilities. Some can recharge simply by resting for a time. Others actually require an external power supply. Again, each case is unique. Further confirmation of the psychic hypothesis comes from the case of the so-called sleeper, who possesses a different set of meta-abilities every time he awakens from sleep. Any other model for the function of ace powers would have difficulty accounting for this phenomenon. My colleagues and I are willing, in sum, to go so far as to say that psionics can account for all observed ace abilities, and that no other explanation can.